expected than Silverstone Grand Prix. It's a good challenge though, we like coming here.
It certainly is. Best of luck, Megan. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going around, shall we? Chat to some of the other drivers. We've got Will Sharp just walking past. Let's grab a quick word with Will, because this man, Steve McDermott, next to him, had some great battles at Silverstone. Will, we're looking for more of the same here today?
Yeah, I'm on a bit of a back foot. I'm just off the pace a little bit, but I made a couple of changes to the front end. Fingers crossed it'll boost me up a bit. But the race is always different to quali, so we're going to try and put on a show for everybody today, as we normally do.
You did at Silverstone, didn't you? You guys get so close to each other, don't you? You'll keep it on track and get through to safely.
They say it's grassroots motorsport. We can't afford to mend the cars, basically, so that's what it is, I think.
Fair enough. Yeah. Best of luck, Will. Talk to us, mate. This man over here, number 53, Mark Baker, he's on pole position in the F class. In the A class, David Amphlett on pole as well. Let's keep walking around and grab a word with some of the other drivers a little bit further down the order as well, shall we? Let's go have a quick chat. We've got number 83 over here. Let's have a chat. How you doing? Are you all right? It's good to see you again, mate.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you.
Qualifying, happy?
Problem with the math sensor, which don't ask me what it does, but the team tell me I couldn't rev above 6,800, so hopefully in the race make a bit of spaces up. That's the plan.
It does something quite technical, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've no idea. I'm just up behind the wheel. I have no idea what goes on under there.
I'm just not behind the camera. So it's all fixed now. So we're going forward.
Going forward. Well, I hope so. We'll let you know in its time, but hopefully I'll go forward.
All right, we'll watch instead, don't worry. Cheers. Phil Walker there. Let's keep going down a little bit further. We've got the A-Class cars up here as well. Max Cawthorne up there. I can't see him, he's not in his car actually. So let's have a quick chat with the drivers up here as well. Eagerly getting ready to go out. We actually have the classic touring cars just finishing up qualifying session. There was a red flag actually a little bit earlier, but just coming back in now. Then it'll be time for the MGs to get out on track. Let's grab a quick word up here. Right, are we ready for this one? It's almost time to get going. We're feeling confident.
Well, yeah, David was quickest MGB this morning, and I'm looking forward to renewing the battle we had at Silverstone 2-3 weeks ago. It should be fun, yeah, looking forward to it.
The racing is always pretty fraught and frantic with you guys, isn't it? Silverstone nice and wide. Snetterton a different challenge though.
Well, I prefer frantic rather than fraught. But yeah, no, it's close, and you wouldn't want it any other way, would you? I'm sure there's not too many MGBs out today, a bit of a smallish grid really, but we'll put on a good show. There's some very good cars at the front with the 3ZRs battling, so hopefully I can give Dave a run for his money, and who knows, Nick will win, who knows, wait and see.
We are going to wait and see. We're going to watch live as well. As you can see, classic touring cars are just coming into the pits now. That means it is almost time for the MG Owners Club to head out onto the track. I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through all of the action.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good afternoon from me, ladies and gents. Welcome to Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England, for this weekend of racing promoted by the British Automobile Racing Club and live on BARC TV. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action as ever. Just come to the end of qualifying from this morning. As we say, we had a slight delay because of a couple of red flags during qualifying, a tyre wall having to be rebuilt. So thank you very much to our marshalling team here this weekend. The Orange Army doing a great job as ever. We've got a car being recovered, as you can see in the centre of your screen there. That looks like possibly Sam Wilson's Aston Martin. I can see there in the distance, that's come to a halt on the run out of the Wilson's hairpin. So as soon as that's clear, we will be underway with our first race of the day, which is for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, who we've just heard from a few of the drivers. Classes for all ages of MG in that division. They'll be lined up on the grid for their first of two 20-minute races this weekend. We also have the big rigs here, the British Truck Racing Championship. They were in great form at Convoy in the Park at Donington. Not that the five-time reigning champion Ryan Smith in Division 1 would agree. He had a disastrous weekend at Donington, continued mechanical problems with his new Mercedes, and he's lost the lead of the championship, so looking to fight back here this weekend. We've also got the various classes of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, saloon cars of all ages racing in their various championships across the course of the weekend, from the likes of the Minis and the Anglias in the Pre-66 right up to the newer machines. The powerful Thunder saloons are here, the Jaguars as well, Pre-83, Pre-93 and 03 touring cars. Also the Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford as well. And tomorrow we'll also be seeing the new series for our cameras, the Snetterton Saloons, the local series here. That will be a 45-minute pit stop race, with some cars being shared by 2 drivers, open to saloon cars of all kinds. That's something a little bit different coming up. That's taking place tomorrow afternoon, so join us on our coverage tomorrow to see the Snetterton Saloons in action. So getting ready then for the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored for many years by Lancaster Insurance. Thank you to them for their support. Now looking at the various classes for this one, there's classes A, B, F and Z. Class A is for the classic MGs, the MGBs and MG Midgets. A is for Abingdon, where those cars were built in Oxfordshire. We heard from Jim Bainham, the man behind so much of the success of this championship. Does a lot of work off track for the series. He is a perennial champion, it seems, in Class A with his famous MGB. Said that his car has completed more miles than any other racing MGB in the world. That is quite an achievement, but he's only 4th in the championship this year. He has missed some rounds due to doing official work off track at some of the meetings. I know he missed Brands Hatch earlier this season. It's David Amphlett who leads Class A by a clear margin ahead of Chris Pollard and Chris Millard. Chris Millard not out this weekend. David Amphlett and Chris Pollard are, along with Jim Bainham, in Class A. Class B, that's for the slightly newer cars. A couple of MG Maestros. Yes, there's still some around that have raced in Class B this year. We've got one out there this weekend, which is Alan Forster, the ex-Legends racer, among other things, is giving it a go. Didn't have the best of runs at Silverstone in the last round. His class rival, Anthony Bates, not out this weekend. Class F, as the name suggests, is for MGFs. And there are 3 drivers in contention for the title in that one: Mark Baker, Simon Kendrick and Stuart Plotnick. I think we've got all of them here this weekend. Let's have a look. No, actually, I don't think Simon Kendrick is out, so this is a chance for Mark Baker to extend his lead in that class. And the most modern cars, Class Z for MG ZRs. They'll be fighting for overall victory here today, and it is Fergus Campbell who has set pole position in qualifying for them. The championship led, though, overall by the leader of Class Z, Steve McDermott, who was unbeaten in the first 6 races of this year until Will Sharp took a win at Brands Hatch in round 7. He then had a win at Thruxton. It was Fergus Campbell who won race 2 at Thruxton, having started from the back of the grid in the rain. He was sharing Andy Heitman's car on that occasion, out in his own car this weekend. At Silverstone in the last meeting, Steve McDermott took another 2 wins. He is well clear of Phil Walker, number 83, who we heard from earlier on in the point standings in Class Z at the moment, with David Amphlett, the Class A leader, 2nd overall in the championship, and 3rd overall is Mark Baker, the Class F leader. So that's the championship situation with the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, as we get ready to go racing with our first race of the afternoon. That will be followed a little later on by the British Truck Racing Championship, their first of 5 races across the course of the weekend. Then we start the Classic Touring Car Racing Club action with a combined grid for the Pre-66 and Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Then it's another combined grid, the Pre-93 and 2003 touring cars. That's followed by the second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Then we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship, promoted by the Jaguar Enthusiast Club, the JEC. They unfortunately had a bit of an incident in their qualifying session earlier on. Roger Webster unfortunately had an accident with his new XJS, and he's out for the weekend. Thankfully, we believe Roger is okay. Then it's the second race for the British Truck Racing Championship, and we round off the day with the most powerful cars from the CTCRC, the classic Thunder Saloons and the Blue Oval Saloon Series, catering for everything Ford. Thunder Saloons featuring the most powerful cars we'll see today, big BMWs. We have some Australian supercars out there and plenty more besides in the Boss and Thunder grid. Great to see over 100 of you watching already via our YouTube feed. Thank you very much for being with us here at Snetterton this weekend, racing on the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longest circuit layouts in UK club racing. Beautiful sunshine here at Snetterton. The morning fog had burned off fairly quickly, and we are almost ready to go racing as soon as the grid is into line with the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Lancaster Insurance. As we say, qualifying for the Blue Oval Saloon Series and Classic Thunder Saloon Championship had just come to an end. I can tell you it's James Card's BMW that was quickest in that one, ahead of Jason West in his BMW. We saw him take a win at Brands Hatch earlier this year. Jason Hughes third quickest in his ex-Jason Plato Vauxhall Vectra Super Touring car, and Sam Wilson was fourth fastest in his Aston Martin. I think that's the car that we saw pulled up though out on circuit at the end of the session. Quickest Blue Oval Saloon was number 123, which is, I believe that's AJ Owen in that car this weekend. Yes, it is, in his Sierra Cosworth. That's his dad Craig's car. AJ Owen we normally see in his Honda Civic in the pre-03 touring cars. So trying something a bit different this weekend, racing his father's Sierra Cosworth. He's quickest Blue Oval Saloon. That's from the qualifying session that we just had. There's a little bit of clearing up going on at the moment. The Orange Army out on track at some points. Of course, many racers across the course of the rest of the season racing with maximum respect to the Orange Army following the tragic accident at Brands Hatch at the end of July, which sadly claimed the life of Rob Foote, a volunteer marshal at Brands Hatch. We could not go racing without our volunteer marshals, and we extend our thanks and respect to all of them. So we should be getting underway in just a few minutes' time then with our first race of the weekend. We'll give you the grid fairly shortly as well for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They line up as follows then. It's an all ZR front row. Number 31 Fergus Campbell again alongside number 77 Steve McDermott. Second row 66 Will Sharp, and the first of the MGFs, number 53 Mark Baker. Row 3 Stuart Plotnick, number 5 in an MGF alongside number 24, which is Jack Woodcock, a newcomer to the championship this year in his ZR. Row 4 number 83 Phil Walker starts alongside Paul Wisby in his MGF, number 8. Then on we have number 46 Mark Grant, he's in a ZR alongside number 3 Adrian Olsen. He, like Fergus Campbell, used to race an MG Maestro in this championship back in the 90s. Then on row 6 we've got the first of the invitation class cars, 3 of those, you can see the pink symbol next to them. That's Max Cawthorne, number 129, the invitation class for cars that are not otherwise registered or within the regulations for the regular championship. He starts alongside number 14 David Amphlett, the leader of Class A. Row 7 number 29 Jonathan Upchurch and number 2 Jim Bainham. 8th row number 30 Andy Robinson starts alongside 69 Peter Head, he's in an MGB Roadster. The 9th row 28 Chris Pollard starts alongside number 18 of Ashley Barnes. Number 59 Ashley Barnes, I should say. He's in the only MG midget in the race. At the back of the field we have number 39 Alan Forster, and we should have at the back number 12 Nick Golhar after he missed qualifying with his ZR. He should have been added to the back of the grid. We'll see if he's there when the cars line up. So the cars on their green flag lap at the moment, up towards the grid. We look at the Senna Straights. Of course, it was here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna took his first race win in the UK in his Formula Ford days. The cars head up from here into the right-hander at Rich's Corner. Then it's up to the Wilson's Hairpin, renamed in honour of the late IndyCar racer Justin Wilson. And then it's into the infield loop. So through the infield loop they go to Palmer, Agostini, Hamilton, Oggies, then the right-hander at Williams, which takes them into the back straight, the Bentley Straights, into the complex at Brundle and Nelson before they go through the bomb hole where the circuit dips down through a long right-hander, continues into the right at Corham and then into the tight left of Murray's to complete the lap. And we see the run out of Wilson's hairpin into the left at Palmer's. So we're underway then with our first race of the weekend, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, and it is Fergus Campbell from pole position who will lead them down to riches for the first time, trying to go around the outside. Mark Baker in the blue and white MGF. See a nice little mixture of different MGs out there. Fergus Campbell leads up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. It's Will Sharp in second place and the 77 of Steve McDermott in third, then Mark Baker and Jack Woodcock together for fourth position. There's the maestro at the back, that's Alan Forster, number 39. Peter Head in the blue number 69 MG Roadster there. It's ZRs to the fore, as we usually see battling for the overall lead. Paul Wisby in the red MGF in there ahead of the white machine of Stuart Plotnick as they head through the infield loop into Agostini for the first time, named after Giacomo Agostini, one of the most successful motorcycle racers of all time. Jack Woodcock getting through there into third, and a spin there, that's Jim Bainham. Bainham has gone. There's a bit of debris flying off there. He had contact with somebody, rejoins over the grass on the inside, and Jim Bainham spinning down to the back of the field. So it's Fergus Campbell who leads the way from the Wayside Adhesive sponsored car of Will Sharp in second place. Steve McDermott is third, then Jack Woodcock ahead of the Class F leader Mark Baker. Then it is Paul Wisby, Stuart Plotnick and Phil Walker, and a bit of smoke there. Yes, somebody's blown up big style. Who is that? I think that might be Andy Robinson, number 30. One of the ZRs has blown his engine there coming through Williams' corner. There is Nick Golhar, number 12, going through, so he did start from the back of the grid. A great cloud of engine smoke there coming out of Williams onto the Bentley straight. The yellow flag is out because that car has come to a halt. We await the cars to head down towards the complex at Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And we'll wait for them to come through to complete the lap. Well, unfortunately, I have to apologise with some technical difficulties with our camera at the far end of the circuit at the moment. We'll try and get that back up and running as soon as we can. As the cars come back towards the completion of lap number one, then we will see Fergus Campbell leading as they come through in the orange car, chased by Steve McDermott. Will Sharp is in third place, the three ZRs out in front. It's Jack Woodcock in fourth place, Mark Baker is fifth, then Paul Wisby, Stuart Plotnick, Phil Walker We'll try and work out which car it is that we lost there around the first lap. One of the ZRs, I think it might be Adrian Olsen, in fact, number 3, that blew his engine there. Went up in a great cloud of smoke coming out of Williams. And as here they come up towards Palmer's corner, the left-hander, it is Fergus Campbell led by 0.8 of a second at the end of lap number 1. Cutting the corner a bit fine there, Will Sharp, number 66. Used to race an MG midget in this series in the classic category. He's raced Porsches in the past as well. His brother Henry raced Porsches with him in the Boxsters and 924s, among others. As the leaders head through Agostini, the first 3 have gone clear of Jack Woodcock. Mark Baker leads Class F. Stuart Plotnick's got ahead of Paul Wisby. Then it's Phil Walker, and in behind them is the number 46 of Mark Grant with his orange ZR 170. 1.8 litre engines, very potent hatchback racers, these machines. There is a dedicated series for them, the MG Trophy, run by the MG Car Club. Through the right-hander at Williams, battle starting to be joined for 4th place. Jack Woodcock under fire from Mark Baker, the Class F leader. Now who's leading the other classes further back? Class Invitation is led by Max Cawthorne, and Class A by David Amphlett, the championship leader in number 14. Through they come then towards the back of the field. How's Jim Bainham doing recovering from the back? He's made up 1 place at least. He's got ahead, yes, there he is. He's made up 2 places. He's got ahead of the only MG midget in the race there of Ashley Barnes, number 59. Alan Forster there at the back in the now rare MG Maestro. Back in the 90s, the MG Owners Club had full grids of Maestros and even a couple of Montegos in this championship. Fergus Campbell raced in those days, Adrian Olsen as well. They were successful in the days of the Maestros, as well as Jim Edwards Jr., who briefly raced in British touring cars in the early 2000s. So it's Fergus Campbell who still has the lead as they come through to complete the 2nd lap, but Steve McDermott is closing on him, and they're side by side as they come along the centre straights. McDermott trying to go around the outside as they go into Riches. He won't get through there. Campbell later on the brakes. Now he'll have a look up the inside into Wilson's hairpin. This is allowing Will Sharp to close up as well in the 66. 3 cars line astern. 3 ZRs. Woodcock is still 4th. Then it's Baker. They're separated by half a second. Plotnick is 6th. Then it is Paul Wisby. Class A still being led by David Amphlett, but we focus on this battle for the lead at the moment. Quite a way to go, a 20-minute race. It's a long lap here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit as well. The fastest lap of the race recorded by Steve McDermott, 2 minutes 21.6. Some of our back markers, the classic MGBs and midgets we get a look at there towards the back. So 3 leaders together. Woodcock still under fire from Mark Baker's MGF. Here's some battles further back. Andy Robinson with his yellow ZR. There is number 14, David Amphlett, the leader of Class A. A for Abingdon in his MGB, leading Chris Pollard by some 3 seconds further back in the order. That red MGB is the Max Cawthorne car running in the invitation class. He's got Andy Robinson's ZR behind him, and also in there is Jonathan Upchurch, the former Formula 2 stock car racer, in his ZR. Midfielders make their way through. That's Mark Grant, the orange car, running in 9th position. Then a gap back to the next group, which should be headed by Max Cawthorne. Yes, there he is, with Andy Robinson behind him. Then it's Upchurch, and then we've got David Amphlett there, the black MGB Roadster. Chris Pollard behind him, and Nick Golhar coming through from the back of the grid. Another man who's raced since the days of the Maestros. Been with this championship, the Golhar family, for many, many years now. Jim Bainham up behind him, and then the MG midget of Ashley Barnes. Possibly a problem for Peter Head, number 69 MGB Roadster. He's dropped away. Saw him slowing out of Wilson's hairpin, I think, so we may have lost him. We know we've lost Adrian Olsen. His engine went bang on the opening lap. Waiting for your leaders to come through then to complete lap number 3. And have we had a change of lead? Indeed we have. Up at the far end of the circuit, Steve McDermott now has the lead over Fergus Campbell. 3rd it is Will Sharp. Then Jack Woodcock in 4th place, a little further back. They're separated by nearly 7 seconds, but it's 3 for the lead. Steve McDermott, who won the first 6 races of the season, been beaten a couple of times by Will Sharp at Brands Hatch and Thruxton. Was back to winning ways on the Silverstone national circuits. The only other winner this year, Fergus Campbell, who won the second race at Thruxton in the wet. He's there in second place. So these three have done all the overall winning between them so far this year in this championship. Through towards Agostini. Looks like we may have had a change there for fourth place possibly. Coming down to Agostini. I think Mark Baker's got the MGF in front at the hairpin, has he? Yes, he has. So it's Mark Baker up to fourth. Fifth place is Jack Woodcock. There's Stuart Plotneck in the white zebra stripe liveried car in sixth. Then Paul Wisby coming under fire now from Phil Walker. Wisby running a bit wide at the exit of Agostini there. Up towards the left flick at Hamilton's. Then the right-hander at Oggies. Then into Williams Corner, named after Sir Frank Williams. And onto the Bentley Straights, previously known as the Revit Straights, before the circuit was reconfigured. And Baker runs wide there. He's lost out again to Jack Woodcock for fourth place. Then it's Wisby, then it's Plotneck, then Wisby, and he's under fire from Phil Walker. Mark Grant is next through in the ZR. There is Alan Forster, number 39. He's raced all sorts of things over the years. Legends cars, Formula V single-seaters. He's raced on the short ovals as well. And now in an MG Maestro. His class rival not here this weekend, Anthony Bate with his Maestro. So Forster only has to keep going for his first class win of the season. There's one of our MGBs. That's the number 28 car. That's Chris Pollard. Second in the points coming into this one. Well behind David Amphlett though. Chasing Amphlett for the class lead. Although Jim Bainham's got back ahead of him now. The number 2 MGB into second in class. Steve McDermott coming through to complete his fourth lap. He's just under half a second ahead of Fergus Campbell now. And Will Sharp in third place in the 66. Here they come down to the hairpin. Swing their way through Wilson's hairpin. All the leaders gone a bit wide there. Just a little bit late on the brakes. Very easy to do there. He goes wide over the grass. But he's just held his lead. This is the opportunity Campbell was looking for, though. He'll have a look through the infield loop. He might have a chance into the left at Agostini. He's got Will Sharp. He's got to be mindful. Is behind him there. We've got just under 10 minutes of this race to go. We're just past halfway. Here they come down towards Agostini. I don't think Campbell's going to be close enough. No, he's not. But Steve McDermott under pressure from the former MG Owners Club champion back in the days of the Maestros. Through Hamilton's, the little left flick there up towards the right at Oggies. Then up towards Williams once again. We're on lap 5. As you say, it is a long lap here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Leaders out on the back of the circuit. There's David Amphlett still leading Class A. He's in 13th overall. The invitation class led by Max Cawthorne and Class F by Mark Baker. Stuart Plotneck second and Paul Wisby third in Class F. Cawthorne and Upchurch, they're here this weekend to contest the Snetterton Saloons tomorrow. They'll be sharing the ZR being raced by Jonathan Upchurch in this race tomorrow in the 45-minute race. There goes Chris Pollard, the green MGB with the yellow roof. There's the little MG midget, that's Ashley Barnes. And there's Peter Head still going at the back of the field. 19th place overall. He's not at the back of the field. He's got ahead of Alan Forster there in the Maestro. There's Jim Bainham. That car contested some 24-hour races here at Snetterton back in the 80s. The Will Hire 24-hour race. Still see a 24-hour race here at Snetterton every year, of course. The Citroen 2CV 24 hours, which was won yet again this year by Team Lion. That was on August Bank Holiday weekend. There's a yellow flag out there at the Wilson's hairpin. Have we lost somebody there on the exit? Yes, we have. Andy Robinson there in the foreground. The number 30 has pulled off there. That's why the yellow flag was out. Green flag on the exit of the danger zone. So Andy Robinson has retired his ZR. He was 12th. Leaders now separated by just under a second. Will Sharp 1.2 seconds further back, so they're starting to spread out just a little, these three. The main battle is for fourth place between Jack Woodcock and Mark Baker. It matters not which order those two finish, of course. They are in different classes. You try telling that to a racing driver in the heat of the moment. Steve McDermott continues to lead, chased by Fergus Campbell. Just under 7 minutes of this race to go. Again, we apologise for the loss of our camera up at the far end of the circuit at Brundle, Nelson and the bomb hole. A few technical difficulties there, so we'll get that back later on. Mark Baker still in the head of the MGF class, ahead of Stuart Plotnick. Phil Walker's got ahead of Paul Wisby in the battle for 7th. Walker in a ZR, Wisby in the MGF VVC. Mark Grant 9th and up to 10th now with the demise of Andy Robinson is Max Cawthorne. There goes Nick Golhar. Where's he got up to from the back of the grid? He's 13th now ahead of Jim Bainham. Black and yellow ZR there. A couple of members of the Golhar family have raced in this championship over the years. There's Chris Pollard, he's 15th. Followed by Ashley Barnes. Peter Head has dropped back again. He's been into the pits, so he has got some sort of issue with his MGB. There he is, just in front of Alan Forster. So Peter Head has made a quick call into the pits with some sort of issue. McDermott has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 20.439. He leads now by 2 seconds. He's pulling away from Fergus Campbell. Nice little battle there, and one of them went over the grass. That's Peter Head and Alan Forster fighting it out. And I think, yes, Head's gone wide there. You can see in the background coming through Oggies, he's gone onto the grass. Well, there's Fergus Campbell, our second place man. Down towards Agostini they come. Steve McDermott continues to lead. Sharp in third place. We seem to have lost Jack Woodcock. Looking at the timing screen, he's dropping down the order there. Yes, there's Mark Baker coming through towards Agostini on his own. What's happened to Jack Woodcock, number 24? We seem to have lost him. He's gone off somewhere around the lap, the number 24, so I don't know where he's gone at the moment. But Mark Baker is now 4th, Plotnick 5th, Walker 6th. Paul Wisby is 7th. And we don't know what's happened to Jack Woodcock. I could see a recovery vehicle on the move there in the background, but I think that's gone to Andy Robinson's car that pulled up a couple of laps ago on the exit of Wilson's hairpin. There's Will Sharp in third place. We'll see if we can spot Will Sharp. We've got our camera back at the far end of the circuit. That's the bomb hole into the long right-hander at Corham. And this is Murray's corner at the end of the lap. So again, apologies for the slight technical difficulties we had there. We've got our cameras back at the far end of the circuit now. A few power issues. So McDermott still leads, 7 laps completed in the number 77 from Fergus Campbell by 3 seconds now. He's pulled out another second over the orange ZR. Well, more Dayglow red machine, isn't it, number 31. Took a win earlier this season in a borrowed car, Fergus Campbell. He was sharing Andy Heitman's car at Thruxton. Still the 77 of Steve McDermott leads. He's taking it carefully there through Wilson's hairpin. Very easy to run wide there. There's Andy Robinson's stranded car. We haven't spotted where Jack Woodcock has gone yet. Try and pick up, see if we can see his car at the roadside on the way round. Through Palmer's, the left-hander, then up towards Agostini on this new infield loop here at Snetterton. Of course, the 200 circuit cuts this out. The cars turn off to the left on the exit of Wilson's hairpin and go straight onto the Bentley Straight. Leader comes through Hamilton's up towards Oggies once again. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go for Steve McDermott. Through to Williams. You can see that McDermott has pulled away now from Fergus Campbell. So 3 retirements by the look of it in this race. Adrian Olsen, Andy Robinson and Jack Woodcock as the leaders come down the straight there under the bridge and into the left flick at Brundles and then the right at Nelson's. Of course we are in Nelson's County in Norfolk. Over the curb there slightly goes Fergus Campbell. This is into the bomb hole, so named by motorcycle racers because you can see the circuit drops down slightly as it goes through the little dip there on the right-hander, then the long right-hander at Corham and up towards Murray's Corner, the left-hander, previously named Russell, now named in honour, well in memory of the voice of motorsports, Murray Walker. We still miss you, Murray. Will Sharp has dropped back into 3rd place in the 66 car. 1 minute left on the clock, so this will be last lap in this 20-minute race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And it is still McDermott from Campbell. 2.3 seconds now the gap. Quicker lap that time from Fergus Campbell, 2:21.5, but McDermott with the quickest lap of the race, 2 minutes 20.439. They've lapped Peter Head there, just locking up a little in his MGB Roadster. He's in the invitation class. You've seen him make a pit stop earlier on, had a few problems. He's in 17th place at the back of the field. Leading Class F is still Mark Baker by a fairly clear margin. Class A is led by David Amphlett. He's looking good for the Class A Championship this year. There is another round to go, another double-header at Pembrey in Wales coming up in October. There go the leaders, and yes, Will Sharp has dropped a long way back here, hasn't he? His last lap was a 2:26, so whether Will Sharp's got a problem, I'm not sure. He's safely clear of Mark Baker. He's 15 seconds clear of the MGF. It is going to be a win for Steve McDermott. Win number 9 for this season from 12 races. So he's looking good for not only the Class Z Championship but also the overall championship this year, Steve McDermott, the man from Buckingham. Fergus Campbell chasing in 2nd place. He's only competed in a couple of rounds this year, so he's not a factor in the championship, but a very quick driver. There's Adrian Olsen's Dayglow yellow car on the right, blew its engine in the opening laps. So I doubt we'll see him in race 2. The grid for race 2 set by the 2nd fastest time for each car in qualifying. Clock has counted down to 0, so it will be checkered flag this time. They swing their way through Corham for the last time. Into Murray's. It's going to be a win for Steve McDermott. Through Murray's they go for the last time, onto the centre straights. Up towards the checkered flag. There's Alan Forster going through to start his final lap, and it is a win for Steve McDermott. 2nd place goes to Fergus Campbell, 3.5 seconds the winning margin. And 3rd place will go to Will Sharp, I think, although he was quite slow around his previous lap. We'll see if he makes it home here. He does make it home for 3rd place, Will Sharp, but quite a long way behind. Peter Head there a lap down, so 4th, and the winner of Class F is going to be Mark Baker. Then Phil Walker will take 5th in his ZR. There's Baker across the line to win Class F, extend his championship lead in that division. There's Phil Walker across the line in the ZR for 5th. Stuart Plotneck is 6th and 2nd in Class F. Paul Wisby will take 7th place. Then it's Mark Grant in his ZR. 9th place, the winner of the invitation class, not scoring points in that class, will be Max Cawthorne, ahead of his running mate Jonathan Upchurch. They'll be racing together tomorrow in the Snetterton saloons. And then we should have our Class A winner, David Amphlett, in number 14. Just waiting for the rest of the finishers to come through. Quite a long way behind. There's Cawthorne. There's Upchurch. David Amphlett will come in to win Class A, looking good for the Class A Championship this year, with Jim Bainham, the usual dominator of Class A, having missed some races this year. Had a spin early on in this one as well. But he has fought back to second in class. Nick Golhar is in 12th place. Oh, Nick Golhar, no, he has got 11th on the last lap. There he is, he's got ahead of David Amphlett. Matters not in terms of points because they are in different classes, but Golhar from the back of the grid takes 11th. David Amphlett is 12th, Jim Bainham 13th and second in class. And then 14th place, it is going to be Chris Pollard. He'll take third in Class A. Next home, it will be Ashley Barnes, then Alan Forster in the Maestro, and finally Peter Head. Well, here's the provisional result then. Steve McDermott, the winner by 3.5 seconds at the line ahead of Fergus Campbell, and Will Sharp completing an all ZR top 3. Mark Baker in 4th place, he wins Class F. Phil Walker in 5th, ahead of Stuart Plotneck and Paul Wisby, with Mark Grant taking 8th place. Max Cawthorne wins the invitation class in 9th, ahead of Jonathan Upchurch. Nick Golhar from the back of the grid taking 11th place. David Amphlett wins Class A in 12th, ahead of Jim Bainham, Chris Pollard and Ashley Barnes in the MG Midget in 15th. Then behind them, 16th went to Alan Forster in the Maestro. Peter Head a couple of laps down in 17th. We lost Jack Woodcock, great shame as he was fighting for 4th. Andy Robinson and Adrian Olsen also hitting problems and retiring. Well, hopefully we'll be able to hear from our winner Steve McDermott fairly shortly then. We'll be back with you after a brief break after that with our next race, which is the British Truck Racing Championship, but hopefully we'll shortly be able to hand down to Parc Fermé and hear from our race winner with Ian Waterhouse down in the paddock.
From the live view. Right. Alright mate, I'm here now, we'll check it out.
Well, there'll be a short break before our next race, which is the first of our 5 truck races across the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Taking a look at the points for the trucks just while we have a short pause in proceedings. Well, Donington, convoy in the park, was a bit of a disaster for Ryan Smith, the man going for his 6th consecutive Division 1 title this season in the British Truck Racing Championship. If you are new to the championship, of course, there are 2 divisions. Division 1 for the more modified, more powerful race spec trucks, and Division 2 for the less powerful ones. And Ryan Smith had a lot of mechanical problems with his new Mercedes Actros at Donington Park, which culminated in a blown engine in the 4th race. The engine actually catching fire briefly, which was tackled by the marshals, and he is down in 3rd in the championship coming into this round. He had further problems with that truck. He made a visit recently to Zolder in Belgium for a meeting there, had further issues there. The British Championship, therefore, is led by David Jenkins, number 69, and he's 6 points clear of Martin Gibson, who's having a fantastic season with his MAN. And they're only 6 points apart, those two, with Ryan Smith in 3rd place, ahead of John Newell's new MAN and Mark Taylor. Meanwhile, in Division 2, it is Craig Reed with his Iveco who is on top. He recently went to race on the continent as well. He was the top scorer at Donington Park. He leads Stephen Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion, in the points there, although Stephen Powell has said that he will be moving up to Division 1 next season, so that will be worth seeing. And Craig Evans, the consistent racer in his MAN, another Stoke-based driver, 3rd in the points. I can tell you in qualifying earlier on, Martin Gibson was quickest. And it was Adam Bint in his Volvo quickest in Division 2 qualifying. Have a look at the schedule for the rest of the day then. The truck race coming up at around 10 minutes to 2, so there'll be a short break of around 15-20 minutes before we get the trucks out. Hopefully we'll hear from our NG winners when we can. Then it's the first of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club events, so we saw them out at Cadwell Park on August Bank Holiday Monday, of course. The Pre-83 touring cars, they were dominated on that occasion by Stephen Primett's Mark 1 Escort, and the Pre-66 touring cars, sponsored by Pultec Race Engines, was a double win on that occasion for Roger Stanford in his Lotus Cortina. Then we move on to the Pre-93 touring cars, sponsored by Laser Tools, and the Pre-03 touring cars, sponsored by Simply Serviced. Pre-03, Gary Preble starting as the favourite there with his Honda Civic. Had a win at Cadwell Park, but engine trouble kept him out of the second race. Ross Craig was the winner on that occasion. And in the Pre-93s, it was David Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW that had the 2 wins there. Second race for the MG Owners Club Championship is out after that. And then we will have the first race for the Big Cats, the Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. James Ram was the double winner for them at Cadwell Park. He's not here this weekend though. Tom Robinson's supercharged XJR starting as the favourite there. Then we'll have our second truck race of the day after that. And we round off today, day 1 at Snetterton, with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. The Thunder Saloons at Cadwell Park, Andy Wilson's massive Holden Monaro won the first race but failed to start race 2, and it was Jason West's BMW that took the win. While in the Blue Oval Saloons, Malcolm Harding in his Escort, the Zack Speed replica, was the double winner, but I don't think Malcolm's here this weekend, so we'll see a new winner in Blue Oval Saloons. That's all coming up across the course of the day then. Hopefully we'll hear shortly from our race winner Steve McDermott in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. If we can, we'll wait and see on that, but for now there will be a short pause in the action until we get underway with the trucks in about 15 minutes time. Well, in the meantime, I think we can hear a few interviews with some of our truck racers taking part here today.
So as you can hear by the noise in the background, we are down in the GT tent with none other than Martin Gibson. Martin, first of all, fantastic start to your weekend here at Snetterton, qualifying in pole position with a 2:24.7. Now, just before that last lap, you were looking like you were going to be second, third, but then you just pipped it on that last one. What did you find in that last lap of qualifying?
It was in the last corner. It's kind of an approach I can only do once. So I saved it for the last lap, and it paid off.
So if it hadn't have paid off, do we think that might have been issues for the rest of the day?
I think I'd be in the pig farm at the back of Snetterton.
Well, handy for breakfast tomorrow at least. So going into the first race, obviously we've got a couple of hours garage time now. Is there anything you need to be looking at? Is there anything you've got planned for the afternoon? Obviously the weather seems to be doing quite well at the moment, or have I just cursed that for you?
I'm never bothered about the weather. Bring it on, whatever it wants to do, so that doesn't bother me. A few braking issues to sort out, but other than that, just keep the same game plan, try and keep it clean.
Now, we noticed with the grid line up for the first race, we've got teammate Stuart Oliver directly behind you. Not to be shy of each other in race history up till now, are we going to have any tussling, or are we going to play like nice boys?
I don't know, it depends how much it's going to cost me to keep them away, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, you behave yourself, have a good race. Thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Gibson. I do believe we can maybe find Stuart Oliver as well, if he is about. We will have a look for him and we will get right back to you. Back down now with teammate Stuart Oliver at the GT and Team Oliver Racing tent. Stuart, first of all, congratulations to the team, I would say, for getting the truck back out this weekend. Some pretty big technical issues we had the last race meeting.
Yeah, major technical issues. Yeah, Donington, unfortunately, the engine decided to die on us on the first race, so that was game over for Donington, which was a shame. You know, the championship was going reasonably well, you know, for Martin and myself, and you know, we're going well. But the way the point structure works, that you know, 5 non-finishers, you know, one non-finisher and 4 no-shows, Donington. So it's an uphill struggle from now. But you know, happy with qualifying there early this morning. So see where we end up.
That is great news. So yeah, it's brilliant to have you back on track this weekend. But of course, with the theme of technical issues, we've also got, let's not name any names, front runners from past races that aren't doing too well at all like this weekend, and of course at Donington as well. So there is obviously quite a bit of opportunity looking like for the last few weekends of the championship.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, the championship has a little bit over the last few years, like you say, mentioned no names, has had, you know, outstanding of guys at the front, you know, that were way outstanding, but that's certainly levelled up and changed around, swapped around, and it's good for everybody. It's good for the championship and everybody concerned.
So just quickly back to Donington Park. Now, Donington wasn't our average race meet, was it? It was actually a convoy in the park, and because you weren't racing, do you think that gave you a little bit of a better time to enjoy the show trucks and so on?
Well, that's right. With my other hat on, with my truck sport hat on, I was obviously kept very busy, and you know, so truck drifting, caravan smashing, and I was still tired on Sunday night. I can assure you of that. I didn't just sit back and watch the racing, that was for sure. So no, it was a great event, very successful under these current, you know, sort of COVID situation, you know, whatever climate or whatever you want to call it. But you know, everybody seemed to get out and about and enjoy it. So onwards and upwards.
Fantastic. So back to today's race in the present now, directly behind teammate Martin Gibson. I spoke to him just a moment ago with regards to some tussling on the first corner. Is there a strategy, or are we just going to behave and see how the race unfolds?
Well, I don't think the word behave doesn't come into truck racing.
Rubbing is racing.
Rubbing's in racing, yeah. No, well, clearly we've got to be careful. We haven't got to do anything stupid, silly, or out of order. You know, it is... a guy once told me years ago, to finish first you've got to finish.
Yes, very true indeed. Well, Stuart, thank you very much for talking to us this morning. A little bit of time left to work on the truck, and have a fantastic first race. Stuart Oliver down in Oliver Race Paddock in Snetterton. I think we're going to go and try and find Division 2 now, Mr. Adam Bint. Back down now with the Division 2 pole position, Adam Bin. Adam, fantastic result for you this morning qualifying at Snetterton. 2:31, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Fantastic result. You weren't doing too great at Donington, a few technical issues. I think everybody's really been in the same boat this year. What have you had to get sorted out to be here this weekend?
Well, we've built a brand new chassis for this year, and we're trying to get the tyres working with this chassis, so it's all for the whole team as a learning curve every time we're on the track. And yeah, we've spent some proper good testing time yesterday, and we've managed to find a sweet spot in it today.
Oh, that's fantastic. So it is more with regards to setup than it is engine at the moment then?
Yeah, the engine's running fine. We're actually running on HVO fuel at the minute, which is a renewable type of fuel. It drives down CO2 by 90%, so it's good for the environment, and we're the only truck running on it here this weekend. Our tow truck runs on it from a company called Crown Oil, and we're trying to go to the net emissions on our racing.
Wow, I mean that is a fantastic idea, because obviously you know, there are some people out there that obviously question the fuel uses with regards to all motorsport, not just truck racing, and how refreshing to find a team that's actually putting that into practice. Do you find it affects the performance any at all, or is it exactly the same usage?
It's exactly the same usage. If anything, it's better because you get less PM, less NOx gases out of it, so all round it's not just the CO2, it's across the whole board. So with less PM you get more oxygen, so you can get more fuel put in, so actually you probably get a gain a little bit if anything.
Well, that is fantastic. Well, let's hope that it does what it says on the tin for you in race 1 today. Any strategy going into the first race of the weekend, or we're just going to see how it unfolds?
See how it unfolds, get around the first corner clean and tidy, and then hopefully make a bit of space.
First corner is always the one. Well, good luck to you, Adam Bint. Thank you very much for joining us. That's all from down here in the paddock, and do enjoy the first race here at Snetterton.
Oh, watch out, Pointy's about. Yep, good old Pointy, our man down in the paddock today. We'll have the trucks out on track in a few minutes then, hopefully get some more interviews as well.
We've always been involved in trucks. So when my father started business 40 years ago, we've always been involved in trucks.
Why choose to race trucks over cars?
Another part of our business is Road Tankers Northern, and we build fuel tankers. And we used to build a lot of fuel tankers for British Fuels, and Brian Garnett was the fleet engineer there, and he was racing in the European Championships. He asked me if I fancied having a go in one of his trucks at one of the events the following year, and that's when we started doing the British Championship. I think that was 98, and then in 99 we won the Rookie of the Year. 2000 we won the Division 2 Championship, and then we built a new truck and went into Europe in 2001. And then I had a gap of 18 years and come back in 2019 for a full season. It's either work or racing, no in between.
No hobbies outside of racing at all?
No, just keeping fit, that's all. You've got to keep pretty fit, because when you've been in there for 15-20 minutes, there's plenty of calories getting burnt while you've been in there. If it's a full season, we want to be challenging for the Division 1 Championship if we can, or thereabouts. I've raced at Nürburgring, done Zolder, Nagaro, Harama, Most. I've done a lot.
How does driving a race truck compare to driving a truck on the road? Tell us.
No comparison, completely different. The only thing what's pretty much the same is the 2 axles, and the base engine is a road engine that we use.
Trucks is what I've been brought up to. Trucks is what I know inside out. My work and life is involved in trucks. What I do It's like a busman's holiday doing truck racing. Came from my father and passed down myself, and sort of onto my son Michael, who's involved in it as well now. So it's a 3-generation. Won a lot of things, which I didn't ever expect. Rookie of the year, and then over the winter of 98, 99, I thought I'll build myself one. And then did that, and about 6 or 7 championships on the trot after that, in the British Championship, and did well in Europe and everything.
And how many trophies do you reckon you've got stored in there generally?
God knows, I've got them everywhere. For a lot of them, sort of European, some of them, from North, when I was in America, in India, in China. An average race weekend, I would say, starts the Sunday night following the previous race weekend, because you're straight away thinking what needs to be done to make the truck ideally faster. When you think about it afterwards, that so maybe 8 or 10 of you doing 100 mile an hour into a tight corner. It's versus he who dares wins type of thing, and as long as you all come out of it at the other end, it's great fun. Nothing compared to the trucks, nothing at all. The buzz that you get from sort of from the trucks is phenomenal.
Well, good question. Anything other than trucks really wouldn't have been suited to our background. From about the age of 7 or 8, I used to go with Dave Jenkins and his race team. That's really where we got into truck racing, and my dad and my brother used to repair even his dad's engine in his race truck. So that sort of where the racing background stems from. And I'm no bigger than that wheel, and you stood next to it. It's an absolutely on a different scale to any sort of car racing. When somebody says to you, what do you do in your spare time, and you say, I've got a 5.5 ton race truck that I like go around the track at 100 mile an hour. First of all, they're like, wow, and then they go, are you crazy? And sometimes I think I am crazy. This isn't just something that you just do as a spur of the moment thing. It's not like I'm just going to go out and buy a little race car for track days or something. We're going to build a race truck. It's like, you've got to wind up right somewhere there.
This is what we want in Legends Racing, but look at it this way. You've got a 6-way scrap because they're coming through I did say this is a six-way scrap. It's a little bit of drag to the line, and straight away now they're just really good. Absolutely. So that's just just in place. So you can take a really good line there for really good shot in the earlier race. Much to the right, much better race that time again. So not completely red, but you look right down the frame of the next with the bottom there. The championship feature is gone right down the order with that speed, starting to get better later on. Think on it and say, what you'll be thinking about it. And I play to the there is a history dark so this is the championship turning into a new game of World coming in on the very short, kind of trying to run as fast as
The sun shining here at Snetterton on this first day of a two-day meeting for the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. We've already seen a good race for the MG Owners Club, won by Steve McDermott. And now it'll be time for the big rigs in just a few moments' time. Once the track is ready, the British Truck Racing Championship will be out on track. This is their fourth meeting of the season. We've already seen them at Brands Hatch, Thruxton and Donington Park this year. Now here at Snetterton today, they go to Pembrey in Wales in October and then finish their season at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend. As always, a good field of almost 20 trucks here today. It'll be 5 races across the course of the weekend. The grid for race 1 set by the qualifying session earlier this morning, and then subsequent races will follow the reverse grid system with the finishers lining up in reverse order. I think it's the top 8 finishers in each division that are reversed for each race. We've only got 7 trucks here in Division 1. There are 10 in Division 2 though, so that will make things a little bit different for the subsequent races, but it's qualifying that decided the grid for race number 1 here today. It will be a 15-minute race coming out on track shortly. Division 1 points are led by David Jenkins, the former champion, truck number 69 in his MAN. He scored 69 points at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park, but Martin Gibson scored 73 in his MAN, the number 11, the GT Tyres truck, so he's only 6 points behind David Jenkins in the points now, while Ryan Smith had a disastrous Donington, as we mentioned earlier, with a lot of mechanical problems with his new Mercedes, and he's only 3rd in the points, ahead of John Newell in his MAN. Then we've got Mark Taylor, also in an MAN, and Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British champion and 1-time European champion in his Volvo VNL. He failed to score at Donington. The truck failed in the very first race and he wasn't able to come out again, so Stuart Oliver kept his activities to the stunt show at the side of the circuit. Ever seen a truck drifting before? If you're at Convoy in the Park at Donington, you will have done. It was Stuart Oliver driving it. Behind Stuart Oliver is Jonathan Willis, newcomer this season. He's not here this weekend, unfortunately, the man from Birmingham. Then we've got Tom O'Rourke in his MAN, the man from Scotland. Also not here this weekend, sadly. And then we have Steve Thomas, number 33, made his return to action at Donington. He is here this weekend as well. We have got 7 trucks in Division 1. Division 2, meanwhile, for the slightly less powerful machines, is Craig Reed leading their championship in his Iveco number 68, ahead of Stephen Powell, who won the title last season. They're separated by 14 points. Craig Evans, through more consistency than out-and-out speed with his MAN, is 3rd in the championship. So the trucks are making their way out to the grid then. It will be a rolling start behind a pace truck. They'll bring them round to the grid, I think, though, first of all. And there they are, led round by the man who topped qualifying, Martin Gibson, in his GT Tyres MAN. And what a magnificent sight they make indeed. Let's have a look at the grid then. Martin Gibson on pole on the number 11 MAN, alongside David Jenkins, number 69, the championship leader. Second row, number 18, John Newell, starts alongside 7, Stuart Oliver with his bonneted Volvo. Third row, number 81, Mark Taylor, and 33 of Steve Thomas, while Ryan Smith had several lap times deleted in qualifying for exceeding track limits. I think everybody lost a couple of lap times in qualifying, and Ryan Smith only starts 7th for race 1. That'll make things interesting. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks, and it's Adam Bint with his Volvo running on eco-friendly HVO fuel here this weekend, as we heard in his interview earlier, who starts from the front of the Division 2 trucks alongside number 68 Craig Reed, the championship leader. Second row in Division 2, 46 Bradley Smith with his Iveco and number 3 Stephen Powell. Then behind them 41 Simon Cole in the Team Hard run Mercedes-Benz alongside number 10 Craig Evans. Next up in Division 2 we will have the number 16 of Brad Smith. Yes, there are 2 Bradley Smiths out there. We call one Bradley and one Brad to avoid confusion. Brad Smith, number 16, is in a DAF, and he starts alongside number 32, which is Jock Borthwick, newcomer this season with his MAN, running in Division 2. And completing the lineup, number 99, veteran campaigner Paul McCumiskey, Paddy Mack as he's known, at the wheel of his Volvo. And completing the grid, number 6, John Powell. Hopefully we'll see him out there because he didn't complete a flying lap in qualifying. So number 6, John Powell, he's in a DAF LF, should complete the grid here. 17 trucks for race number 1. We'll see them come up to the grid fairly shortly. It will be a rolling start behind the pace truck. Coming up to the grid then. Now will they stop on the grid? Yes, there's team members down there, so they will. The GT Tyres MAN pace truck leading them round, driven by Sean Taylor. We'll bring them into line. The team members will just make a final few checks on these big machines, often most of them with 11 or 12 litre engines in them. I think the biggest capacity engine is 13 litres, all turbo diesel engines. Of course, Adam Bint's truck running on a new type of fuel, HVO fuel here this weekend to cut CO2 emissions, and it seems to have worked for him. He's set pole position. Been having a few mechanical issues with that Volvo white Aerodyne so far this year. Has had a mixed season, the Oxfordshire driver. He'll be leading the Division 2 trucks away, but Martin Gibson, the Warwickshire-based driver, also races in the Fun Cup endurance car racing series in the space frame VW Beetle-bodied machines. Has set pole position at nearly every round this year so far in qualifying, so he's quickest over a single lap. Can he take the championship lead away from David Jenkins? We will wait and see. Just see the GT Tyres truck lurking there on the front of the grid. David Jenkins alongside him, a former champion in his MAN, the man from Stafford. That's the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants sponsored MAN. The second row, we've got number 18, John Newell from South Yorkshire. Runs a container and tanker lorry business from South Yorkshire. Returned to truck racing a couple of years ago after quite a long absence in truck number 18. Has built a new MAN for this year with support from MAN in Germany. And he starts alongside Stuart Oliver. Well, he needs no introduction at all to regular truck race goers. 10 British championships to his name and 1 European title as well. Sadly, the European series does not visit the UK anymore. It's been the Hungarian Adam Lashko who has been the most successful in that in recent years. And the Czech Republic drivers as well in their Bagheera Freightliner machines as well. Adam Lashko, I believe, is the man who built the Mercedes, raced by Ryan Smith this season, the new Mercedes Actros, first one of those we've seen in the UK. So the pace truck leading them away then, and we'll get a good look at the trucks here as they head up towards the right-hander at Rich's corner. The marshals have moved well back off their marshals posts away from the barriers for safety reasons, because these 5-ton beasts certainly pack a punch. They're limited electronically to 100 miles an hour. On the road, of course, limited to 56. There's Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas in their MAN. Steve Thomas returning to racing at Donington and Snetterton this year after a couple of years away. Starting alongside Mark Taylor, who started out his career in truck racing as a sponsor of Ryan Smith through his business Taylor's Haulage. Deciding to give racing a go for himself. Into Wilson's hairpin, the MAN pace truck. Sean Taylor driving the pace truck this weekend. Now there's Ryan Smith lurking at the back. That black and turquoise livery looks like a Mercedes Formula 1 car, doesn't it? Hoping it goes like one here. There's Adam Bint, the black Volvo at the front of Division 2. Now have we got the full complement of Division 2 runners there? There's Brad Smith, Jock Borthwick. Oh, Paul McCumiskey's not there. He only did 1 or 2 laps at Donington before the Volvo gave up the ghost, sadly. It is the oldest truck here this weekend, and I don't think Paddy Mack has made it out, unfortunately. The pink Mercedes is there, though, of Simon Cole, the Mercedes Beast, as he calls it. There's Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman in 32. Number 16, Brad Smith, pulled out at Donington after an engine blow-up in the first race. Marshall's watching with our camera crew there on the exit of Palmer's. Thanks to them again for their services. What a fine sight they make. 17 big rigs. Well, it should be 17, as we say. Paul McCumsky is not there at the back. A little bit of dust there on the circuit at Agostini, a bit of oil from the previous race being treated. The two Brad Smiths, Brad in 16, Bradley in 46 are out there. And John Powell at the back in his DAF after a few issues in qualifying, but he has made it out. Hopefully Pointy can find out what the issue was there. Quite a few spectators we can see in attendance, ready to enjoy the big rigs in action. Martin Gibson and David Jenkins fighting for the championship lead. That's something we've not said for a few years, because Ryan Smith has been so dominant in Division 1. He's won Division 1 for the past 5 years in a row. But has he met his match with this Mercedes? He's been struggling to get it to run correctly over the last couple of meetings. He blew the engine at Donington. There's the Division 2 field. Craig Reed in the red Iveco, their points leader, looking for his first title. We've seen his brother Simon out in Division 2 and Division 1 in the past with his Iveco. Upgraded it to Division 1 spec a couple of years ago. We've not seen Simon race this year. Busy with the family freight business. Don't they look menacing coming through under the bridge there? Down towards the left at Brundle, named after the great Martin Brundle, and son of Norfolk, the Formula 1 driver and broadcaster. He's racing elsewhere this weekend with his Jaguar E-Type with his son Alex. Through Nelson's corner down to the bomb hole. I believe it was a group of motorcycle racers who gave that corner its name. Well, bombers did fly from here during the Second World War. It was an airfield here at Snetterton. Stephen Powell, the yellow and white truck there, the reigning Division 2 champion. Craig Evans, the blue and silver truck, third in the points. And Jock Borthwick's gone well this year. His first season of truck racing, the Scotsman. Here we go then. They start to form up 2 by 2. Ready for our first big rig race of the weekend, and the British Truck Racing Association Championship over 15 minutes here at the Snetterton circuit. Martin Gibson on pole, David Jenkins alongside him, the two championship battlers in Division 1. Watch for fireworks from the back of Division 1. 5-time champion Ryan Smith is there at the back in his Mercedes. Adam Bint and Craig Reed lead up Division 2 from the second part of the grid. 16 trucks out there ready to go racing here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The pace truck pulling into the pit lane. We wait for the red lights to go out and we'll be underway for 15 minutes of racing from the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Here we go. The truck's up towards Rich's corner for the first time. It's a good start by Martin Gibson, a good start by Stuart Oliver trying to get up the outside there. 7 of them together in Division 1. It's Jenkins in second. John Newell's got away well up into third place. Already Steve Thomas under fire from Ryan Smith at the back of Division 1, but it's Martin Gibson in the MAN who leads the similar machines of David Jenkins and John Newell into Wilson's corner. Mark Taylor on the outside. Ryan Smith's already made up a couple of places, and Division 2 coming through. How on earth has John Powell got through into the lead of Division 2 already? He started at the back of Division 2 in truck number 6, and he's at the front of them. How has he done that? Well, John Powell there started at the back of the grid after problems in qualifying, and he's into the lead of Division 2. I've no idea how he's done that. Ahead of the rest of the Division 2 pack there. Division 1 heads into Agostini. John Powell there has gained 8 places by the first corner. Second is Craig Reed. Third, Adam Bint in Division 2. But it's Martin Gibson who leads Division 1. Chased by David Jenkins in the 69 MAN. Third is John Newell. Then we've got Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith up into 5th position as they swing their way into Williams. Then it's down the Bentley Straights for the first time. Well, that was an extraordinary start there by John Powell in the number 6. He leads Reed, Bint, Powell, then Cole. Then it's Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, Craig Evans and Brad Smith rounds out the field in Division 2. It's just come up on the timing screen. Truck number 6, 10-second penalty, false start. Seen where he got up to there right off the line. I'm not all that surprised at that, I have to say, as the leaders head through towards the bomb hole for the first time. Yes, I think that's probably the biggest jump start I've ever seen in Division 2 there from John Powell. Not sure what was going on there. Adam Bint, though, has got the Volvo ahead of the 68 of Craig Reed. Here comes Martin Gibson. He'll lead as they complete the first lap. Ryan Smith having a go at Stuart Oliver. He's got ahead of Mark Taylor there. Steve Thomas dropping away slightly, returning to racing this year in the number 33 MAN. Well, John Powell is at the head of Division 2, but he will receive a 10-second penalty. That will drop him down the order on the timing screen. There's John Newell's new MAN. Very shiny looking machine. That one is the Yorkshireman in third place. It's Gibson from Jenkins, Newell, Oliver, Ryan Smith, Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas. Well, John Powell at the head of Division 2. He's going to have to get 10 seconds clear of the rest of the Division 2 runners if he's going to win this race. Coming through towards Palmer's then for the second time. The lead gap was 0.7 of a second at the end of lap 1 between Gibson and Jenkins. Ryan Smith on the rear bumper of Stuart Oliver. Waiting for the Division 2 runners to come through. They'll be led by the DAF of John Powell. There he is, but we know he's got a false start penalty. Adam Bint then the de facto leader of Division 2. Side by side there for fourth in Division 1 between Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. He wants to catch those ahead of him in the championship. Gibson and David Jenkins together. Oh, problems for Brad Smith, number 16. He's had endless trouble with that number 16 DAF this season, and the Gremlins have struck again. He's come to a halt on the exit of Wilson's hairpin towards Palmer's. Now, will there be a red flag there? Is he far enough off the circuit? The Unity Recovery sponsored DAF. He's going to need some recovery from there, isn't he? Division 2 coming through towards Williams fairly shortly. John Powell's being caught by Adam Bint in the Volvo. And it's the Iveco of Craig Reed. Stephen Powell in the MAN. Then a gap back to the Mercedes of Simon Cole. Martin Gibson, the man from Warwickshire, leads the way. David Jenkins from Stafford in second place as they come through towards the end of the second lap. Through the bomb hole, swing their way through. Such an imposing sight wherever they race, the big rigs. Up towards Corham, the long right-hander, and then it's towards the left flick at Murray's onto the Senna straights. Onto the brakes, fling it in. John Newell keeping pace with the leaders here. Stuart Oliver in fourth, looking to make up for a no score at Donington when his truck gave up the ghost in the first race. Steve Thomas rounding out the Division 1 runners. Still John Powell at the head of Division 2 with Adam Bint on his tail in the Volvo white Aerodyne. Effectively an older version of the Volvo that Stuart Oliver's racing. Lead gap was 0.8 of a second as they came through that time. Quickest lap of the race so far by Martin Gibson, 2:25.531. Jenkins on his tail though as they go into Wilson's hairpin there. Newell third, and Ryan Smith still unable to get the Mercedes past Stuart Oliver. Taylor and Thomas round out Division 1. We had hoped to see Ricky Collitz make his return here today, the vastly experienced Yorkshireman, hoping to make his first appearance since a big accident at Thruxton last year, but sadly the truck not ready in time. They slide their way slightly through the hairpin. You saw Stephen Powell sliding about a bit there. There's Simon Cole. He's under fire from Jock Borthwick. And John Powell continues to lead Division 2. We'll have to see where he ends up when he is given that 10-second penalty added to his race time. It's not appeared on the timing screen as yet. He's still shown as ahead of Adam Bint, but only just. So they haven't added the penalty on yet, the timekeepers. It's under 9 minutes of this race to go. Martin Gibson soaking up the pressure from David Jenkins. John Newell just keeping a watching brief in third. Then we've got the battle between Oliver and Smith. So no change in position yet in Division 1. Are we going to see Adam Bint take over the lead on track in Division 2? Well, not if Craig Reed's got anything to do with it. They're side by side. This is going to let Powell escape again, John Powell. Adam Bint holds second in the division on track. Of course, that really is the fight for the lead because of John Powell's penalty. We'll wait and see what transpires at the end of the race with that. There's Steve Thomas. Similar livery to Stephen Powell. The MAN, half white, half yellow. I think Powell's is the other way around though. The right half of the truck's yellow and the left is white. The Dines recovery truck. It's had a bit of contact there. You can see a bit of damage to the side. Coming up towards halfway then, it's still Martin Gibson who leads. Will it be these two, Gibson and Jenkins, battling for the championship this year? Can they end Ryan Smith's run of titles? Craig Reed has got ahead of Adam Bintz. The Iveco ahead of the Volvo, so that's effectively for the lead in Division 2. It's still John Powell ahead on track. Then we've got Stephen Powell. Then a gap back to Simon Cole, Jock Borthwick, Bradley Smith and Craig Evans rounding out the field because Brad Smith, number 16, out of the race. Still your leader is Martin Gibson. The lead was 0.6 of a second last time through. Could be less this time because David Jenkins is there on his tail. Ryan Smith still can't get past Stuart Oliver. It's a tricky track to overtake on, Snetterton, one of the slightly narrower circuits visited by the British Truck Racing Championship. The only real hope you've got is of doing some slipstreaming down the Senna Straight or the Bentley Straight. You have to get the move completed before the next corner. There go the three leaders, covered by 1.8 seconds. Stuart Oliver defending there from Ryan Smith. He's determined not to let that Mercedes get alongside him. He knows how quick Ryan Smith is, a 5-time champion. Ryan trying to match Stuart's statistics. Stuart Oliver saying, you may have 5 championships, Ryan, but I've got 10. He's a European champion in the past as well, Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith, I know, wants to go into the European Series someday. He has raced with them a couple of times in Belgium and Germany. John Newell going well in thirds, had a couple of wins this year with that MAN at Thruxton and Donington. Now is Ryan Smith in the background there, going to get alongside Stuart Oliver here down the Bentley Straight. This is his opportunity. No, he can't get the straight line speed. Still Gibson from Jenkins. The lead gap was 0.6 of a second last time over the line. We've got just under 6 minutes of this race to go. The first of 5 truck races for you across the course of the weekend. Gibson through towards Coram, the long right-hander, then flick it left into Murray's. David Jenkins up there in second, leading the points by just 6 points coming into this weekend. There's Craig Reed, still ahead of the HVO fueled truck of Adam Bint, who's dropped a couple of truck lengths back now from Craig Reed in the Iveco, the man from Stoke. It's a good weekend, it's a good season, I should say, for drivers from Staffordshire. David Jenkins from Stafford, Craig Reed from Stoke-on-Trent, both leading their championship classes at the moment. John Powell, the man from Kent, in front on track in Division 2. He's only just under a second clear, and I suspect we'll have that 10-second penalty added on at the end of the race. The lead gap was up to 0.8 of a second in Division 1 that time through, so Martin Gibson going nicely out in front. Oh, Craig Evans in trouble. He's come to a halt. That's on the entry to Brundle. He's close to the edge of the circuit there. He's trying to get the truck going again, I think. He's come to a stop, the number 10. He's third in the points in Division 2. I think our commentators cursed him because he's from Staffordshire as well. I was saying what a good season it is for drivers from Staffordshire, and then Craig Evans promptly comes to a halt. Comes from Newcastle under Lyme near Stoke. Here are the leaders. Into Oggie's corner, up towards Williams. A little bit of a slide there for Martin Gibson in the GT tyres, Kelso Truck Products MAN. And still Ryan Smith stuck there in 5th place behind Stuart Oliver. Mark Taylor next, then Steve Thomas, the Thomas's haulage of Birmingham, and Dines Recovery liveried truck. Craig Evans walks away. Now 3.5 minutes to go. That truck is in a slightly dangerous position, I would say there, parked just on the entry to Brundle on the outside. Here comes David Jenkins, trying to close now on our race leader, Ryan Smith's got the windscreen wiper going there. No rain here at Snetterton, fortunately, at the moment. Chasing Stuart Oliver. 2 MANs still out in front there. Martin Gibson from David Jenkins. John Newell is keeping an eye on them in 3rd place. There is Adam Bint, number 5, that menacing black Volvo white Aerodyne. Chasing down Craig Reed in Division 2. They're clear of Stephen Powell in turn. Jock Borthwick's got his MAN ahead of Simon Cole's Mercedes, a little further behind them. And Bradley Smith rounding out the runners following the demise of Craig Evans and Brad Smith. There is Reed in the Reed Freight Iveco Stralis. Here are your leaders. Into Palmer, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, former Formula 1 and sports car racer, now the boss of Motorsport Vision Racing, who operates Snetterton and have transformed this venue in recent years, turning it into one of Britain's leading race circuits. Well, David Jenkins a bit wide there going into Agostini. You can see he's dropped back, he got a bit of a slide on there, and again Stuart Oliver defends from Ryan Smith. That's opened out a bit of a lead for Martin Gibson. Just a slight mistake there from David Jenkins. I think he may have got a wheel onto the grass on the outside of the entry to Oggies there. Now, here comes Ryan Smith. He's getting impatient now with Stuart Oliver. Can be a pretty hot-headed racer, Ryan Smith, as we saw in his battles with David Jenkins at Donington. There is quite a rivalry between Smith and Jenkins over the years. He's being frustrated here at the moment by Stuart Oliver. We say hot-headed Ryan Smith. It was a hot truck at Donington. The engine unfortunately catching fire in race 4 and he was out for the weekend. Here they come then. Well, the Craig Evans truck there may be stranded at the edge of the circuit, but it's in plain sight of the drivers, so they know it's there. Hello. Brad Smith's getting going again. That's taken a few laps. He's been sat there for, how long's he been there? Yeah, about 4 laps he's been sat there, trying to get going again. I don't think he'll be a classified finisher if he does make it round. There's less than a minute to go though, so we're going into the last lap. This time that will mean Brad Smith probably just trying to get back to the paddock under his own steam. Ryan Smith only in 5th place. Don't forget the finishers in Division 1, the 7 will be reversed on the grid for race 2, so at the moment it's going to be Steve Thomas on pole position for race 2. Here's Division 2. John Powell's still ahead, but then it's Craig Reed ahead of Adam Bint. Now, if I remember rightly, it's the top 8 that get reversed in... how many trucks have we got running in Division 2? We've only got 7 running. Possibly less than that because Simon Cole's dropped back down the timing screen behind Bradley Smith. Adam Bint a bit sideways there through the bomb hole. Well, there's John Powell still on track in front of Division 2. Wait to see what is applied after the race, as we said. We're on the last lap now. Martin Gibson still leads. He's led all the way. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:25.235 he did on his last lap, a new quickest lap of the race. And Ryan Smith's dropped back a bit from Stuart Oliver. I think he got 2 wheels onto the grass towards the end of the lap last time through. The truck has counted down, the clock has counted down to 0 on this first truck race of the weekend. And look, Ryan Smith's dropped back into the clutches of Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas. Has that Mercedes got a problem again? Oh, he's had no end of gremlins, Ryan Smith, with this new Mercedes Actros. Still the 2 leaders there. Gibson has pulled away a little bit from David Jenkins. We'll try and pick up Ryan Smith, the number 1. See if he's had a problem there. Yeah, I think Steve Thomas has got ahead of him and Mark Taylor. So whether Ryan Smith's got a problem, we'll wait and see. Have a look in the background here. Where is the Mercedes? Is that Ryan Smith? You can just see the lower part of the truck there. I couldn't see whether that was Ryan or whether it was John Powell. I think it is Ryan there in 7th. I wonder if he's dropped behind those 2 because he couldn't get past Stuart Oliver. I wonder if he's dropped behind those 2 to get pole position for the second race. Could be tactics there from Ryan Smith. But it is going to be a win for the number 11 of Martin Gibson, to close the gap on the man behind him, David Jenkins, at the top of the championship. He's celebrating already. Look, power sliding in the style of Kurt Goranson as he comes into Murray's corner for the last time. They come up towards the finish line. We're going to hear the air horn go off as he comes through. Listening in the background, I don't think he's going to, but there's the checkered flag. And Martin Gibson takes the win in our first truck race of the weekend by 1.3 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. John Newell is third, Stuart Oliver takes fourth, and it should be, Mark Taylor across the line in fifth place. Sixth goes to Steve Thomas, Ryan Smith in seventh. So he finishes at the back of... he'll finish at the back of division... Oh, Adam Bint's made a mistake there now. The penalty has been applied to John Powell now. So Craig Reed is going to win Division 2, as John Powell has that jump start penalty. Ryan Smith has come through. His last lap was a slow one. 2:50. Yeah, he's very slow across the line there, so he did have a problem. It wasn't just a tactical drop back to 7th. He did have a problem there. He comes in 7th place. The rest of the trucks over the line. Craig Reed wins Division 2. Ahead of Adam Bint by 2 seconds. Of course, John Powell will wait to see where he is classified when the rest of them have come through. John Powell does get third in Division 2 by 0.021 of a second ahead of Stephen Powell. Next through is Jock Borthwick, and the other finishers Bradley Smith and Simon Cole. We lost Craig Evans and Brad Smith. Brad Smith did manage to make his way back into the pits under his own steam. Simon Cole, yes, the Mercedes is still running. Just got a glimpse of it there in the background. There's Bradley Smith over the line, number 46 in the Iveco. Simon Cole, the final finisher. Oh, what's happened to Stuart Oliver? He stopped on the slowdown lap, and I can see fluid under the truck there. So Stuart Oliver's hit problems after the race. Yes, you can see fluid leaking out under there. I hope that's just water that's leaking out of there. I hope he's not leaking fuel. Otherwise there'll be a pause. There'll be a pause anyway to recover the truck. Hopefully we won't have to do a major clear up there. That doesn't look good for Stuart Oliver. He's already had one no score this season. He'll get points for 4th place in Division 1. Hopefully he'll be out again to race later on. But it is his GT Tyres running mate Martin Gibson who takes the win, ahead of his championship rival David Jenkins. Well, I wondered if Ryan Smith may have dropped to 7th tactically, but apparently that's not the case, because we'll look at his lap time in a moment. Martin Gibson the winner by 1.35 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. 3rd place going to John Newell, an MAN 123. 4th for Stuart Oliver, but problems after the flag. 5th for Mark Taylor ahead of Steve Thomas, and Ryan Smith dropping to 7th. Now the quickest lap of the race was a 2 minutes 25. Brian Smith's last lap was a 2 minute 57, so he did have a problem there in the last couple of laps. 8th place goes to Craig Reed. He wins Division 2, just ahead of Adam Bint by a couple of seconds. John Powell crossed the line first in Division 2, but got that penalty for jumping the start, and he takes 3rd. Stephen Powell is next home, 4th in Division 2, ahead of Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith. Simon Cole in the Mercedes Atigo, the final finisher. The Mercedes Beast, as it's known. We lost Craig Evans, of course, going into Brundle, and Brad Smith also a non-finisher. Well, we can shortly go down to Parc Ferme, where Ian Waterhouse is talking to our race winners in just a moment.
Parc Ferme, which is used just once a year for the truck racing.
Well, welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. What a cracking race that was. It always is with the British Truck Racing Championship. It never disappoints, does it? And it's this man here picking up his 4th win of the season, Martin Gibson. Let's go have a word of him. We're just going to have to move our way around here. And they're having a bit of a chat here as well. We'll grab a quick word. David Jenkins here as well. So we're going, well done, mate. Right. Martin, I've got a bone to pick with you because you told me, I don't really like Snetterton. It's not really, it doesn't really suit me. Explain that one.
I don't know. Still don't like it. No, I'm joking. I love it. No, it's really good. I was struggling. Brakes are burning there, and I didn't have much left in it. So I was happy to see that flag.
You seem to control it though, right from the off. You know, I mean, you're always under pressure in these things, aren't you? But you kept it on, and you just got over the line. No mistakes, it seems.
Not really. I didn't push to 100% because it just cooks it. So I just went to the level that Dave was going to give me grief and kept it there.
Of course, close up in the championship a little bit. Long way to go. Of course, a lot of races still to go, but is it up there a little bit?
It is, but like you say, it's 14 races to go, and it's truck racing, so who knows?
Well done, mate. Well, congratulations, Martin Gibson there. Fantastic stuff. Just in the Division 2 as well, things got very tight, didn't they? John Powell had that 10-second time penalty, but he did come home third in the end. Craig Reed getting the win. Let's keep on going down. Here he is. It's pointing.
This is good forward planning.
This is, isn't it? No, we're going to grab you very shortly as well. Let's have a quick word. Let's see if we can grab a word with. We'll see if we grab a word with the guys in a minute. Let's go find Craig actually whilst they're having a good chin wag. Of course, it's hi. Oh, are we ready, guys? Here we are. No, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? What happened out there?
Yeah, it was a good race, really. I just had to block Stuart off from coming across on me, but Dave managed to get across, and then it was tight. I made a silly mistake on lap 2, which just gave me a bit of distance between them, and then I just couldn't gain that distance back, so it just stopped stagnant as it was.
Ah, shame.
So it was a good race, so.
We've got another one to go later as well, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely.
You looking forward to it?
Yeah, more fun.
Come on, that's what we like. Excellent stuff. We've got Ryan Smith over here as well. Dropped back a little bit, didn't he, Ryan? Everything all right, mate? She dropped back a little bit there.
Terrible. We've got clutch slip still, and the engine's got no power. I think that's the end of his weekend, to be honest.
Oh no, don't say that. No.
It is. We've tried everything. We went to Zolder to try it out. You know, I'm gutted for the sponsors. I'm gutted for the team. But as you can see, I'm wet through. There's no more I could do in there. Everybody pulls away from me out corner. I have to wait for the delay at clutch slip. We just can't get it right, so I think the best thing to do is go home, get it right, and show our pace. You know, we went into Donington 30 points in the lead. We won 4 out of 5 at Brands Hatch. We won 4 out of 5 at Thruxton. You know, as pace hasn't just gone overnight, so we need to find the problem with the clutch. It's costing us massive power, and none of these can beat me. None of them. I could give them an head start and beat them, but not with something that's completely down on power. You know, at 3 of the 4 races, we've had a fastest lap in qualifying cancelled. Here today, they reinstated it. Dave Jenkins and Stuart Oliver goes upstairs. Guess what? We're demoted to the back of the grid. It's everything is just against us. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Everything's just against us. That we've got fantastic sponsors, we've got amazing partners, I've got an amazing team, and I've got an amazing truck. But you know, I think for us it's going to be a concentrate on 2022. The only reason I don't want to go is because I don't want people to think that, you know, we're jumping out of a fight. You know, we could beat all these any day of the week, but we can't fix the truck, and I'm so frustrated that we can't show the pace from Brands Hatch, from Thruxton, from anywhere. And yeah, it's just another ripple effect that's cost money to go to Zolder, didn't sort it. So I've never talked to the team, but we're going to make the right decision. So if you don't see us on the grid for the next round, it's not for the lack of not wanting to be here.
It's not just me, is it? It's just
yeah. We want to be here, and we want to fight for what we know we can win easy. None of these drivers can beat me on one-on-one, but you've got to admit they're doing a fantastic job at the minute. Yeah. So full credits to the drivers. You know, full credit to the championship. But I can't give any more that I'm giving.
Yeah. Ryan, I'm sorry to hear that, mate, but best of luck with everything. Yeah, we'll catch up soon. Yeah, he's absolutely soaking wet as well. I can tell you that. Right, that is it for now from the British Truck Racing Championship. There's a lot more to come. I've got another race to bring you later as well. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He's going to tell you what's coming up next.
Well, thanks very much, Ian, and interesting to hear from Ryan Smith there. Such a frustrating year for him. Everything seems to have gone wrong for the champion. As we heard, we hope we do see him out later this weekend, but things not sounding good, and it is sadly looking as if, possibly this year, his run of success could come to an end. Well, we'll wait and see. Hopefully, as we say, we will see him back out, and he'll have calmed down a little. He is a pretty hot-headed racer sometimes, is Ryan. Good character around the paddock, though. As we get ready for our next race, we're going saloon car racing next. It's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for our next race, and it's the oldest cars that we'll see in their multi-championship roster this weekend. The Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars and the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars. Quite a big entry. How many cars are we going to see in this race? Well, 30 cars took part in qualifying. Pre-66, we've got Minis, we've got Anglias, we've got Austin A40s, Morris Minors, Lotus Cortinas, and a couple of big American V8s as well. We didn't see them at the previous round at Cadwell Park, because Cadwell not suited to the big powerful cars. But they're back here this weekend, and a real variety in pre-83. We've got Ford Escorts, VW Golfs, Triumph Dolomites, BMWs, Ford Capris, a Jaguar XJ12, and even a Chevy Camaro as well for Big Al Wayman. So look out for him on this grid. We'll see how they line up in just a moment. It's a real variety of cars we've got. Cadwell Park, it was a double win in pre-83 for Stephen Primet at the wheel of his Mark 1 Escort, the multiple pre-83 touring car champion. Last year it was Mike Luck who won the title in his BMW. More on him in a second, because here's the grid for our combined pre-83 and pre-66 race. On pole position it is Stephen Primet with his Mark 1 Escort. The similar machine of Mark Lucock starts alongside him. Second row, number 78, Thomas Harvey, not in his usual Ford Escort. He is in Mike Luck's BMW E21. Mike, unfortunately, is unwell at the moment, so Thomas Harvey has stepped in to race his car this weekend. Alongside him, Mark Osborne, the Welshman, in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Row 3, David Howard in the Jaguar XJ12, alongside Piers Grange. He's the first of the pre-66 cars in his Ford Mustang. Row 4, we've got number 4, Simon Jeffs. He's in a VW Golf Mark 1 GTI. And Alan Greenall in his Ford Falcon, regular winner this year in pre-66. Row 5, we've got number 99, that's David Margulies. He's in Alfa Romeo GTV6 alongside Roger Stanford, double winner from Cadwell Park in his Lotus Cortina in pre-66. Row 6, Big Al Wayman at the wheel of his Chevy Camaro, starts alongside Malcolm Best in his Ford Capri, two veteran racers there. Row 7, Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun 510, starts alongside Duncan Leftley, number 42, he's in a Golf GTI. Row 8, we've got number 86, Colin Claxton in his Dolomite Sprint, alongside 73, Robin Slater, he's in a Ford Anglia. Row 9, 122, Tony Palmer in his lovely Rover SD1 Vitesse, alongside 63, Kevin Swan, the former Bangor racer, at the wheel of his Ford Anglia. Real variety of cars here. Martin Reynolds, local man from Norfolk, lives up near Wisbeach on row 10 in the number 27 car. He's in a Ford Anglia alongside number 12 Nathan Williams in his Mini. Row 11, Anton Martin, number 6 in his Ford Escort alongside Andy Mesham, long-time Mini racer, number 5. Row 12, number 69 Luke Wilson, he's in an Austin A40 alongside 641 Peter Millington, he's in a Hillman Avenger. Row 13, we've got 81 Mark Cholerton, a long way down the grid by his usual standards, must have had an issue in qualifying with his Mark II Escorts. Alongside 64 Keith Evans, he's in an Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud. Penultimate row, we've got number 22 Michael Loveland in a Hillman Imp alongside 118 Nathan Beresford's BMW 1800. And the final row, number 26, a shared car, the Austin A40. Steve Evans drives in this race. Brian Bedford will drive in race 2 tomorrow. And completing the grid, the lone Morris Minor here this weekend, 68 Keith Wright. It's good to see Keith is back out. He had an accident at Cadwell Park on August Bank Holiday Monday, so if he's in his usual car, he has done very well to repair, because the front end was quite badly damaged on that car after a spin into the barriers. The points leader in pre-66, unfortunately, is not here. James Ibbotson with his Hillman Imp, normally runs in Class E, had 2 class wins at Cadwell Park and is the clear leader in the championship, but not out this weekend. So we haven't got James Ibbotson. Looking at the various classes in pre-66, the big banger class for the big American V8s, that's led by Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon. He and Piers Grange out there this weekend. Only one car has scored points in Class B so far this season, Nathan Beresford's BMW. Class C, the points leader in that, Barry Syme, the Scotsman in his Mini. He's competing elsewhere, I believe, this weekend, so not out this weekend. Nathan Williams could have a chance to close at the top of the Class C points. Robin Slater and Martin Reynolds in there in their Anglias as well. Class D, the points there led by Keith Wright ahead of Brian Bedford in the Austin A40. Reigning champion Patrick Harris in there as well with his Morris Minor, but he's not here this weekend. We've dealt with Class E, that's the Hillman Imps. James Ibbotson not out, just the one imp out there, Michael Loveland. We normally see Freddie Brown out there with his Fraser Imp replica as well. Unfortunately, the engine is in pieces in that car at the moment, he tells us, so not able to race. And Class F is for the Lotus Cortinas. One entry here this weekend, and of course Roger Stanford, the double winner at Cadwell. As for Pre-83, well, Class A is for the bigger engine cars. David Howard leads that, ahead of Al Wayman. Class B, just the one entry, that's Malcolm Best with the Capri. That has scored points so far this season, that is. Stuart Kay, the other Capri pilot, not here. We have got a couple of other entries in Class B this weekend, though. David Margolese Alfa Romeo and Tony Palmer's Rover SD1. Class C, well, the points leader in that is Mike Luck in the BMW. Unfortunately, as we said, not out this weekend. So a chance for Mark Lucock to catch up. Likewise, Stephen Primmett. They had a stirring battle at Brands Hatch earlier this year. Simon Jeffs is well up in Class C as well. He's 7th on the grid for this one in the Golf. So Escorts and Golfs to the fore in Class C this weekend. Mark Osborne's Dolomites as well. What about Class D? That's led by Anton Martin ahead of Keith Evans, the Escort and the Alfa Romeo. Have we got any drivers in Class E? No, we haven't. Just one driver has scored class points in Class E this season. That was at the opening rounds of the year at Silverstone, Ray Kirschberg in his MG Metro. So the cars are on their way to the grid then. And I think that because they do a full lap en route to the grid, I don't think they do a green flag lap additionally here. So we wait for them to make their way onto the grid. We should see 30 cars out there, a mixture of cars from the 50s, 60s, 70s and early 80s. Stephen Primmett just under a second clear in qualifying, did a 2:17.507. Mark Lucock did a 2:18.448. But keep an eye on Thomas Harvey, the half speed driver, races with his father in a Mark 1 Escort usually, but with Mike Luck out due to illness, the former Clubman's racer and reigning champion allowing Tom Harvey to take over his BMW for this one. Well, there we see them on their way to the grid. Two Mark 1 Escorts at the front. There's the orange BMW, the black Dolomite of Mark Osborne, the big Jaguar of David Howard, and the first of the Pre-66 cars, that gorgeous Mustang of Piers Graves, the big Falcon as well, that's Alan Greenall, the Lotus Cortina, and big Al Wayman well up as well in his Camaro, up on row 6 of the grid behind Roger Stanford. Little Datsun there, Jonathan Corker, what a beautiful little car that is. We've got Anglias out there, there's Tony Palmer's Rover. Great cars and names from the British Saloon Car and Touring Car Championship of the past. There are the Mark 1 Escorts leading them round. Stephen Primmett, a multiple champion, the Bedfordshire driver. Simon Jeffs in the Golf there in the Akai Hi-Fi colours, made famous by Richard Lloyd. David Margolese Alfa Romeo as well, mustn't forget that car. Very similar to the car that won the 1983 British Saloon Car Championship, driven by somebody called Andy Rouse. Ford Anglias, John Fitzpatrick was a leading Anglia exponent in the 60s. There's the Mark III Escort of Anton Martin. I think we might be missing one or two cars from the back possibly. There's Keith Evans' Alpha Sud, Nathan Beresford's BMW. It looks like Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp is not there. Nor is Keith Wright's Morris Minor, so he may have had further issues with that car returning after its repairs from Cadwell. Look at the size of this grid. This is going to be a cracking race. Everything from big American machines down to minis. Variety, the spice of life in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Cars coming up to the grid then for our first race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Touring Cars and the Pultec Pre-66 Touring Cars, and all Mark 1 Escort front row. Stephen Primmett alongside Mark Lucock, Tom Harvey racing Mike Luck's BMW on row 2 alongside Mark Osborne's Dolomite Sprint. Row 3, David Howard's Jaguar, and Piers Grange, the first of the pre-66 runners, in his Ford Mustang. Behind them, Simon Jeff's Mark 1 Golf and Alan Greenall's Ford Falcon. David Margolese Alfa Romeo and Roger Stanford's Lotus Cortina round out the top 10. What a great mixture of cars we have got on the grid for this 15-minute race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The Shell Oils Pre-83 Touring Cars, the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 Touring Cars. Waiting for them all to get into line on the grid then. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this race. 15 minutes of racing to come then on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Looks like we're just about into line. The revs will begin to rise. Stephen Primet and Mark Lucock have had several great battles this year in their 2 Mark 1 Escorts. They'll be fighting for the lead down into Rich's corner for the first time. It's waiting for the all clear from the marshals at the back of the grid. "15 minutes of racing from the Shell Oils Pre-83 Touring Car Championship, the Pultec Race Engines Pre-66 Touring Cars, all mixed in together on the grid. Taking some time to get into line, but the 5-second board is now held aloft. The revs will begin to rise, the red lights will come on, they go out, and we're about to get underway. Here they come then, down towards Rich's for the first time. The pack is unleashed. Good start by David Howard in the Jaguar from the 3rd row. The grid gets up the inside. He's going to out-drag the 2 Escorts as they go down towards the first corner. Can he get up the inside of Stephen Primet? They're side by side. Tom Harvey in the BMW tucked in there as well. David Margolese has lost the Alfa Romeo on the inside there onto the grass. But it's the Escorts that show first into Wilson's hairpin. Mark Lucock having a look up the inside of Stephen Primet. They're side by side on the run through Wilson's hairpin. Tom Harvey's gone wide in the BMW. This great dancing double file column of cars through the hairpin. It's Mark Lucock in the blue Escort, still sporting a bit of damage from the last round at Cadwell Park where he spun into the tyre wall, who leads the way. Second place is Stephen Primet in the white Escort, but David Howard in the XJ12 trying to drag alongside him there into Agostini up the inside. The Jaguar will move through into second place. Then it's Tom Harvey, Simon Jeffs in the Golf, and the Dolomite of Mark Osborne. Alan Greenall, meanwhile, has got ahead of Piers Grange's Mustang. That's for the lead in pre-66. Here come your leaders then. Mark Lucock's bright blue Ford Escorts round towards Oggies for the first time. The car, as we can see there on the left-hand side, still a bit battered from a spin into the tyre wall at Cadwell. He leads the way from David Howard, and Stephen Primet's dropped back to 4th because the BMW of Tom Harvey has come through into 3rd place. There are the leaders in pre-66, the Falcon and the Mustang. And already Mark Chollerton, after problems in qualifying, is charging through the field in the Mark II Escorts. There's Tony Palmer, that big Rover SD1. It's Mark Lucock who leads from David Howard into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And Stephen Primet, the pole sitter, has dropped back to 4th behind Tom Howard at the wheel of the Mike Luck BMW. Simon Jeffs in the Golf is 5th. Then we've got Mark Osborne's Black Dolomite in 6th position. Himself a former champion. The first 6 have broken away slightly. Osborne having a look there as they come towards Coram. Round the outside goes Tom Harvey. Look at that. That's not a move you see too often. All the way round the outside of David Howard, and Mark Osborne. Is he going to get through there? Well, that was a brave move on the brakes into Murray's. Mark Osborne threw everything up the inside there past Simon Jeffs, and I think he's made the move stick for 5th place. Cracking racing, and we're only on the first lap. Mark Lucock leads. There's a slippery surface flag out there from the marshals going towards Rich's. Maybe there's a bit of oil been dropped there, but David Howard back up the inside on Tom Howard in the BMW. It might be from David Margolese's car there, so maybe it was an engine issue that caused him to spin there, the Alfa Romeo. He's out of the race. So the Escorts 1st and 3rd now, because my goodness, Stephen Primet round the outside of David Howard at Wilson's hairpin. That's an even rarer move. They are flinging these cars around like go-karts here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Mark Lucock leads Tom Howard, Primet 3rd, Howard 4th, Osborne 5th. He did make that move stick on Simon Jeffs. There's some bravery out there, including from the big American V8s there, the Falcon and the Mustang, Greenall and Grange. There goes Roger Stanford, the Lotus Cortina. 2 wins for him at Cadwell Park. These 2 championships ran on separate grids there in their standalone races. There's Jonathan Corker's little Datsun ahead of Stanford. Robin Slater's Anglia. Malcolm Best in the Capri. Next through Mark Chollerton side by side with Alan Wayman. Leaders through Oggies for the second time. It is Mark Lucock who continues to set the pace from Tom Howard. Tom Howard, the first time he's driven that, Tom Harvey I should say, first time he's driven that BMW. David Howard behind him in the Jaguar. Further back in the order, some of the pre-66 cars there, Minis and Anglias. Now Stephen Primett's got back ahead of David Howard up into 3rd place in the Escort. Can he catch the 2 ahead of him? Osborne back under fire from the Golf of Simon Jeffs. This is great stuff. Up towards the bomb hole, then Coram. Alan Greenall in the Falcon, pulling away from Piers Grange in the beautiful Ford Mustang. There's a green flag there. There's a yellow, it must be a yellow flag out further round. Something's happened on the entry to Brundle there, possibly. Maybe somebody's just had a quick spin. Leaders out of Murray's. The leaders come up towards the start-finish line then, towards Riches, and Tom Harvey is not hanging about here in the Mike Luck-owned BMW. Chasing down Mark Lucock for the lead. Primette is 3rd. They've got clear of David Howard, then Osborne, and 6th place Simon Jeffs. Now is Tom Harvey ready to attack here in the number 78? He is all over the back of Mark Lucock, trying to pressure the long-time racer in this Mark 1 Escort. Knows the car like the back of his hand. Knows most of the UK circuits like the back of his hand as well. Through come the leaders through Palmer's. Now, the only car we've lost, I think, is David Margolese Alfa Romeo. He spun to a halt on the first corner. We saw the oil flag out there as well, the slippery surface flag. Meanwhile, Tom Harvey looking for his first overall win in the Pre-83 Championship, all over the back of Mark Lucock. David Howard has dropped back into the clutches of Mark Osborne in 4th place. Through Hamilton. A little bit of curb taken there by Mark Lucock in the Mark 1 Escort. Perhaps in its career more famous than in rallying than racing, although Mark 1 Escorts did find success in the British Saloon Car Championship in the early 70s with the likes of Frank Gardner, the Alan Mann Racing run cars. There's the Golf of Simon Jeffs. Here's a battle further back, a couple of the pre-66 runners. Roger Stanford raced BMWs for many years as well as his Lotus Cortina. He's under fire from Robin Slater, gets the Anglia through. Lucock still leads overall. Stephen Primette is closing back up now in the cream-coloured Mark 1 Escorts. Lost the title last year when he had a shunt at Silverstone, and Mike Luck it was who was able to take the title. We hope to see Mike fit and able to race again soon. Through Coram they come into Murray's. Wouldn't surprise me actually if Mike Luck is watching on. He was when these cars were at Cadwell, so hello to Mike Luck if he is watching, seeing his car in action in the hands of Tom Harvey. Here's the fight between Roger Stanford and Robin Slater. So Robin didn't manage to make that move we saw earlier on stick. Here's our leader in the pre-66 category, the big Ford Falcon of Alan Greenall. Piers Grange 2nd. They've got Mark Chollerton behind them. Now he's come through the grid very nicely. He started well back in 25th on the grid. Tom Harvey getting closer again to our race leader. There's the Jag in 4th place, the XJ12. Simon Jeffs in 5th. We've lost Mark Osborne, he's pulled into the pits. I wondered where the Dolomite had gone for a second there. He's in the pit lane, so a problem for the man from North Wales. Simon Jeffs on his own then in the Golf. Here's a couple of our runners further down the order. Keith Evans in his little Alpha Sud, and Nathan Beresford in his lovely BMW 1800 Ti. The only Class B runner in the Pre-66 Championship. They're down towards the back of the field fighting for 24th place, so there are scraps everywhere you look. including for the lead. And now Tom Harvey is right with Mark Lucock, looking for his second win of the season. He just held off Stephen Primet for a win on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and Mike Luck in the BMW was behind them on that occasion. So these three cars going at it again. Slightly different order, slightly different drivers. David Howard and Simon Jeffs looking on. These five have gone well clear of the pre-66 leaders, Greenall and Grange. Roger Stanford is third in pre-66 in the Cortina. Tom Howard had a brief look round the outside there at Brundle, trying to set the car up for Nelson's corner. Don't think he'll get through there. No, the Escort stays ahead. We've got just over 6 minutes of the race to go. Through the bomb hole. Through towards the long right at Coram. Into Murray's. We see any heroics this time from Tom Harvey. He went round the outside of David Howard at Coram earlier on. He's only a young gun, but he's very quick in it. Whoa, Piers Grange. That's how you drive a Mustang, with the tail hanging well out there. Won't help your lap times though. Power sliding the Mustang there. Piers Grange, the multiple Blue Oval Saloon Series champion with his modified Mark II Escort, but trying pre-66 this year with this Mustang. Look at the way he's throwing that car around. It was Roy Pierpoint in the 60s who won the British Saloon Car Championship with the Mustang. Oh, we've got a change for the lead as well while that was going on. We were focusing on the pre-66 cars, but Tom Harvey, that must have been down into riches, has taken the lead from Mark Lucock. Now battle will be joined. The Escorts, are they going to team up to take on the BMW? Here comes Mark Lucock then. Losing the lead there. We think that was up at Riches to the BMW, normally raced by Mike Luck, now by Tom Harvey. There's Mark Chollerton. He's now got ahead of the pre-66 battlers. There's the lead scrap for pre-66. Piers Grange still throwing that Mustang around, trying to catch Alan Greenall's Falcon for the pre-66 lead. Oh, the leader's gone off. Tom Harvey a little bit over exuberant through Hamilton. He does a bit of rally crossing. He's held it and he's held the lead. Nice recovery by young Tom Harvey. He really is a driver to keep an eye on. Just a little bit over exuberant there coming out of Agostini on the run through Hamilton. He went onto the grass, but not only has he kept it together, he's kept the lead. Can he hold it as they come down the Bentley Straights towards Brundles? Here they come. Here's Lucock going to pull out. He's going to have a look to the inside. We've got 4 minutes of the race to go. And Tom Harvey's really pushing that BMW hard. You can see him sliding there on the run into Brundle. He's pushing a bit too hard here, I think. Here comes the Escort of Mark Lucock. He's going to retake the lead into the bomb hole. Yes, he's got him. Tom Harvey trying a little bit too hard. I wonder if his tyres are going off. Perhaps maybe he's pushed them too hard in the early laps. Now we see some of the class leaders on the right of your screen. We keep an eye on the track action. It's still Lucock from Harvey. Stephen Primet wants second place here. They're all in the same class as well, these three. Pre-83 Class C, you can see there on the right of your screen. Class A being led by David Howard. Class B by Malcolm Best in the Capri. So here come the leaders. Primet's going to have a go here for second place. He goes for the inside into Riches. Tom Harvey doesn't give way. They're side by side on the run through Riches, then up towards Wilson's hairpin. Primet's got the inside. He's surely going to go through into second and make it an Escort 1-2. He's on the inside for the hairpin and he does go through. Tom Harvey down to third place. He's pushing perhaps a bit too hard in that BMW. If Mike Luck is watching here, the car's owner will be watching through his fingers, I think. That's my car, he's thinking, be careful with it. Fourth place is David Howard. And a gap back to Simon Jeffs in the Golf. Howard leading his class, he's Class A. Pre-66 is still led by Alan Greenall. As Harvey back up the inside, he's not finished yet. Side by side with Stephen Primet. Primet goes wide over the curb, giving room to Tom Harvey there. They're side by side on the run up towards Hamilton's. And Harvey back ahead in the BMW by the look of it. See if he'll make that stick as they go out towards the back of the circuit. Mark Lucock still leads in the Escort. They're coming up to lap Steve Evans in the Austin A40. They'll be hoping he doesn't get in the way. We don't very often see much lap traffic here at Snetterton, purely because it is such a long lap. Just a couple of retirements so far. David Margulies we saw, and we've also lost Jonathan Corker, unfortunately, in the little Datsun 510. Steve Evans moves aside in the Austin A40, lets the leaders through. Still Lucock who leads from Harvey. There's our pre-66 leader, Alan Greenall, based near London with his Ford Falcon. Piers Grange in the Mustang still behind him. Third in pre-66 is Roger Stanford still. He's dropped behind Malcolm Best's Capri in the overall classification, and Duncan Leffley in the other Golf in the field. Should have had 3 Golfs, but Malcolm Jeffs, who was entered in his, is not here. Oh, Roger Stanford's out. We caught a glimpse there. The Lotus Cortina has pulled up. So that's going to hand third in pre-66 to Robin Slater. There he is, right on cue in the Ford Anglia, leading his class as well. There's Mark Chollerton on his local circuit, the man from Kings Lynn. 1 minute left, just under, so we're on to the last lap now. Mark Lucock and Stephen Primet's meet while all that was going on has gone back into second place, ahead of the BMW of Tom Harvey. It's all happening out there in this first classic touring car race of the day. Somebody's kicked up a cloud of dust on the exit of Wilson's hairpin, one of the back markers. The leaders drive through it. Escorts now 1 and 2, and it looks like it is going to be a second win of the season for Mark Lucock. There, meanwhile, is big Alan Wayman in the beautiful Chevy Camaro Z28. It's been racing for many, many years in saloon cars as Al Wayman in various championships. He's in 13th place and second in pre-83 Class A behind David Howard. Great to get a look at the American beast here. He's got a couple of Camaros. He's not had a lot of luck with them this year. Roger Stanford's car we catch a glimpse of there on the infield. He's out. It's Mark Lucock heading for victory. We checkered flag this time for him. He's just got to hold off Stephen Primet, and the Escort is closing up on the similar machine there. There's backmarker traffic ahead as well. Who've they got ahead of them there? I think that's Nathan Beresford's BMW. They're coming up to lap. Yes, and we've got an A40 and an Alpha in there as well. Keith Evans and Luke Wilson. Leaders get past the BMW okay. The 2 Escorts, the BMW, lapping the older BMW of Nathan Beresford. Stephen Primet has got the fastest lap of the race. Can he catch Mark Lucock in the last couple of corners? Down through the bomb hole for the last time. In the sunshine of Snetterton. Towards Corham they go. It looks like it is going to be Mark Lucock is going to defeat our pole sitter in the battle of the Mark 1 Escorts. They go round towards Murray's for the final time. And it's going to be a win for Mark Lucock. Up towards the checkered flag they come. Here they come over the line. It is Mark Lucock who takes the win, just ahead of Stephen Primet. Couldn't quite get the toe there. And Tom Harvey in the BMW is third. David Howard is fourth. Simon Jepp's a good fifth. And here is the man who's going to win the pre-66 category. He's behind Mark Chollerton. A great effort from 25th on the grid in his Escort up to 6th. But the pre-66 championship split is going to be won by Alan Greenall. Here he comes in the Ford Falcon. The Class A cars didn't go to Cadwell, not suited to the big V8s, the twisty Lincolnshire circuit, but Snetterton perfect for them. And Alan Greenall is going to come in 7th overall to win the pre-66 category. Mark Chollerton an excellent 6th in his Escort. Greenall 7th, and Piers Grange just under a second behind Greenall in 8th place. It's going to be Duncan Leffley in his Volkswagen Golf in 9th, ahead of Malcolm Best in the Capri. Then we've got Robin Slater in his Ford Anglia. There's Leffley, the red Golf. Mr. Race Alfa Romeo's Duncan Leffley. Next we should see Malcolm Best over the line in his Ford Capri. There he is. He wins his class. And then we'll have... Al Wayman's got the Camaro ahead of Robin Slater's Anglia. The rest of them will be across the line. Next through we should see Tony Palmer in the Rover SD1. There he is. Colin Claxton's Triumph Dolomites. And rounding out the top 15, I think it will be Kevin Swan in his Ford Anglia. Here come the Anglias. Swan ahead of Martin Reynolds, similar machine. Nathan Williams in his Mini is next home. There's the Mini. Ahead of the similar machine of Andy Mesham. Be a few more to come in behind them. Peter Millington's Hillman Avenger, he'll win his class. Luke Wilson's Austin A40 is heading for a class win as well. There's the Avenger of Peter Millington. Similar to the cars that Bernard Unit was so successful with in British saloon car racing. Okay, as the last few runners come in, I think we can already throw down to Parc Ferme with Ian Waterhouse to talk to our race winner.
Well, the classic touring cars, wonderful stuff there from the pre-66 and 83s as well. Mark Lucock picking up the win. Dinny, let's grab a quick word with him. Mark, let's have a quick work. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Close though, wasn't it? I think it was 1.5 seconds between the top three over the line.
There wasn't much in it really, and if anybody made a clean lap, they just edged away, and if they messed up slightly on a corner, it all pulled it back in again.
It's a long old lap here though, isn't it? So plenty of opportunities.
It's a long lap, and obviously the BMW's got legs on you as well, so I was conscious of that. I was just trying to get a clear exit really, so it wasn't maybe my smoothest race, but anyway, we got there.
Well, it wasn't because you didn't start on pole either, so you must be delighted.
Yeah, I am. I mean, you never know, it's going to shake out, do you, after the first corner coming into the hairpin, but it worked to my advantage, and I was able to get a good exit, and here we go.
All smiles, that's
all
likely.
smiles for the first race.
Well done, congratulations. There we go. Let's grab a word with Stephen Primmett as well. Stephen, on pole, but couldn't quite get past Luke in the race there.
No, frustrating, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's motorsport, it happens, and of course you get to go again tomorrow as well. What can you do different?
Drive fast. No excuses.
Well, I like that. Look, no dressing it up. Look, we've often seen you out at the front. I've been with you certainly at Brands Hatch. So you go. We know you've got the pace. You can get it done, right?
Yeah. If I can get in front of him, then I think I can sneak off. But that's just wishful thinking.
Well, look, you still got yourself a nice little trophy there. I'll let you get that. Spray the champagne. Good to see you. Thank you, Stephen Primmett there. Alan Greenhall, let's grab a quick word with Alan again, because of course he did win his pre-66 class, didn't he? So, Alan, congratulations. But it was close in the end, wasn't it?
Well, it was close. Luckily, Piers missed a gear and just gave me a little bit of an opportunity, so I snuck through and I was able to keep it there. So it seemed to be going a lot better than it was in qualifying. I think it's because I'd probably woken up.
Well, yeah, look, we know it's hard to get past this. It is rather large, isn't it? What's it like going through the corners?
Well, it's still quite slippery, especially our first race after the trucks. You know, you get all sorts of stuff, diesel and soot and all sorts of stuff. But anyway, that was all right.
Congratulations. Got to do it all again tomorrow. There you go. Well done. Right. We've got a lot more action still to bring you here from Snetterton today. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to tell you what's coming up next.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Well done to our touring car racers there. We're going to have a short break while the qualifying session takes place next. Our next race on the schedule, though, is going to be a race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club once again, which will be the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and the Simply Serviced Pre-03 touring cars. That's coming up a little later on, but some qualifying taking place at the moment, so we're going to take a break and hear some interviews with some of the drivers from earlier in the season.
Hi, I'm Joshua Anchetti from Pro Driver Racing, and we'll be racing the Sunbeam Lotus in the 2021 season.
Very nice. First question is, why do you race classic touring cars? Why do you enjoy it?
Well, probably my age for a start. The Sunbeam is the car I learnt to drive in back when I was 17, and yeah, just love the old school cars.
What is it about them that you like compared to, for example, a modern car? So I know you drive both. What do you prefer about the old?
Well, it's this, because the technology, the car is so raw. You've got no driver aids in it. It's just as is, not, you know, it's just a bigger go-kart really.
And before you started driving, what was your previous driver background before you started in the classic touring cars?
Well, I've started racing when I was 19, 20, motorbikes, with motorbikes, production motorbikes, from 1100s, 350s, 250s, more 400s, all different ones. And then I went into car racing in 86 in a Sunbeam Lotus when the car was pretty current then. I then moved on to the production saloons in a new Peugeot and then an Astra after that, and I also rode a Rover as well, the SD1 back then, and then I had some years off and then came back again in a Sunbeam Lotus, you know, because that's what I enjoyed so much.
So was your background mainly when you were a driver? You didn't have any like kid karting experience or anything like that. It was as
No,
you were an adult?
literally no. I never raced a car until I was 24, I think. First time I went out on the track.
So what do you remember about that moment? The first time you drove on a track?
Well, a little bit different because I'd already been out on a bike, and I went at my local circuit, and it was a bit of it was a real great day. Sort of turned up with no lollies, was chucking it down with rain, and I qualified second on a full grid, thinking I'm great, and until it dried out, and we got totally the wrong tyres on, and I went backwards, and I finished about 8th. But yeah, it was a really exciting, first time out.
So what made you make that transition from racing bikes to racing cars? What made you make that choice?
Well, my parents really, because when you're on the edge you have crashes, and I had a particularly bad crash and broke my pelvis in 8 places, got run over by another bike and so I went to keep mum and dad happy, said I'm not going to race bikes any longer, and then immediately went out and bought a racing car instead.
So for you, what's the best thing about driving this Lotus Sunbeam? What's the best thing about it? What makes you think when you get in that driver's seat and you sort of turn on that ignition, what makes you think, yeah, I love this? What is it about it?
It's just you feel part of the car. It's just you feel just part of it.
And what's an average race weekend look like for you? When does it start? Does it start on the Thursday? Does it start the night after the last race? What's an average race week look for you?
Well, no, the guys are getting ready the stuff from Thursday or Friday, depending what day we go. We like to go early if we can and have a barbecue there the night before and that. Well, pre-COVID, anyway, but certainly that'll be coming back. And we make a weekend of it. My whole family goes with my daughter and my wife and that, the whole team go, and we make it a social event as well as the racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and I know from speaking to you a little bit earlier that it really is a family affair as well, because the daughter's taken up the steering wheel now as well, is that right?
Going to be, yes. We bought her a Peugeot Thunder Saloon, and hopefully she'll be following my footsteps. She will be starting teaching when she's back coaching, back out on circuit when it begins again.
What is it about that sort of family feel that you like so much? Because it does feel like when you're at the event, it does feel like everyone's got their own little paddocks and sort of thing going on. It is very social.
Well, because you spend your whole weekend there, and that if you weren't with your family, then
And what inspired you to get your daughter involved, or did she come to you and say, "Dad, I want to do this"?
Well, she's always liked the speed and stuff, and on the roller skates and everything else. And I got a little off-road go-kart, to play on and that. And she just loves racing around in that. And it's sort of already been out on the track day. When she was 17, she'd passed a test within 3 months, and the month after she was out on a track day.
Something in the blood, then, you reckon?
Yeah, hopefully so.
And obviously, it's quite a big setup here. There's loads of beautiful cars in this garage. What's the tell us a little bit more about the operation here, because you've got 3, 4, 5 sort of cars kicking about. Everything's orange and black. It's beautiful. Tell us a little bit more about the whole operation.
Well, this is a workshop. We keep my racing cars, but we also, my business pro driver, we move about 1,000 cars a week nationwide. We also maintain and look after a fleet of non-fault accident hire cars for things like Range Rovers, Mercedes and BMW. We maintain and look after all those and deliver them direct out to the customers. We move company cars for people such as Next, all different manner of things we do to moving cars, managing them, whatever the customer wants. And we're now Porsche's official logistic partner for Porsche GB, which is a great thing, and shortly we'll be bringing all the service vehicles in for all of the Porsche customers around the UK.
And that's the sort of the upstairs, the outward facing company. This is the below deck sort of hub where you've got all your race cars. And what's happening down here? You've obviously got some lads around constantly making changes and alterations. What's the sort of average day in here look like for you?
Well, generally they're working on the customers' cars, and that they only fit in mine in between. So we've got our own fleet of 20 odd vehicles, vehicle transporters and that they have to maintain those, all the trailers, I say. Also the fleet of customers' cars that belong to the fleet that we look after.
And you mentioned that it's that your daughter's getting involved in the scene now as well. How excited are you for her to actually get involved and in the car, or as a dad, you're a little bit nervous, or are you just waiting for her to get out?
Well, I know not to be. There's that thing with pushy dads. I'll let her do it at her own pace. So you know, I'll leave it at that, because you need it to be in you, not somebody can't push it out of you. You need to want that desire to win.
And can you remember what you felt when you were her age, before you started obviously racing your bikes at that sort of age? What was in you that made you think, yeah, I want to race these bikes? Have you always sort of been that sort of speed junkie? Is that sort of what's within you?
Yeah, I suppose I've always, like that, yeah. It was, and I know I was good at it. Yeah, that's a bit of a strange story, really. I think I went to private school, and I was bullied around the local villages. A lot of places I couldn't go to, and I'm not ever been a physical violent type man, but on a motorbike or later in a car, I'm frightened of nothing. And I suddenly found that I then went out and started racing on bikes, and suddenly I earned the respect of people. They looked above that, that he's just mum and dad, he's a posh kid, and then I got the own respect from that. So.
That's a lovely story, mate. Thank you for that. And in terms of the actual racing last season, weird season, goes without saying. It's been a weird last sort of year. What are your thoughts on it? 'Cause obviously it's very different, but you were still out there racing. Yeah,
well, it was great to be. I'd had an 8-year layoff of racing and came back, and it was a bit of an odd season. We got everything sort of ready to go, and then the season went to hell. But yeah, great to be back, and great to be back out on track. We had a couple of good results, had a couple of wins, so that was great to be back out. And
how much did you miss it in that time off?
Oh, I've missed it terribly, but I've just spent going track time in the other cars that we've developed and that, just doing track days and that, until I could come back and compete properly.
And in terms of being back, obviously you had last season, a little bit of a starter, if you like, get yourself used to it again. 2021 now. What are your thoughts on being back? Obviously everyone's excited, hopefully with the reduction of restrictions, etc. Hopefully in the future as well. How excited to get going again?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I can't wait. To get out.
And what are you hoping to achieve within next season? Do you set yourself goals, or do you just try and take it each weekend as it comes?
To be fair, no. We just go out and whatever place track suits us on the day, and if we're free, we'll go out. I'm not. Very rarely have I chased championships. We just jump about into different race, events and things. My thing is, I think I did count one in one particular season. I worked out I'd raced against 350 different drivers in 175 different types of cars in about 12 different championships. So that's what I like doing, pitting me in the car against as many different people across the board.
And is that what you particularly like about this one? Because it is almost like an underdog car, because it is older, it is more raw. Yeah. Do you like testing yourself against the sort of newer cars?
Well, I do, because this car is just, the development that's gone into it, has made this, on paper, should just not be as fast as it should be. If you compared against the likes of a Sierra Cosworth and things, which were a generation ahead. But the development Philip Seaman Motorsport have done over the past 18 years, have made it from, I think the first time we went to Mallory Park in it, we went round in 59 seconds. And the last time we were there, we were in 48 seconds. We were 10 seconds a lap faster, around a mile-long circuit, well, 1.3 miles, in the development we've done, and that's a hell of a lot of time, 10 seconds a lap.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Just a couple of things I wanted to ask you that are a bit more personal to you. First off is the colour scheme. Obviously orange and black is everywhere we look around at this garage. It's on all your cars, it's on the clothes, it's not even on the shoes. What was the thinking behind changing the colour scheme? What was the story?
Well, originally we were black and with a blue logo, and I bought a Renault Clio Cup car to go in the Clio Cup Challenge, and I thought, how are we going to make this look different? And we tried various things. I bought a black car, and we went with the orange, and it was so vivid. Then we did the wheels, and then I said, right, we've got to do the sunbeam to match. And then I said, well, hang on, I like that much. All my staff uniforms are going to go to that, and as you'll see when you go to my staff, everything is black and orange, and it's just our You know, that's one of the, when Porsche GB came here to meet me, they came around and looked at this place and they loved the Black and Irish. He said, this is just, you know, what Porsche is about, you know, and you know, that's, so I feel very happy with the choice.
Absolutely, and the last one was just the mascot that I can see just behind you in the windscreen there. What's the story behind that one? Does that have a name?
Well, it's just a little devil, and he's been there since 2002. As all my cars have got little mascots.
Any story? Was it given to you by anyone, or was it just?
The wife gave me that. Yeah, Susie, the wife gave me that one. I think my daughter Jet gave me the one for that one. So.
Has it been a good luck charm for you though?
I think so. Yes, over the years. Yeah.
And what did you mention there? What was the thing about the Bullet? Was it?
Well, the car has been named the Bullet. The nickname is the Lotus Bullet.
Very nice, and for obvious reasons, I'm guessing. But
yeah.
But how nice is it to sort of have a car that you're so familiar with that you've even got its own cool nickname? It seems to be almost. It goes with you, doesn't it?
Yeah, people know that. People go, oh, the Sunbeam Lotus Bullet, and people know this car. You know, it's a. And we've not finished. We'll continue with the development on it. Well, hopefully we've got some few modifications going on it this season, and there'll be some more for the following season to hopefully go a bit quicker and a bit quicker.
How long do you see yourself carrying on doing this for?
As long as I can get me over the roll cage and keep driving.
Because we see on certain other tours and stuff like that, we see some real old guys and girls going away. Is that your plan? Is it just keep on going as long as you physically can?
Yes,
you'll be in there.
Yeah, certainly. You know, well, the late great Barry Williams. You know, he was on till 70, 77, 78, still racing. Yeah.
That sounds like a
Pre-93 touring car racer Andy Sheraton joins us at his Lincolnshire workshop now, and with his beautifully liveried Laser Tools BMW. Andy, you're quite a veteran of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, aren't you?
Yeah, I first started racing with the Classic Touring Car Club, which was called the Classic Saloon Car Club back then. That was in 1986. So yeah, it's quite a few years. That was in a Mark 1 Cortina GT.
So you haven't always raced BMWs then? Have you raced a large variety of cars over the years?
Not really. I raced the Cortina GT from 86 to 91. Also, I did a few rounds in the pre-74 Touring Car Championship in those days in a Mark 1 Escort, 2-litre Escort. Yeah, so that was the only other two cars I've mainly raced in, apart from the BMW and the Anglia here.
How long have you had your current BMW E30?
I think this is the 11th. I think we've spent about a year building it, so it's the 10th year we've raced it now, so it's 11 years, I guess.
It's won a fair few class awards in its time, hasn't it? Tell us about your successes so far.
Yeah, it's been a really good car. It's I think we've won the actual Class D championship about, I think, 5 or 6 times now. We've had many class wins, and I think we've still got currently about 5 lap records around the UK in this car, in its class. So it's done really well.
That's brilliant, and it certainly looks resplendent in its Laser Tools paint job as well. They've been sponsored for quite a few years, haven't they?
It's the 10th season with Laser Tools, so they've been a really loyal sponsor. It's been fantastic partnership between us, yes.
And the paint job itself on this BMW is a bit unusual in itself, isn't it? Tell us about that.
It is, yeah. This is the 3rd livery we've had with Laser Tools. I think it was 2016. This was dreamt up, and it was redesigned by Ian Cook from Pop Band Colour. He designed it and created the whole livery ready for the car.
Tell us how he paints his liveries. He uses an unusual medium, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He paints with radio controlled cars. So basically, all of the lines you see on here are tyre tracks from radio controlled cars. So that's how he comes up with this livery.
That certainly is an unusual idea. Certainly it makes it stand out and gets this car a lot of followers, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've had lots of followers. Yeah, I mean, I put together some stickers for it and mugs and things. And they just, as soon as I get them out on race day, they just disappear. Especially for the younger supporters.
Well, that's great stuff, and it shows the friendly side of club racing, doesn't it?
That's it. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Why do you choose to race with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club? Is it because of the friendly atmosphere?
It is. It's all about the friendly atmosphere. I mean, with the Classic Touring Car Club, you've got the whole variety as well. That's the main thing. I mean, I think this season, I haven't added it up actually, I should know, but we've got at least, I think out of the the cars that are entered for Silverstone in a couple of weeks' time, they are, I think we've got about 7 or 8 different marques of car there. So it's a variety. You're not just racing BMWs. We've got Alfa Romeos, we've got Fords. Yeah, it's a whole variety of cars.
I think the variety is part of the appeal of the club myself as well. Tell us about your 2020 season. We know how disrupted it was. How did things go for you?
It was great actually. Yeah, we started slightly late, but it kicked in pretty quick. You know, once it got going, the car was almost full. I think we had one problem with the gearbox at Cadwell. We had about four or five class wins. We finished 3rd in the championship overall and 1st in class. So it was a great year.
What are your aims for 2021? I suppose your main aim is the Pre-93 Championship, especially as Laser Tools are the title sponsors.
Yeah, that would be great to get the overall championship. It's one of those things we've been trying to do since we started. Really, I think we've had about 4 times we've been second. We've never actually won it. So that would be the ideal win.
And of course, your racing is a family affair with Michael racing as well in the Pre-66s. He shared the BMW with you in the past. Are you going to be sharing the Anglia with him at any point? Is he going to let you?
The option's there. It's just getting round to it. I raced it once at Liddon Hill. I've done a few track days, but I'm always in this, so I'll never get the chance to race that. But yeah, we've got the Jaguar. We're building at the back there now. So maybe when that's ready, which hopefully this season, well, it will be this season, that'll be a spare car. So you never know.
Yeah, I bet that would be a great thing for you to be on the same grid again in the Pre-66.
That would be great, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
You've got quite a sizable setup. There's various classic cars here as well. Is that another part of your work?
It is, yeah. I mean, mainly, yeah. We've got quite a few. We've got a couple of customer cars that we're looking after, and yeah, so it keeps us busy. Yes.
I believe you've only recently moved up to Lincolnshire. It must be a great place for your classic car collection. Plenty of storage here, and ideal for working on cars in the summer weather.
It is. It's fantastic. I mean, we get great weather here. Actually, I've been here. This is the 3rd year now, and yeah, it's been really an eye opener. Yeah, it's a fantastic place to be. You look forward to coming out to work.
And how do you see classic touring car racing developing over the next few years? The club certainly seems to be well and truly on the up.
It is, yeah. I mean, the actual, I think the membership for the Classic Touring Car Club, especially, has been, I think it's the highest membership they've ever had actually at the moment, especially this time of year. Yeah, and the grid number we've got for Silverstone, I think we've actually nearly all the grids are full up, and it's actually only still a month to go. So yeah, it's looking on the up.
Things are certainly looking on the up as well for the Laser Tools BMW, for your Ford Anglia, for Michael, and for the family as well. We wish you every success for the 2021 season, Andrew. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon once again, ladies and gents. Welcome back to Snetterton. Just a short break while some qualifying took place there. Our next race today, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-93 and Pre-2003 touring cars. After that, we'll have the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for their second race of the weekend. Then we've got the Jaguars, the JEC Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. Then there's a short pause before our next truck race, which is the second truck race of the weekend, and then we close out today with the Classic Thunder and Blue Oval Saloon Series race at the end of the programme. The races are going to be running slightly shorter than timetable. That's just been announced by the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. They'll be run over either 14 or 18 minutes, just to save a bit of time, because we have had some delays earlier today. We did have a red flag in qualifying, I tell you, for the Jaguar Saloons and GTs, an accident for Roger Webster. He went off at Wilson's hairpin into the tyre wall, but I can tell you Roger is okay. Bit upset about his new XJS though. It was only in its second meeting, and that car is sadly now a write-off. But Roger, the main thing is that he is okay. So that's the schedule for the rest of this late summer afternoon here at Snetterton. Beautiful conditions for motor racing. Our next racing we will see will be the Laser Tools pre-93 touring cars and the Simply Service pre-2003 touring cars on a combined grid. Just going to grab hold of the points charts for them so we can see who has done what so far this year. Well, the pre-93 touring cars, their championship is being led after the rounds at Brands Hatch. We haven't had the points added in for Cadwell Park yet, but it's Ian Bauer and his BMW who is on top in the pre-93 touring cars with his BMW M3. Defending champion is David Griffin. He won 2 races at Cadwell Park outright in the Diet Coke BMW. He's out in this one, I believe. Those 2 drivers have qualified on the front row, so we'll see them in action in this one from the front of the grid. The pre-03 touring cars, meanwhile, their championship led by a clear margin by Gary Preble, the former King of Castle Combe in his Honda Civic. Had a win at Cadwell Park. Unfortunately, engine trouble forced him out of the second race, and it was Ross Craig who took his maiden win in the championship with his Honda Civic. Now, as many will know, the owner of the championship sponsors, Simply Serviced of Colchester, Simon Beamont, was involved in an accident at Brands Hatch earlier this season with his Ford Escort. Simon is still on the mend after that accident, and obviously we wish him a full and rapid recovery. Hopefully he is watching on today. The championship sponsor from Simply Serviced, Simon Beamont. Wish him all the best for a full recovery. We will give you the grid shortly, but I believe first of all we've got a couple of interviews recorded in the paddock earlier on.
Right, here we are in the assembly area for the classic touring cars once again. It's time for the pre-93 and 03 categories. Well, let's go grab a word with some of the drivers. We've got Dave Nixon over here in his Rover Tomcat. Let's go have a chat with Dave, shall we? Dave, how are we doing?
I'm alright. It's fingers crossed we can survive the race, and I've managed to, I think by default I've got first in class because the BMW is so fast. If he's got that sorted, he'd be away and gone. But I've done a lot of changes to the car, and touch wood, it's suited this track, so fingers crossed.
Now, I've seen these Tomcats, a lot of power down the straights, of course, so you're not nervous about the midsections?
No, it seemed really good in qualifying, but yeah, it's another thing in a race, isn't it? Got to get around those first 3 corners and we'll be all right.
You'll be absolutely fine, David.
Yeah, hopefully.
Enjoy it, won't you?
Yes,
Thanks for talking
cheers.
to us. I'll grab a word, Mr. May here as well. Ready for this one?
No.
I love the honesty.
It's my first time here. I've missed you though. We haven't seen you for a bit.
Oh, that's been a while, hasn't it? But I'm back now.
Yeah, you're back. No, it's my first time here. Qualifying was straight after the lorries, which was a bit of a
bit of dust.
Yeah. So I've had to do a few things to the car to try and get a bit more grip to it. It's going to be grippy right there, but I think I've got a diff problem, so I'm just spinning an inside wheel everywhere I was going. So fingers crossed we just make it through. I just got to keep the wily old foxes behind me.
Well, look, one thing I can definitely say is you're going to win Shiniest Car Award.
Oh, thanks very much.
The best of luck. Enjoy. Thanks for talking to us. Let's move down a little bit, shall we, and grab a word with another driver before we have to let these guys get out onto the track. We've got Andy Abrams up here. Let's go have a word with him. We've got Lego Star Wars here as well, but let's just grab a quick word, shall we? In fact, let's grab a quick word round here. Looks like going to miss Andy because he's having a good chat. How are we doing? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. For second time out with this car, we've done a bit more work on it, so it's going to be a bit different. I'm still learning to drive the car yet.
Star Wars fan?
Say again?
Star Wars fan, are you?
No, it's a tribute to Tom Chilton's car from 2002.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. The best of luck. Enjoy the race.
Thank you.
We will be watching it live as well. There we go. Thumbs up. It is now time for the pre-93 O3 Classic Touring Cars to take to the track. Going to hand over to the commentator Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. So we'll take you through the grid for the Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and the Simply Serviced Pre-03 touring cars. In pole position it is David Griffin with the Diet Coke BMW, number 34, alongside number 90 Ian Bauer, also in a BMW M3. The first of the Pre-03 cars on the second row, we've got 191 Gary Preble with his Honda Civic and 148 Don Hughes, he's in a Peugeot 306. Third row, 169 Ross Craig, a winner at Cadwell, alongside 33 Andy Cripps, he's in a BMW. That's Pre-03 and Pre-93 on row 3. The fourth row, number 5 Mark Fowler, BMW, and 86 Robert May, who we just heard from. He's in a Toyota Corolla AE86 Coupe, more famous as a drift car, of course. Row 5, 52 David Nixon with the Rover Tomcat, who we just heard from, and 99 Jake Margulies. Now, he's meant to be out in Father David's Alfa Romeo, but we saw that have trouble in the Pre-83 race, so he may not be there. We'll wait and see. Row 6, Daniel Stewart, number 128, he's in a Jaguar XJS, and 27 Scott Smith with a Renault Clio. Row 7, 77 Luke Bennett, he's in a Honda Integra, and 38 James Everard in the ex-Roger Stanford BMW E30 M3, the Fina liveried car, very beautiful car that one. Row 8, 214 Andy Abrams, and 114 who we heard from there, Steve Barber, pair of Honda Civics. Row 9, we've got 192 John Hillier. He is in his unusual BMW E36 estate car, yes, the E36 Touring, alongside 88 Alan Hersey, not in his usual Reliant Scimitar this weekend, he's in a BMW Compact. Behind them, on row 10 rather, we've got Pete Winstone, number 39, in a VW Vento, rare car these days, and Trevor Kiffin, number 75, with his Alfa Romeo 75. Number 6, Steve Walden is next, he's in a BMW E30. And completing the grid, we should have the Laser Tools BMW of the man we saw the interview with earlier, 56 Andy Sheraton. He qualified out of session, so it doesn't appear on the grid sheet, but he should be there at the back of the grid. It's coming up to the grid now then. Ready to go racing with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars and the Simply Serviced Pre-03 touring cars. This will be a 14-minute race, slightly shorter than originally timetabled due to a delay early on. David Griffin in the Diet Coke BMW is on pole, alongside him number 90 Ian Bauer, fighting for the lead of the Pre-93 Touring Car Championship. The Pre-03 cars of Gary Preble and Don Hughes behind them on the grid. Third row, Ross Craig's Honda Civic, Andy Cripps alongside him in his BMW, then Mark Fowler and Rob May, David Nixon, and hopefully Jake Margulies is there with the Alfa Romeo, completing the top 10. Hopefully they've repaired those problems from the earlier Pre-83 race. So we should see a grid of 22 cars for our next race here at Snetterton today in the sunshine. Will it be another win for David Griffin? He scored a double at Cadwell Park in the last meeting on August Bank Holiday weekend. It was Gary Preble and Ross Craig who were the winners in the Pre-03 touring cars. Gary Preble, a very potent Honda Civic. His big rival AJ Owen not out in this race this weekend with his familiar Honda. He's out in another car in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. He's waiting for the all clear, and away they go. Down towards the first corner then. It's not a great start by David Griffin. It's Ian Bauer in the Castrol liveried BMW who takes the lead. Not the best of starts for Gary Preble. He was boxed in behind David Griffin as they make their way around the first corner. It is Ian Bauer who leads the way. Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306 is in second place. They swing their way through the hairpin for the first time, and Andy Cripps with a good start. He's up into third place and sliding wide there. Well, it's an AE86, isn't it, the Corolla, so you'd expect it to be sideways, the drift car. But number 90, Ian Bauer, the Castrol liveried BMW, leads Don Hughes. Cripps in third. Mark Fowler's yellow BMW up to fourth, and David Griffin, a poor start there, down to sixth behind Gary Preble. Don Hughes leads the Pre-03 split, and there's the black and white, almost dazzle liveried Civic of Ross Craig in there as well. Scored his first ever win at Cadwell Park. Then a gap back to the AE86 Corolla, the Hachiroku as it's known in drifting circles, or drifting slides I should say, not circles. Don Hughes going for the lead here, the man from Andover in Hampshire in his Peugeot 306. And Ian Bauer's made a bit of a mistake there on the run into Oggies, and he's been bamboozled there, I think, by Don Hughes. They're side by side. The power of the BMW keeps him alongside, though. Griffin's got ahead of Preble. Have a look a bit further back. There's Rob May in the Corolla, David Nixon's Rover, the E30 M3 of John Everard. A real variety of cars further back. There's that unusual E36 Touring of John Hillier, the BMW estate, and the other E30, number 6 at the back, is Steve Walden. Somebody kicking up some dust there. As the leaders come through, it's still Bauer ahead of Hughes. Griffin's back up into third because Andy Cripps made a bit of a mistake through the complex there. He's dropped back a couple of spots. Gary Preble's got through as well. So the order starting to re-establish itself after that shuffle off the start line. Daniel Stewart's dropped back a bit in the Jaguar XJS there. It's Ian Bauer who leads. And David Griffin nearly hit the back of Don Hughes there. The power of the BMW carrying him up onto the back of the Peugeot 306. There might be a little bit of fluid down there actually from the previous session, I can just about see there. So a little bit slidey as they come into Murray's. So Ian Bauer in the Castrol BMW, the replica of the cars used in the Italian Championship in the 1990s. Emanuele Naspetti was the top name in those. Now watch for Gary Preble there, the bewinged Civic going for the outside of David Griffin. They were fighting for the win in this combined grid at Cadwell as well. They're closing up on Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Now, is he in the same class as Gary Preble? No, he's not in Pre 03, so Preble doesn't need to pass him necessarily. He's side by side with Griffin, though. Gary Preble, he and his brother Adam, regular races at Castle Combe in Wiltshire over the years. They won the one circuit saloon car title many times. There's Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo towards the back of the field, the Alfa 75, and Preble has got through there into third. Andy Cripps is fifth, then Mark Fowler. Seventh is Ross Craig. And in eighth place is John Everard's BMW M3, the E30. He's gained 5 places on the first lap. Here comes Preble. This is the lead in the Simply Service Pre 03 touring cars, with Ian Bauer in the clear up front. Now David Griffin, the Australian-born driver, hasn't lost many races this year, but he made a very poor start, dropped from pole to 6th place, a rare struggle off the line for him. Here's a battle further back. There's that BMW Compact, Alan Hersey. Normally races a Reliant Scimitar in Classic Thunder events in the Monster Energy liveried car there, chased by Andy Sheraton. He did make it out in the Laser Tools E30. And look, Gary Preble's got past Don Hughes there, up into 2nd place overall and leading the Pre-03s. Mark Fowler, a bit of a power slide through Nelson's there, the yellow BMW. Ross Craig has dropped behind John Everard, so the power of the BMWs in the Pre-93 Championship starting to tell here. David Griffin starting to close now on the Peugeot of Don Hughes. Don Hughes is an old-fashioned club racer. He races that Peugeot 306 anywhere it's eligible. He's done quite a lot of different saloon car series over the years. I remember him rolling that car at Silverstone a few years ago in the Tricolore Trophy event for French cars. 1.5 seconds was the lead gap, but Gary Preble has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:09.624 from the Civic. Ian Bauer throws the car through the hairpin. He's a former champion in the Pre-93 touring cars. Bit of dust being kicked up there in the background by somebody, didn't see who it was. He's gone wide coming out of Riches. First 4 breaking away then from Andy Cripps in his BMW in 5th position. The man from Southampton in the green BMW. There goes David Nixon. We caught a glimpse of the Rover Tomcat there. There's Daniel Stewart, the big XJS. We'll see him out in the Jaguar races as well. And Luke Bennett in the blue Honda Integra, quite a rare car these days. Andy Sheraton had to start from the back. He qualified out of session. Where's he come through to in the field? He's up to 17th. 21 cars took the start. Jake Margulies the only one missing. His family's Alfa Romeo suffering problems in an earlier race. David Nixon there in the background, the now rare Rover Tomcat. There's Luke Bennett under fire from Scott Smith in the Renault Clio. And then we've got that car we saw in the assembly area earlier, the Lego Star Wars Honda driven by Steve Barber. in tribute to Tom Chilton, the ex-touring car man. We also saw the VW Vento there, being driven by Pete Winstone, aka Johnny Reggae. Private joke, that one. But Pete Winstone, normally a Ford man, rare to see him in anything else. Mark Fowler bouncing off the curve, we caught a glimpse of there at Nelson's. So it's Bauer from Preble, and Preble is definitely closing here. 1.5 seconds was the gap last time through. It's a lot less than that now. 7.5 minutes of this race to go. They come up over the line. The gap is down to less than 0.3 of a second. Gary Preble wants an overall win here in his Honda. Flash of flame there as he goes into Riches. Well, Gary Preble ready to attack here for the overall lead. The man from Southampton closing up on Ian Bauer's BMW. They're both Southampton residents, in fact, these two. Preble getting a bit... Bauer rather getting a bit sideways out of the hairpin. Preble more stable. He's up alongside. He's going to take the lead as they go into Palmer's. He's done it. Great driving by Gary Preble. Now, has Ian Bauer got a problem, I wonder? He seems to be losing ground here, sliding about a bit there, coming out of the hairpin. Whether there was a bit of fluid down, I'm not sure. We'll see if Don Hughes and David Griffin can close up. Just these four together at the front of the field. They're way ahead by 10 seconds of Andy Cripps. And John Everard's got the E30 M3 up into 6th place ahead of Mark Fowler, Ross Craig, Rob May and David Nixon. Plenty of shout-outs coming in on YouTube for this one. One of you asking, is Jake Margulies not able to race? Well, he was due to race his dad David's Alfa Romeo GTV, but that hit problems in the pre-83 race, unfortunately, so the car not able to be repaired for this one. So no, unfortunately Jake was a non-starter. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go. There's Mark Fowler, has got ahead of Ross Craig. They're fighting for 7th place. BMW against Honda, and it's BMW against Honda for the lead as well. Gary Preble still leads. Down towards the bomb hole. Great to see the spectator banks packed out once again. And there's John Everard, that lovely Fina liveried E30, the ex-Roger Stanford car. He's got ahead of Andy Cripps now. Yes, Ian Bauer twitching about a bit there. I wonder if his tyres are starting to go off on the BMW. He's got another 5 minutes to go yet. We'll try and catch back up to the back of Gary Preble. Preble leading Ross Craig and Luke Bennett in their class in pre-03. There's Andy Sheraton on the tail of Alan Hersey in the BMW Compact. E46 Compact, that one. Leaders up towards Wilson's hairpin. Gary Preble in the white Honda. Ian Bauer being caught now by Don Hughes in the Peugeot. I think everybody is still running. We've had no casualties so far. David Griffin trying to get onto the podium. Normally we're used to seeing the Australian out in front, now based in Lincolnshire. His Diet Coke BMW, replica of the Diet Coke liveried cars that raced in Australia in the 90s, driven by the likes of Paul Morris and Jeff Brabham in the Australian Super Touring Championship. Won Bathurst one year as well when it was run to Super Touring rules. I think it was the Brabham family, Jeff and David Brabham, if I remember rightly, who won that. Through the right-hander at Oggies, it's still the Peugeot, and Ian Bauer sliding again. There's something amiss with the handling of that car, and he's lost out to David Griffin. Whether it's tyres or whether there's something awry in the rear suspension possibly, but Ian Bauer is having real trouble handling that BMW, and he's down to 4th now behind David Griffin, his fellow front row starter. Still your leader is Gary Preble. Here's the fight between Mark Fowler in the Pickford's BMW and Ross Craig with that dazzle paintwork on his Honda Civic. Scored his first ever pre-03 win at Cadwell Park. We'll see his father Ian Craig out in his BMW in the Classic Thunder race later on. There's Andy Sheraton ahead of Alan Hersey now in the Monster Energy Compact. Ahead of them we've got number 214 Andy Abrams with his Honda Civic, also the Tom Chilton lookalike of Steve Barber. He's been racing for many years with this club with everything from a Ford Anglia to a Renault Clio. He was a champion in the old pre-05 series, that doesn't exist anymore. 1.6 seconds in it for the lead then between Preble and Hughes. It's now pre-03 cars 1 and 2. David Griffin now leads the pre-93 split, having got ahead of Ian Bauer. Yeah, Bauer's last lap was a 2 minutes 12, so he's lost quite a bit of time there. Gary Preble with the fastest lap of the race of 2:08.657. These four together at the front of the field. John Everard not catching them in the ex-Roger Stanford E30 M3. Car in the livery of the M3s that were successful in period in the Spa 24 hours on a number of occasions. Many years, one of the big touring car races of the year, a GT race nowadays, of course. There go the three leads. You can see how Ian Bauer's dropped back there. He's really struggling with that BMW. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. We'll take a look at the class leaders. Well, Preble, Hughes and Griffin all leading their classes. John Everard is as well. Pre-93 Class D is led by Rob May's Toyota Corolla, the AE86. Daniel Stewart leads Pre-93 Class A. Further back in the order, Alan Hersey is leading Pre-03 Class C with his BMW. And further back, Steve Walden leads Pre-93 Class E with the BMW E30 at the back. We've lost Andy Cripps, I can tell you. He's pulled into the pits with the green BMW. He was down to 6th, so Andy Cripps has pulled off. Yellow flag is out at the bomb hole. Something's happened here. Has somebody gone off? Somebody's pulled. Oh, it's David Nixon. The Rover has come to a halt. It's not roving anymore. Very experienced saloon car racer in many disciplines is David Nixon, but his Rover Tomcat is out of this one. Oh, look out, Trevor Kiffin. It's being caught at Murray's by the leaders there in his Alfa Romeo. Don Hughes had to dodge him. Goes out onto the grass, getting out of the way of David Griffin. So Kiffin and Griffin side by side there. That's allowed Preble to get away a bit. 50 seconds on the clock, so we're on the last lap now. It's going to be surely a win for Gary Preble. He's going to defeat the pre-93 hordes. Don Hughes is 2.2 seconds off him. It's a pre-03 1-2. It's not often we see the BMWs kept out of the top two, but David Griffin leading pre-93 and trying to take the championship lead away from Ian Bauer is still there. In third place. They're coming up to lap Steve Walden's E30 325i there. 320i, I should say, that orange car is. Griffin in the M3. Still leads pre-93. How far ahead of Bauer is he now? Nearly 5 seconds. Pete Winstone gets out of the way in the Vento. Blue flags being waved by the marshals to tell the back markers that the quicker cars are approaching, warning them to hold their lines and be courteous to them. David Griffin breathing down the neck of Don Hughes in the Peugeot. They are, well, they're not just in different classes, they're in different championships, but it's overall pride at stake here for second place. I don't think they're going to catch Gary Preble. It's going to be a win for the Honda. Great drive by Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306 up there in second. They're coming up to lap that unusual BMW estate of John Hillier. And there is John Everard. We get a look at that lovely E30 M3. And there's Trevor Kiffin, the Alpha 75. They ran in the late 80s in British touring cars. Sponsored by John West Salmon. Nothing fishy about their efforts though. Through towards the checkered flag they come then. It's going to be a win for Gary Preble. Who is going to be second there? Don Hughes or David Griffin? Well, David Griffin's going to win the pre-93 split, but it's going to be a win in the pre-03s and overall for Gary Preble in his Honda Civic. Can David Griffin get second place overall on the run towards the checkered flag? It's going to be a win for Gary Preble in the Honda. He takes the win. Second goes to Don Hughes. David Griffin is third, and David Griffin has got a 10-second penalty showing on the timing screen. We know not why, unfortunately, but he does still get third place because Ian Bauer was so far back from him. So David Griffin, despite getting a penalty there, we didn't see why, a 10-second penalty, he gets third place and wins the pre-93s because he was more than 10 seconds ahead of Ian Bauer. He gets fourth. John Everard was fifth. Now who's going to be sixth? It should be Mark Fowler in the yellow BMW. He's quite a way back. There he is. Ross Craig behind him. He takes third in the pre-03 split. John Everard third in pre-93. 8th place should go to Rob May in the Toyota Corolla, the AE86. Good effort by him. He'll win pre-93 Class D as well. Rest of the finishers come through. There's Luke Bennett in the Integra DC2 chasing Daniel Stewart. 27 in there as well is the Renault Clio of Scott Smith, newcomer this season. You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. Nice little battle to the line here. This is for... So Scott Smith has a look there. He won't get past Luke Bennett. This is the fight for 9th place. Rob May has already crossed the line in 8th. Daniel Stewart in the XJS takes 9th. Bennett is 10th. Smith 11th. Just failed to get through there. And close across the line there, Andy Abrams and Andy Sheraton. Behind them is Steve Barber, 14th in the Lego Star Wars Honda. Behind them, we'll have Alan Hersey in the BMW Compacts. And the rest of the field a lap behind. We'll confirm the full results in a few moments' time. That was a win for Gary Preble. The pre-03 cars coming in first and second for a change. Just under a second in it at the flag between Preble and Don Hughes. David Griffin, despite receiving a penalty there, still gets 3rd place ahead of Ian Bauer. Griffin wins the pre-93 split. James Everard, not Sir John, I apologise there, taking 5th place in his BMW. Mark Fowler in 6th, then 7th Ross Craig, Rob May in 8th. Daniel Stewart topping a good fight there for 9th place ahead of Luke Bennett and Scott Smith. Just behind them, Andy Abrams beating Andy Sheraton home for 12th place. Steve Barber was 14th and Alan Hersey completing the top 15 in his BMW Compacts. Behind them, 16th went to the BMW Touring of John Hillier. Pete Winstone's VW Vento was next home ahead of Steve Walden. Then Trevor Kiffin, the final finisher. We lost David Nixon and Andy Cripps. And we can hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé to hear from our race wins.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. I'm joined by a very, very happy Gary Preble. Gary, congratulations. But it wasn't so easy, was it? You were just telling me.
Oh no, it was a mental race. Qualified 3rd, and obviously off the line, Griffin got a really poor start, and I just had nowhere to go. I was stuck behind him and just tried to stick my nose up in front, but he had it covered. And yeah, he was just all over the place and just seemed really slow off the offset, which quite surprised me. And I just couldn't get by him, and everyone else was going around the outside of me, and I'm thinking, oh, here we go. I'm down in
not like David, that is it?
Yeah, I know. I'm like down into 5th place at one point, I think, and I'm thinking this is going to be hard work, and just slowly picked him off, and Hughes and that put up a fantastic race. Absolutely mega, and then obviously finally caught Bauer and the other BM, and he was just hanging it out everywhere, and I could just see his tyres slowly going. I'm just thinking, okay, I knew the race was shortened, and then I started picking up problems of my own. The 6th gear wouldn't select in, so I only could hold it in 5th. And I'm going down the back straight, and I have to sort of give it everything in the 5th, and then sort of backing off, and then giving it a bit more.
It's going to be tough around at Snetterton.
Oh, you really need 6th gear around here, and unfortunately I haven't got it. But so yeah, race 2 tomorrow is going to be really interesting, as we're going to have to just try and do the same again and
you can get
hold them off. And
6 for tomorrow.
Oh, it's a lot of work, and it's a special machine, little collet that sits on the gear. So,
right.
But absolutely enjoyed the race. Mega race.
Well done. Look,
thank
big
you.
Trophy on your car now as well. Look.
Super.
Well, okay, let's grab David Griffin here. David, I did say we were going to be chatting in Parc Fermé. So it was quite eventful, wasn't it?
Well, they just asked me to open my bonnet. That could be the most eventful part of the whole day.
There was a little exclamation mark by your name on TSL. So.
Was there? Was there?
Don't ask me what for.
Right, out of that top 4 or 5, there'd be an exclamation point next to everyone's name. There was some pretty wild stuff going on out there. I fluffed every single component of the start. Spun it up, missed a gear, got on the wrong line into turn 2, missed another gear coming out, and it was a bit of a fight back from 5th. And I'd love to say that we just care about winning the pre-93s, but we don't. We want to get in front of the pre-03 guys as well.
You've got another chance tomorrow, mate.
Yeah.
Well done. I'm going to stand back whilst the everything's bottled up. There we go. Wait for it. Woof. Right. It is time now for the MG Owners Club Race 2. They're about to head out on track, so I better hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, it is the second race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship coming up next. The grid based on the second quickest time for each driver from the qualifying session this morning. Looking just to see if there's been any changes to the result of race number 1. First of all, no, there hasn't. It was a win for Steve McDermott, taking one, I believe, was his 9th win of the season out of 12 races, round 13 of the championship coming up. He headed home Fergus Campbell and Will Sharp. The class for MGFs was won by Mark Baker, the invitation class by Max Cawthorne, and Class A by David Amphlett. So we'll give you the grid shortly for our second MG race of the day. A reminder of the classes: Class F is for MGFs, Class A for MGBs and midgets, the Abingdon built cars, Class Z is for MGZRs, Class B is for the MG Maestros, got one here this weekend, and the invitation class as well. So the grid for race 2, as we say, based on the second quickest times from qualifying. Fergus Campbell, number 31, sits on pole alongside 77 Steve McDermott. The second row, Will Sharp in 66, and the first of the MGFs, 53, Mark Baker. Row 3, we've got number 5, Stuart Plotnick in the second of the MGFs, and Jack Woodcock, who failed to finish race 1. Hopefully he's out there in number 24 with his ZR. Row 4, number 83, Phil Walker, alongside 8, Paul Wisby. On the 5th row, 46, Mark Grant, and 3, Adrian Olsen. I'm not sure Adrian will be there because his car expired in a cloud of smoke early on in race 1, so wait to see if Adrian has been able to repair or whether the engine damage was terminal. Row 6, first of the invitation class cars, Max Cawthorne, number 129 with his MGB, starts alongside the first Class A MGB of David Amphlett. Row 7, Jim Bainham, recovered from a spin on the first lap of race 1 to 6, second in class, starts alongside Jonathan Upchurch, number 29 with his ZR. The 8th row, number 30, Andy Robinson, another retirement in race 1, so we'll see if he's there, alongside 69, Peter Head with his MGB. 9th row, 28, Chris Pollard, and 59, the only MG midget, which is Ashley Barnes, alongside him. Then on the 10th row, 39, Alan Forster with the MG Maestro, and we should again see Nick Golhar, number 12, who didn't get out in qualifying, but he should be there with his ZR at the back of the grid. Lancaster Insurance, the long-time sponsors of this championship, also in partnership with Toyo Tyres. A place to race your MG for many, many years now. Classes available for all ages of MG. Everything from A to ZR, as they say. Very friendly championship, this one. I know Jim Bainham and his team do a lot of work behind the scenes for this championship. Jim has won the championship many times but has missed some rounds this year, so not on top in Class A. He's down in 4th in Class A. David Amphlett heading for the points championship there. Anthony Bates, in the Battle of the Maestros, has been the top man in Class B, but he's not here. Alan Forster is. Cars making their way to the grid. There's Nick Golhar. He has made it out, and it looked like Andy Robinson was there as well in car number 30. So the car's heading to Agostini. We'll see if there's any gaps on the grid for this one. Fergus Campbell in the orange car leads them round. Steve McDermott, the race 1 winner. Runaway points leader in Class Z. Will Sharp is there, Mark Baker, Stuart Plotnick. Jack Woodcock's back out, so he's repaired his problem from race 1. Phil Walker, Paul Wisby. Mark Grant is there. No Adrian Olsen though, as I suspected. He blew his engine in race 1. Andy Robinson, the yellow car, is there. Ashley Barnes is there. It looks like Chris Pollard is missing, the number 28 MGB. He's second in the points in Class A at the moment. I reckon that could, if David Amphlett wins the class here, that could hand him the championship. But Steve McDermott is the overall championship leader. He's on 135 points. David Amphlett on 123. So one of those two is almost certainly going to be the overall champion this year. We've got another double header to go at Pembrey in Wales next month, and then the drivers drop their worst 2 scores from across the season. So still a bit of mathematics to do at the end of the championship season to decide who's going to be the overall champion. But it's going to be either Steve McDermott or David Amphlett, barring any major miracle. The MGF class, meanwhile, is led by Mark Baker, well clear of Simon Kendrick, and Simon not here this weekend. Stuart Plotnick and Paul Wisby, his 2 rivals. So Mark Baker in the blue car there, looking set to win the MGF championship. And Class B almost certainly going to be won by Anthony Bates in the British Leyland class, as I call it. Now, just one entry for them this weekend, Alan Forster there with his Maestro. There have been Montego's race, as we mentioned earlier, even a couple of Montego estates, would you believe. Andy Campbell drove a Montego estate in this championship in the 90s. Well, if we can have a BMW estate in classic touring cars, why not? Cars coming to the grid then for our second race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. ZRs, Fs, Bs, midgets and maestros. MGs of all ages. Pole position, number 31, Fergus Campbell, with his ZR alongside the similar machine of Steve McDermott, going for a double win. Looking for his 10th win of the season in this one. Second row, 66 Will Sharp and 53 Mark Baker in the first of the MGFs. The third row, Stuart Plotnick's MGF and Jack Woodcock in his ZR. Failed to finish the first race. Well, Fergus Campbell's had 1 win this year in the rain at Thruxton. There have been 2 wins for Will Sharp, 1 at Thruxton and 1 at Brands Hatch. Every other race won outright by Steve McDermott. The man from Buckingham looking for another win here. So the last few cars into line then. This will be an 18-minute race, slightly reduced because of earlier delays. The revs begin to rise then very shortly. 5-second board is held aloft from the gantry. Time to go racing. The second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Waiting for the lights to go out, and off they go. Down towards Rich's corner for the first time. A good start by Steve McDermott from the outside. Can he get ahead of Fergus Campbell on the run into Rich's? 3 wide behind. Look at this. Stuart Plotnick, Jack Woodcock and Mark Baker. Not the best of starts by Mark Baker there, but Fergus Campbell has held his lead on the inside line. And it's Fergus Campbell's orange car that leads the way down to Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Chased by Will Sharp up into second. Steve McDermott was held on the outside line there. He's third. Stuart Plotnick up into fourth. Mark Baker's really lost out there around the outside. He's down to about third in class. So the MGF class will be led by the zebra striped car of Stuart Plotnick. First 3 are ZRs, then the first of the Fs. Then Phil Walker, number 83, has started well. He's up there. There's Paul Wisby in his MGF, number 8. It will be Fergus Campbell who leads them round for the first time. Then second place it is Will Sharp, and there in third it is Steve McDermott. It's filed their way through, no problems at Agostini there. Alan Forster at the back in the Maestro, lifting a wheel there, Will Sharp in the Wayside Adhesives sponsored car. Now can he hold off Steve McDermott for second place? Only once this year has McDermott finished out of the top 2. That was in the rain at Thruxton when Fergus Campbell won, and it was Will Sharp in second place. Certainly the big 3 out in front here. It's a wonderful mixture of MGs. Nick Golhar coming through from the back. He's got ahead of Jim Bainham. He's made up 3 places so far. There's the lone MG midget. That's Ashley Barnes, number 59. Side by side for second. Will Sharp has the inside for Brundle, so he'll hold the place. It's Fergus Campbell looking for his second win of the season. His first in this car. He raced Andy Heitman's car at Thruxton, took over for race 2, so had to start at the back of the grid because of the change of driver, and he came through. It only took him a couple of laps to hit the front of the field. Now here's the leader of the invitation class. That's Max Cawthorne with his classic MGB. He'll be sharing Jonathan Upchurch's MGZR in the Snetterton Saloons race tomorrow, the pit stop race. Campbell and Sharp lead the way then. Will Sharp has raced in the classic class in the past with MG Midgets. He's raced Porsches in the past as well. He's raced Porsche Boxsters and 924s. Chasing now Campbell for the lead. They're separated by 0.34 of a second over the line. Up the inside, Will Sharp into Riches. That's a daring move on the brakes, and he goes through. Great move by Will Sharp. I wasn't expecting an attack to come from quite that far back, but Sharp has thrown it through into the lead, into Riches, now into Wilson's hairpin. He holds it. Campbell closes back up. McDermott's there as well. We've got a race on our hands between these three, and in the MGF class, because Mark Baker's back up to 5th, and he's now starting to close on Stuart Plotneck. There's Mark Grant, 46. He's in 9th place. Well, the time clock did say 18 minutes at the start of this one. Yes, 18-minute race. Just confirming that was correct. Got just under 15 to go. The fight is on for the lead here. Will Sharp, Fergus Campbell and Steve McDermott, the three ZRs together. Then it's Stuart Plotneck in the white and zebra striped MGF. Mark Baker, Phil Walker, Jack Woodcock next. Then Paul Wisby, Mark Grant. And rounding out the top 10, the invitation class leader, Max Cawthorne. Here comes the number 31, the sort of Dayglow candy red car, all over the tail. It nearly hits the tail of Will Sharp there. Nearly a bit of Morse code on the bumper. Three of them lying astern, the three MG ZR 170s, 1800cc identical engines. This is great stuff, much closer than race one. Cawthorne still leads the invitation class. Who's leading Class A? I think it's David Amphlett, yes, but he's lost out to some of the ZRs there. Jonathan Upchurch and the rest of them. Look at this, 3 wide as they come almost into Brundle. Will Sharp still has the lead up towards Nelson ahead of Campbell. Steve McDermott is his record of top 2 finishes going to be blemished for a second time here. The lowest he's finished this year is 3rd in the rain at Thruxton. Will Sharp looking for win number 3 this year. He had a win in round 7 at Brands Hatch. He ended Steve McDermott's unbeaten run on that occasion. He won the other race at Thruxton before the heavens opened. Fergus Campbell won that. Fergus Campbell is starting to get into the slipstream now for the Senna Straight. There's the MGFs battling for 4th. 4-way battle for 4th place. Plotneck, Baker, Walker and Woodcock. Then Wisby, Grant. Further back in 10th is Cawthorne. Now here come the leaders. Stuart Plotneck in 4th. There's a move being made here for 5th. Phil Walker trying to get around the outside. He won't get through there, I don't think. Mark Baker in the MGF later on the brakes. Now what's going to happen with the leaders as they go towards Wilson's hairpin? It's still Will Sharp who holds the lead. Campbell in the middle is having to attack and defend at the same time because Steve McDermott is there, and this is allowing the next group to tow up onto the back of them slightly. Plotneck has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:23.938. He's quicker than the ZRs. So watch for Stuart Plotneck, that white car with the zebra, or are they tiger stripes? I can't really tell. Closing in 4th. 5th is Baker. Walker puts a wheel under the grass there in 6th place. Then it's Jack Woodcock in 7th. Will Sharp under intense pressure here for the lead from Fergus Campbell. But these 4, well it's 3 now because Jack Woodcock's dropped away a bit, are closing on the 3 leaders. Does that mean Woodcock's having problems again? Failed to finish race 1, the youngster. Oh, Will Sharp gets 2 wheels onto the grass there at Hamilton's. This could be Fergus Campbell's opportunity. He's on the tail again there of the leading ZR. He could get him on the Bentley straight down towards Brundles. Through the right-hander they go. Yes, Fergus Campbell is in the slipstream. Will Sharp's really going to have to defend here. There's still 11.5 minutes of this race to go. This is cracking stuff. There's Upchurch under fire from Robinson further back. Will Sharp defending. He's held the lead. Look at McDermott up the outside. He's got 2nd place. Fergus Campbell wasn't expecting that. Well, Steve McDermott up into 2nd position. Campbell goes down to 3rd. Campbell was so busy concentrating on Will Sharp, he didn't notice Steve McDermott sneak around the outside. And now McDermott can go for the lead. Here comes Campbell back again. They've got to be mindful that the MGFs are coming behind them. Will Sharp actually increased his lead a little bit as a result through Brundle there, but now McDermott's starting to close on him. Through Murray's. Still got 11 minutes of this to go. This is a brilliant race, not even at halfway yet. For the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race number 2. With action like this, we're probably wishing we could have another race for them later in the weekend. McDermott goes to the outside. Is he going to cut back in through Riches here? No, he's not. Sharp holds it. Campbell's there behind. Now, how far behind is Plotnick? Just under 2 seconds. McDermott's just done the fastest lap, 2:23.043. Campbell on his tail there. Just avoids clipping the back of him. There's Plotnick, Baker and Walker behind them. Now, where is Jack Woodcock? I think he's hit trouble again. Yes, he's dropping down the timing screen, so whatever the problem was for Woodcock in race 1 has struck again. I think he's out of the race, sadly. Yep, there he is. The 24 is touring in. He's going to head for the pit lane. Yep, the indicator is going. Jack Woodcock, sadly, a double retirement. Well, that's a great shame for Jack. His first season with the championship. He's third in the points in Class Z as well. Here's some battles further back. And I think Jim Bainham has got ahead. Yes, in Class A, he's taken David Amphlett, so he leads Class A now. Never mind that, because Steve McDermott is all over Will Sharp. Sharp pressured into a slight mistake there. Campbell's going to have a go up the inside into Oggies, side by side, and Campbell's going through. Back into second place. The spectators are shouting away for dear life on the banking as well. They are loving this. Sharp still leads. Campbell now second, and somehow Will Sharp hanging on in front. Having thrown it up the inside of Riches a couple of laps ago, the first corner to take the lead. Look at this, they're going 3 wide. This is magnificent. Who's going to come out of this with the lead as they go down towards Brundle? Sharp's gone down to third place. I think it's McDermott on the inside. Sharp, how the heck has he stayed ahead there? Swings back around the outside. That's a brilliant piece of driving by Sharp, but he's gone wide on the exit of Nelson's. Campbell's back up the inside. He's going to retake the lead coming into the bomb hole. Well, this is the race of the weekend so far. Sharp back down to second. McDermott is third, and Stuart Plotnick's looking on. He's trying to catch them. Sharp puts a wheel onto the grass on the inside. He's really trying here. Fergus Campbell has the lead. There's still 8.5 minutes of this to go. McDermott in third place, but it's Fergus Campbell now back in front. Will Sharp, he nearly got the switch back through Brundle's, but he ran a bit wide at the next corner at Nelson's. Further back in the order, there's Jonathan Upchurch in 10th place ahead of Andy Robinson. Upchurch second to Max Cawthorne in the invitation class. There's the MGB ahead. As here they come towards Riches. Once again, this magnificent lead battle. Sharp's going to try again. Well, that was close. I thought he was going to hit the back of Campbell. There wasn't room there on the inside. This is brilliant motor racing here at Snetterton from the MG Owners Club. Down towards Wilson's hairpin for the 5th time. Fergus Campbell, long-time MG racer, leads the way. He's pulled away a little bit there from Sharp as well. Sharp had to ease off to get through Riches without any contact, and he's in the clutches now of Steve McDermott. The MGFs behind them of Plotnick and Baker only just over a second away. 6th is Phil Walker. Paul Wisby in his MGF is 7th, a little bit further back, so it could be 6 for the lead here shortly if this battle continues to rage. Now, the first 6 on their own, it would have been 7, but Jack Woodcock hit problems. Paul Wisby is 7th, number 46 is in 8th place, that's Mark Grant. As the leaders come through Hamilton's. Max Cawthorne and Jonathan Upchurch rounding out the top 10. It's Andy Robinson. Nick Gollard from the back of the grid is 12th. Jim Bainham is leading Class A in 13th. And here's our Class B leader. That is the MG Maestro of Alan Forster, sliding it rally style through the hairpin. Here come the leaders. What's going to happen into Brundle's this time? Steve McDermott almost bump drafting Will Sharp. He's going to try and go round the outside as he did earlier on. This time Will Sharp is wise to him. He tries to stop him. They're rocking about there on the way into Brundle. Yes, they've held it together. Will Sharp has held second. Campbell goes a little wide through Nelson's. He still leads. 6.5 minutes to go. Running through the rest of the order. Bainham leads Class A. He's 13th ahead of David Amphlett. 15th is Ashley Barnes. Forster 16th. They're the only runners in this one. So we lost a few from race 1, that means, that didn't take the starts. Adrian Olsen, obviously. Also Peter Head's MGB didn't take the starts this one, and Chris Pollard was the other that didn't. There's Andy Robinson, chased by Nick Gollard in number 12. They're behind Upchurch, and they've got ahead of Max Cawthorne now. So Cawthorne's had a moment somewhere because he's lost 3 places. He's not leading the invitation class anymore. It's Upchurch. Oh, Stuart Plotnick's out. He was 4th. He's had a spin, I think. So we're not too sure what's happened to Stuart Plotnick there. He's had a moment as well. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid been dropped somewhere perhaps. Now he rejoins behind Jonathan Upchurch, so he'll be down to about 10th place. Meantime, here come your leaders. Through Palmer's, Fergus Campbell still in front. He's pulled away a little bit from Will Sharp, who's got Steve McDermott on his tail. Campbell's done the fastest lap, 2:21.59. Oh, there's Paul Wisby's car pulled off as well, we just caught a glimpse of, so we've lost Wisby. Well, the MGF's all hitting trouble, with the exception at the moment of Mark Walker. There is Walker, and yeah, the yellow flag is out there. There's Mark Baker, rather, in the MGF. Phil Walker has dropped back. There's been a tangle for 4th place, that means, because we saw Plotnick off. Phil Walker's a long way back from Mark Baker, so we didn't see what happened there, but there's obviously been a bit of a schmozzle in the battle for 4th place. Here are the leaders, and they're a bit more spaced out now, possibly because of the yellow flag out for Paul Wisby's stranded car. So it's all happening in the midfield, but the 3 leaders are still at it. And look at Mark Baker there. He's got his headlamps on the MGF, trying to catch the 3 ZRs ahead of him. Can he catch them? He's got just over 4 minutes to do so. Campbell. It's McDermott second. Will Sharp has dropped back into 3rd. Now, is Will Sharp having some handling issues here? Maybe he's pushed too hard and his Toyo tyres are going off a bit. He fought so hard to hold the lead for so long, trying to take a 3rd win of the season. But it looks like it could well be win number 2 of the season for Fergus Campbell. Further behind, Mark Baker is 4th. 5th, it's Phil Walker. Michael Grant, number 46, is up into 6th place. Mark Grant, sorry, is now 6th. Jonathan Upchurch is 7th, because I think Phil Walker, has he got a problem there? Yes, the 83 is slowing down. So Phil Walker looks like has got a problem. Who's that's just gone past him there? That's Mark Grant. So whether Phil Walker's had an off somewhere, or whether maybe he had some contact with Stuart Plotnick. We'll wait to see if he keeps going. We've lost Paul Wisby as well. Plotnick is still going in 8th place, so Jonathan Upchurch is now 7th with his invitation class ZR. Rounding out the top 10 are Andy Robinson and Nick Golhar. There is Class B leader, Alan Forster. He's 15th with the loss of Paul Wisby. Ashley Barnes behind him. And if you look at the stats there, we've had a change for the lead in Class A again. David Amplett's got back ahead of Jim Bainham. So it's all happening further back. But up front, Fergus Campbell is looking good here now in the battle of the ZRs. It's all played into the hands of Mark Baker. He's heading surely for the Class F championship this year. With Simon Kendrick not here, Stuart Plotnick having spun, and Paul Wisby retired. Well, this is great stuff then in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We're in the closing stages now. There is Mark Baker, 4th overall, heading for another win in the MGF category. He's surely going to win the Class F Championship this year. With a round to go at Pembrey, 2 races to go at Pembrey. The Class Z Championship is going to go to Steve McDermott, I would reckon. Class B to Anthony Bates, who's not here today, and Class A to David Amphlett. But it's between Amphlett and McDermott. I think that will go to the final round for the overall championship. All the updates on the championship websites in the meantime. Meantime, we're coming round to start the final lap. Fergus Campbell, number 31, has pulled away now from Steve McDermott. Well, that brilliant battle in the early stages. Bit of driver fatigue, possibly, holding them back a bit. Stuart Plotnick, meanwhile, has got back up into 6th position with Phil Walker's problem. Phil Walker, incidentally, has pulled into the pits. So Walker's out. It's Grant now 5th in the number 46 car. Plotnick is back up to 6th. This man in 7th, Jonathan Upchurch, ex-Brisker Formula 2 stock car racer in the 29. Oh, looks almost like a standard road car, that one, doesn't it? He's in 7th. It's Andy Robinson, number 30, in 8th place. Then Nick Golhar and Max Cawthorne round out the top 10. Steve McDermott, can he catch our race leader on this final lap? There's only 30 seconds on the clock, so it'll be checkered flag this time. And last time around, McDermott did the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.952, so he's not finished yet. Can he catch Fergus Campbell? Will Sharp in 3rd. Mark Baker on his own in 4th. This could go all the way, you know. It is still Fergus Campbell there in the lead. A cracking race this has been. Certainly the race of the weekend so far. To the Bentley Straight they go for the last time. There's Alan Forster heading for the win in Class B in the Maestro. But can Steve McDermott catch Fergus Campbell? He's only got a few corners to do so, the clock is down to 0. Here they come into Brundle for the last time. Through the bomb hole. 2 ZR 170s together. They've dropped Will Sharp. Is it going to be Campbell or McDermott? I don't think McDermott's quite going to get close enough. He may have a stab into Murray's corner. Through Coram for the last time. Down into the left-hander. McDermott, I don't think he's going to do it because Fergus Campbell has only got to put his foot down, and he's heading for his 2nd win of the season in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. McDermott closes, but he's not going to do it. And it's a win for Fergus Campbell by just half a second. Another fastest lap for McDermott on the last lap, but he has to settle for 2nd place. 3rd goes to Will Sharp, having led the early part of the race. Brilliant race between those 3. Well done to all 3 of them. Mark Baker takes 4th and wins the MGF class. Poor old Stuart Plotnick, who was leading until a spin. Bit of a tangle with Phil Walker, we think. Mark Baker takes another MGF class win. That's surely going to be enough to all but sew up their championship. Coming through further back for 5th place will be Mark Grant in his ZR. And Stuart Plotnick in 6th place. I think there's Max Cawthorne, 2nd in the invitation class, behind Jonathan Upchurch in the green ZR. There's Grant Home in 5th place. And 6th behind him we will have the white MGF of Stuart Plotnick. There he is. 7th will be Jonathan Upchurch's ZR. The Andy Robinson ZR, the yellow machine, in 8th. Nick Golhar will take 9th from the back of the grid. They were very close together at the end of that one. And Max Cawthorne 10th in the red MGB. Class A, meanwhile, who's going to take that? Here they come. It's Jim Bainham. Great fight with David Amphlett. Bainham wins the class. Amphlett next. And Alan Forster will win Class B. The other finisher will be Ashley Barnes. There he is, the MG Midgets. So Alan Forster in the Maestro finishes ahead of Ashley Barnes. Forster the winner of Class B. We lost Phil Walker, Paul Wisby and Jack Woodcock, the 3 Ws. We'll confirm the provisional result then. The win going to Fergus Campbell by half a second ahead of Steve McDermott. He got the fastest lap, so we'll get a point for that. Fergus Campbell gets a point for pole position for race 1 as well. But a great race with Will Sharp, who takes 3rd. Well done to all 3 of them. Mark Baker 4th and wins the MGF class. Mark Grant in 5th ahead of Stuart Plotnick. Unlucky to him after his spin. Jonathan Upchurch wins the invitation class in 7th. Then Andy Robinson, Nick Golhar and Max Cawthorne round out the top 10. Golhar coming through from the back of the grid. Jim Bainham wins Class A in 11th, ahead of David Amphlett, the champion-elect. Alan Forster winning Class B in the Maestro in 13th. Then Barnes, the final finisher, Ashley Barnes in the MG Midget 14th. Phil Walker pulled his ZR into the pits. We lost Paul Wisby out of Palmer. He pulled up at Marshall's post, and Jack Woodcock also an early retirement into the pits. Pause to get my breath back, I think, after that one. The best race of the day so far from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. We've still got 3 more races to come. We switched from MGs to Jaguars next. At first, we'll head down to Parc Fermé with Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Parc Fermé, and we're going to move out of the way because we've got Steve McDermott reversing. He's about to run us over, but here is your race winner, Fergus Campbell. Fergus, you got the job done in race 2. Come on.
I'm absolutely exhausted.
I was going to say, I seem more excited than you.
I've got nothing left, mate. I've got nothing left. The first few laps of the race with these two was absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And if only my in-car camera hadn't packed up, because it would be absolutely brilliant to watch. But great, clean racing, good fun. And I think they must have lost a little bit of pace towards the end. But towards the very end, Steve was coming back at me, so I couldn't relax for a minute. But it was mint. Thank you.
Well done. It sounds like you need a glass of water or perhaps something stronger as well. Here's Will Sharp as well. Once again, you three, you just want to hog all the limelight, you lot, don't you?
I don't know, some races you go all in, and I know I've not got the fastest car in a straight line, but I just thought it and just could do it, man. And I made some mad moves, but when you get in front, they just literally bump and you can't shift them. It's the fastest track in the UK, and I've not got the fastest car, I'm afraid. But I really enjoyed it, put on a few moves for the crowds. Man, they come to see me, don't they?
They do, that's it. Go on, Will.
Sorry,
go on.
Please. Hi, Niall. It's my son's best friend.
Oh, lovely, fantastic. Nice one. Cheers, Will. Good man. Right, let's go have a word with Steve as well, shall we? Here he is.
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
Steve, another cracking race, another thriller, but Fergus just bested you this time.
Yeah, I just managed to get away because I couldn't get past Will. And by the time I did, there was too much distance between us. I just couldn't make it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good race. It'll be good to watch because it swapped and changed a lot. So yeah,
it's been a good day. It's been a good weekend for you, hasn't it?
It's been the best, and hopefully, I think that's the championship one for me. So
well, we'll get it confirmed if it is.
Celebration.
Well done, Steve. Congratulations, buddy. Right, I'm aware that the Jags are actually out on track now, so we're going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Well, the big cats have been unleashed from their lair then, and it is time for the Jaguar Enthusiast Club Saloon and GT Championship, their first of 2 races this weekend. It'll be a 14-minute race. The grid lines up as follows. In pole position will be number 4 of Tom Robinson in the Class D car. 4 classes here, classes A, B, C and D, depending on how modified the car is. Class D, the fully race modified cars. Tom Robinson starts from pole. Alongside number 58, Tom Lenthal. He's in Derek Pearce's Jaguar XK8 for this race. More on that a little bit later. Row 2, number 97, Lawrence Coppock. He's an XJS. And Rick Walker with his XJS on row 2 in car 54. Row 3, the championship leader, 24, Michael Seaborn. And number 28 of Daniel Stewart. Row 4, 144, Cliff Ryan. And number 5, Simon Dunford. And on the 5th row, 45, David Ringham, and 114, Stephen Anderson. Those last 3 Class A cars, they're the road standard cars. I've got 3 cars in Class B, 4 cars in Class B as well. Tom Lenthal, Rick Walker, Michael Seaborn and Daniel Stewart. No Class C cars this weekend. Class D for the race modified machines, Tom Robinson, Lawrence Coppock and Cliff Ryan. Well, I think we've got a couple of interviews from earlier on down in the paddock. We'll pick those up in a second.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. Now, if anybody knows me, you'll know I have a bit of a thing about Jaguars, so I'm kind of in heaven a little bit right now. What we're going to do is go chat to the man on pole position. It is Tom Robinson, of course. Tom, congratulations, first of all. I haven't actually had a chance to catch up with you yet. Some lap in qualifying.
Yeah, really happy. Yeah, a little bit low on grid numbers, but a bit of a shame we haven't got James, Ram and Colin here. But no, really pleased with the lap time. Quickest lap I've ever done here, so yeah, great result.
What is it about Jaguars? Come on.
Probably the fact they're not designed to do this.
Huge, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly that, and that's why I love it. Just because it's not something you see racing every day, and it just adds to part of fun.
They're sensational and so long as well. Honestly, it's like a ship, isn't it? Best of luck, Tom. This curvature. We've got an XK8 here as well, XJS. Oh my word! And just have a look at this bonnet. How long is this? I'm 5'7". I reckon this bonnet is 5'8". That's how big they are. Let's go chat to some more of the drivers. Enough about me. 54 over here. Let's go have a quick word. The green machine itself. You heard me. You heard me.
Dave, how you doing?
The green machine itself, I've just called it there. What do you call it?
Definitely the lean green racing machine. Yeah, that's the one. Formula One Jag, as you said. So.
How are we feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, good actually. I've got a bit of a misfire, so it's going to be a difficult one. We're 4 of us here, pretty close on time. We're all within a second, I think, of each other. So should be some interesting racing. Should be a little bit close, but. Just depends how this misfire goes. I've got a coil pack going down and it's creating some problems for me, so I might have to stay on the tail of a few of them.
It looks to me in here, you can't quite see the camera, there's a few switches. It looks very James Bond in here. I think there might be some missiles and some fog coming out the back.
We had to put lights and indicators back on for this year, for this series of the CTCRC now, so we're semi-road legal as it is.
So you could almost drive it home on the M25.
Yeah, well, you don't drive anywhere on the M25 these days, you know, it's just one big parking lot. So.
Best of luck, thanks for that, enjoy the race, won't you? There we go, we've got a good friend of mine actually, Mike Seaborn, just up here as well. Let's just quickly say hello before heading off. We haven't got a huge amount of time left. Mike, you know my love for Jags, I'm in heaven here, but I know your car very, very well. How's it running today?
Yeah, the car's great, the driver not so much. I had a few too many sherries last night and still suffering.
You looked alright this morning, when mind your eyes were a bit bloodshot.
Yeah, it was. This morning was not pleasant. It was not fun. Yeah, it's a shame we got a bit of a depleted field today. Really, I think Goodwood's. A lot of the guys have got Mark IIs and Mark I's and the like. So it's not going to be full Jag carnage today. Not quite, but I've got some cars I need to chase down, so I'm going to try and make it as close as possible.
It still makes a good sight, doesn't it? It makes a crank sight. Best
Always,
of luck, mate.
always.
Right, so there you go. Now it is time for the Jaguars to take to the track. So let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. It's going to be a cracker.
It certainly is, yes, thanks Ian. We are underway with our first race of the weekend for the Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. Tom Robinson in number 4 out in front, looking to make up for a non-finish in the previous round at Cadwell. He spun while leading into the tyre wall, the wet conditions catching him out. He actually qualified this morning 8.5 seconds quicker than everyone else, so I think Tom Robinson's going to race off into the sunset here with his XJR6. Now, Tom Lenthal in second place, driving car number 58 this weekend. I'll tell you about Tom Lenthal here. We normally see him in number 7 in a different class in his XJS. He's borrowed Derek Pearce's XK8 for this weekend, and the reason is he's trying to take points off Michael Seaborn for the championship lead, because he's in Class B. They're both in Class B this weekend, so he's trying to beat Michael Seaborn. Tactics here from Tom Lenthal to try and even the championship up a bit. Well, we'll see how Michael Seaborn gets on. He's in the Castrol liveried XJ40. We just heard from him. They're a good bunch, the Jaguar racers, so we always like to have a good chat to them. Out in front it is Robinson. There's the XK8, normally raced by Derek Pearce, but it's Tom Lenthal in second. Lawrence Coppock attacking him. He's a Class D car, same class as our race leader Tom Robinson. A slightly smaller field of Jaguars than usual here, with a few drivers engaged elsewhere this weekend. Another car we should have seen out in this race is Roger Webster, number 42, with his new XJS. Sadly, he had an accident in qualifying this morning, and his XJS sadly is written off, so he's unable to race. Roger's fine, but we won't be racing this weekend, unfortunately. Heavy damage to the front of that car, went into the tyre wall in qualifying. So Tom Robinson is away and clear in the lead. We focus on the cars behind him. Second place Tom Lenthal, then it's Coppock. Rick Walker in 4th place, being chased by Michael Seaborn, then Daniel Stewart, Cliff Ryan. There's dust everywhere. These cars kicking up a fair bit of dust as they come off the corners. Lawrence Coppock there chasing for second place, and there's Rick Walker. We heard from him earlier in the Jaguar Formula One green, the lean green racing machine as it's been christened on social media this week. Rick Walker coming under a bit of pressure there from Michael Seaborn. That's for second in Class B. Michael Seaborn is the overall championship leader coming into this round. He had a few problems at Cadwell Park. He spun off in one race, so he needs points here. You can hear the whine of the supercharger in Tom Robinson's XJR6. he's not going to be caught here, I don't think, as we said, he did qualify 8.5 seconds quicker than everyone else, and he's lapping about 8 seconds quicker than everybody else at the moment as well. There's Walker ahead of Seaborn, behind them Daniel Stewart. Then it is Cliff Ryan with the 144 car. Next is number 45, that's David Ringham with his XJS. Started off in a Series 1 XJ6 in the series a couple of years ago. Michael Seaborn dodges about there on the tail of Rick Walker. He's having a look in the XJ40. You wouldn't necessarily think of the XJ40 as a race car, but Michael Seaborn drives that car with some aplomb. The Castrol liveried car there. He's going to have a go here out of the bomb hole, up the inside, side by side, and he's going to get through on the inside. So it's Castrol against Jaguar Formula 1 there. Castrol livery used by the IMSA GTP cars in the early 90s, of course, for Jaguar in America. Next through Daniel Stewart, number 28. Seen him in the pre-93 touring cars as well. Class A being led by David Ringham for the road standard cars. He's on the tail of this group. Then Simon Dunford, and finally a newcomer to the series, 114 of Steve Anderson. He's at the tail of the field at the moment. 9 minutes of the race to go as they start to settle down into their rhythm. Tom Robinson's away and gone, barring any disaster with the car. He's going to take the win here. It's all about the fights in the classes. Tom Lenthal is leading Class B. Having switched car and class this weekend, his aim is to beat Michael Seaborn and keep the championship fight alive, as Tom Lenthal is the pace setter in Class C with his XJS. Lawrence Coppock, the Oxfordshire driver, son Richard usually races with him, but just Lawrence this weekend. Michael Seaborn is up into 4th place. He's got ahead of Rick Walker, and Daniel Stewart, I think, has got through there as well. We'll have a look back down the order. Up the inside there, Walker trying to take the place back a bit. A bit tricky to see which XJS was which there because of the sun going into Agostini. Well, there's Robinson. He's out for a Saturday afternoon cruise in his XJR6. There's not Derek Pearce, but Tom Lenthal. Well, Robinson, nobody within the length of the Bentley straight of him. Normally we'd see him challenged by the likes of Colin Philpott and James Ram, but they're elsewhere this weekend. David Ringham fighting with number 5 Simon Dunford. This is for the lead of Class A for the road standard cars, the 2 XJSs. Simon Dunford is the current points leader in Class A, so he wants to get ahead of David Ringham to keep his championship lead. There goes Robinson. Almost too quick for our cameras there through the latter part of the circuit. There's Michael Seaborn. Now he's ahead of Daniel Stewart. He's closing on Lawrence Coppock. He wants to catch Tom Lenthal. There's Cliff Ryan, 144, the black XJRS, that car is. Chasing Rick Walker's lean green racing machine, as we've now christened it. Great character is Rick. He's currently 4th in Class B, but he lost out to Daniel Stewart there. There's Seaborn. He's on the tail of Lawrence Coppock. There goes the leader. Well, we've still got nearly 7 minutes of this race to go, and already the lead gap is over 20 seconds. I reckon Tom Robinson could win this by a full minute here, which is about half a lap of Snetterton. There's the XK8, the newest car in this race. We did have an XK8 win the championship a couple of years ago in the hands of Chris Boone. The Cov Cats run car there is 114 of Steve Anderson. I recognise that car. That's a car that used to belong to the Cov Cats team and was run by David and Lawrence Ball. That's one of their cars. I wondered what had happened to that car. Steve Anderson now running it. He's at the back of the field at the moment, new to the championship here today. He's running in Class A. Class D car, the overall race leader, Tom Robinson. Making up for a disappointing Cadwell. He spun into the tyre wall in race 1, was caught out by slippery conditions. It was, well, the conditions changed every lap at Cadwell. One lap it was dry, the next it was wet. And Tom Robinson was caught out. He was unable to start the second race, so a no score for him. Still keeping up his challenge for the Class D championship this year. There's Seaborn, still on the sail of Coppock. Then Daniel Stewart going well in 5th place. Rick Walker 6th. and Cliff Ryan in 7th. XJRS, the black machine, closing up on the green machine. Not sure of the correct name for that colour, but it's now been christened Jaguar F1 Green. The Jaguar F1 team, of course, in the early 2000s. Likes of Eddie Irvine and Johnny Herbert, among other luminaries, who appeared for Jaguar in Formula 1. Looking a little bit smoky there, Rick Walker's car. Still 4th in Class B. Class B, the most numerous class out there this weekend. We've got 4 Class B cars, 3 in Class D and 3 in Class A in this race. A bit of a lock-up there for Lawrence Coppock, under pressure from the number 97, the number 24 of Michael Seaborn, sorry. And Michael Seaborn, he has had some contact there, look at that. Now, the bonnet coming loose there. Whether that's a legacy of damage from Cadwell Park or whether he's had some contact here, I'm not sure, because the car did end up a bit battered and bruised at Cadwell. Whether he's not had time to repair from August Bank Holiday Monday, Michael Seaborn, but he's still going. He's closing back up on Coppock there. But Seaborn's car is a Class B car, slightly modified, and Lawrence Coppock is in Class D, so it's a full race modified car, so he's got the straight line speed advantage over Seaborn. Michael Seaborn, a very rapid, very talented racer, he's throwing that car around there. The XJ40, you wouldn't necessarily think of it as a race car. I have seen a few competing in motor races over the years, although that was in Bangor racing. Yeah, Jaguar's favoured for Bangor racing, but because of their durability, but so we'll keep quiet about that here. Rick Walker, meanwhile, has got back ahead of Daniel Stewart in the battle for 5th place. Hopefully Michael Seaborn's bonnet is not going to come flying open. He's definitely hit something, hasn't he? The XJ40 does have a flat front anyway, but it's a bit flatter now. Tom Robinson doesn't know what anybody else is doing. He's getting on with winning the race. This is the battle for 3rd. And Michael Seaborn wants to get past Lawrence Coppock here, because he wants to challenge Tom Lenthal, but you can see Coppock's car just so much quicker in a straight line. Here comes Tom Robinson in to complete his 5th lap, just under 3 minutes of the race to go, so we should get 2 more laps out of this. Robinson's away and gone as we expected. His lead was 27.5 seconds last time through. Rick Walker still ahead of Daniel Stewart. The fight for 5th position and for 3rd in Class B behind Lenthal and Seaborn. Looking back at Class A, who's leading that? It's still David Ringham staying ahead of Simon Dunford. Here's our 2nd place man. What's the gap between Lenthal and the battle for 3rd? 4.3 seconds. And Lenthal was quicker by about a second on that last lap. There's Coppock in 3rd. Still Seaborn. Seaborn is able to match him through the twisty bits, but Coppock has the straight line advantage. Michael Seaborn, the man from Swindon, in 4th place. Tries to close up again. Has his bonnet settled down now? No, it hasn't. 90 seconds to go, so it'll be last lap this time, I think. Michael Seaborn, his objective this weekend was to beat Tom Lenthal in his borrowed XK8, but I don't think he's going to catch him. There's the XK8s coming out of Agostini. There's Rick Walker in 5th place. The leader has lapped Steve Anderson in 1:14. Next, David and Lawrence Ball car. So Tom Robinson heading for victory. 97 Coppock still 3rd. Seaborn 2nd in Class B, so he won't lose out too many points in the championship here. Of course, it means Tom Lenthal will now have scored points in 2 different classes. There's somebody getting on a wheel onto the grass there in the background. That was Dan Stewart. See that bonnet flapping on Seaborn's car. Yeah, there's a lot of air getting under that. He's going to have to be careful here, Michael Seaborn, going down the straights. The last thing he wants is for that bonnet to fly up and smash his windscreen. I remember that happening to Ivan Muller in the British Touring cars at Donington in the past, and he couldn't see to get into the pit lane. Robinson has gone through onto his final lap. See what the gap is over Tom Lenthal in that curvaceous XK8 here. Well, there you can see the advantage already coming out of Wilson's hairpin there, Robinson, and Lenthal hasn't crossed the line yet. Coppock still third. Now, what's the gap going to be? Lenthal still hasn't crossed the start-finish line to begin his final lap. He has now. 37.5 seconds is the lead for Tom Robinson. Shows how quick that XJR6 is. 97 in third place, Lawrence Coppock, pulling away from Michael Seaborn again. Seaborn still going. He's not going to catch Tom Lenthal. Now, the gap now is nearly 4 seconds between... well, it was nearly 4 seconds on the straight, but now we're on a twisty bit. Seaborn's able to close up again. He really handles that car well, Michael Seaborn. Well, as they go down towards Palmer's, they can see Robinson going in the other direction, coming out of Oggies. It's kicking up a bit of dust there. Nearly got them in that same shot going the opposite way there. There's not many places on a UK circuit you can do that. Tom Robinson probably wondering where everybody else has got to. He's going to win by over 40 seconds, I reckon. Here he comes then, the Swallows Racing XJR6. The supercharged saloon winds its way through the bomb hole, sun glinting off it as Tom Robinson in car number 4 is going to make up for the disappointment of Cadwell Park. He qualified 8.5 seconds faster than everybody else, and he's going to win, well, probably by almost a full minute. Out of the final corner. Up towards the checkered flag. Total dominance from Tom Robinson. Up to the checkered flag, and he takes the win. Number 4 takes it, Tom Robinson. He should be number 2468 with a name like that, shouldn't he? Second will go to Tom Lenthal, because here comes Michael Seaborn with his flapping bonnets. He doesn't need to overtake Lawrence Coppock because they're in different classes. He hasn't managed to catch Tom Lenthal. Lenthal's plot has worked. He's going to win Class B and deprive Michael Seaborn of a few championship points. Through comes the XK8. It's going to be Tom Lenthal in second place. What's the gap to our leader going to be in the end? Let's have a look as he comes home. Second place, 40.4 seconds. I was right with 40 seconds. Third place goes to Lawrence Coppock. Seaborn is fourth in his battered XJ40. Rick Walker is fifth and third in Class B. Coppock second in Class D. It's going to be Daniel Stewart in sixth and fourth rather in Class B. Seventh, further back, will be Cliff Ryan in his XJRS, third in Class D. And the Class A battle is going to go to the line. Oh, Simon Dunford's got through on the final lap. It's been David Ringham all the way in the 45, so still a battle going on in the Class A for the standard road cars. David Ringham's going to try and pull alongside. This is going to be close for the Class A win. There's still a fight going on here. Here they come. The checkered flag is ahead of them. It's going to be very close, but Dunford gets there by 0.17 of a second. Steve Anderson has already finished, a lap down in 10th. And he's third in Class A, but Simon Dunford extends his points lead in Class A. All 10 of them get home. Let's have a look at the provisional result then. Tom Robinson the winner by 40.4 seconds ahead of Tom Lenthal, who wins Class B. Lawrence Coppock holding off Michael Seaborn for third overall. Rick Walker in fifth place ahead of Daniel Stewart, third and fourth in Class B behind Seaborn. Then Cliff Ryan seventh and third in Class D. Simon Dunford just won Class A ahead of David Ringham. Steve Anderson completing the 10 finishers. Well, great race there, but it's dominated by one man, Tom Robinson. We can go down to Parc Fermé to hear from him with Ian Waterhouse in a second.
Well, did you hear the sound that Tom Robinson's XJR makes? My word. That is incredible, wasn't it? What a sound. Tom, I could just listen to that all day.
Thank you.
Forget the race. Just stand there, just listen to it all day. What a sound it makes.
Unique,
how do you
isn't it?
concentrate?
Well, to be honest, that's how I drive it on the sound. I know what it's doing from what the sound is.
To be fair, the bonnet's so big you can't see anything in front.
No, this is it. Just point the name. Just point the name.
I mean, look, we can't get away from the fact that you won it by quite a distance there, but you still have a great time out of it.
Yeah, this is it. It was a bit of a lonely race, but we had a really bad result at Cadwell, so it was nice to put the reliability back in and get a good win. So really happy.
Thanks for bringing it, because I'm going to go to bed dreaming of this car now. Cheers, Tom. Thank you very much. Let's go have a chat over here with Tom Lenthal in the XK8. Look, it's an absolute cracker, isn't it? But nobody can do anything, can they, against Tom Robinson? There he is. Let's let him get out first, shall we? Apologies about the noise. We've got another series just heading out on track here. Let's grab a quick word. He's coming around, sorry. No, it's all right. He picked a good time. I can't hear anything anyway. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about Tom, is there, out there? But you've got a lot of work to do behind.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tom's gone. You know, there's no way you're going to catch up with that. So, but yeah, no, thankfully, Lawrence was a great barrier between me and Michael. So that's who I need to fend off. So yeah, from my point of view, a great result.
It looks fantastic,
yeah, so
as well.
We've won the class, and yeah, we're collecting points. That's what we need to do.
Come on, congratulations. There you go.
Well, looks like we've lost Ian there momentarily. Sorry about that. A few signal problems down in the Parc Ferme area by the look of things. We're going to take a short break now before our final two races of the day. The British Truck Racing Championship will be back out a little later on, and that's followed by the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder and Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series race combined to end our programme today. But the British Truck Racing Championship will be out in just a short while. We're going to take a short break in the meantime.
Trucks is what I've been brought up to. Trucks is what I know inside out. My work and life is involved in trucks. What I do, it's like a busman's holiday doing truck racing. It's a family transport business that I sort of run now. That started with my father when I was still at school. He was at sort of the area we're in is mainly agricultural, so he was an agricultural contractor. Then bought a truck to lead agricultural products. I liked the trucks. I didn't like the animals or the sheep or the tractors were all right until I was old enough to drive a car and then a truck. But so the trucks, is what it came from my father and passed down myself and sort of onto my son Michael, who's involved in it as well now. So it's a 3-generation thing. It's crazy, really. I did a bit of truck driving when I was old. When I was 18, I managed to, went for a special sort of routes of courses to get my HGV license, and then I became 21, and then went to the bigger Arctic trucks. And I used to go to the truck racing in the early days as a truck driver, just watching it, from the sidelines. And I always was fascinated how you could make something that was designed to carry goods go around the racetrack, you know, and sort of the mechanics of it, because, you know, sort of in between being a, you know, sort of a young truck driver, I did sort of HGV, you know, sort of engineering courses and, you know, sort of apprentices and this, that and the other. So I knew the nuts and bolts of how they worked. I was just fascinated as how fast they could go. So 1988, I thought, you know, I was, you know, the business was, you know, sort of in a good position that, you know, so that I would just have myself a go at. So go at it. So I'd never been on a racetrack. I went to Croft Race Circuit one Sunday morning and did my arts test in a little Peugeot 306. You know, and that was great fun. That was my first time actually on a racetrack behind the wheel. I was at Croft with a truck with a low loader. I then went down to Halifax to Ricky Collett, who was a long time truck racer, and bought an ERF, you know, very basic truck from him. Brought it back here and set to work doing to it what I thought would make it better and faster, and the rest is history. We just went forward from there, you know, and sort of then started. I did 1 year with that truck, did very well, won a lot of things, you know, which I didn't ever expect. Rookie of the year, and then I thought over the winter of 98, 99, I thought I'll build myself one, and then did that, and, you know, about 6 or 7 championships on the trot after that, just in the British Championship, and, you know, it did well in Europe and everything. So it just was a natural progression. Once it started, it just went on and on. People ask us about nerves. I've never been the one that never gets nervous. If you think to overthink something, you then get really nervous. So I just take it as it comes. But I always remember my first race was at Pembury down in South Wales, which, you know, was a long way to go to start with. But never mind to go and do something I'd never done before. And it was certainly a baptism of fire. You know, sort of you're so high up, and your weight that you've got thrown you about is. You know, in a car, you're low down, your centre of gravity is very low, so you don't roll around. In a truck, in them days, particularly 20 odd years ago, in the trucks they were rolling around, and, you know, it was like being on the top deck of a double-decker bus with a driver that was 10 times over the drink drive limit. You know, you were rocking around, and it was a steep learning curve. That's what. But it was good. It was great fun. You know, it still is. You get a good buzz, you know. It is, you know, when there's a lot of you together, it's always somebody else's fault if there's an incident, but, you know, if everybody's sort of behaving themselves as best as possible, and you're all close, when you think about it afterwards, that, you know, so maybe 8 or 10 of you doing 100 mile an hour into a tight corner, it's versus he who dares wins type of thing, and as long as you all come out of it at the other end, you know, it's great fun, you know, and that gives you a great feeling, especially when you've spent a lot of winter months, nights, days, you know, sort of weekends preparing the equipment to then achieve to win a race, for example. Is, you know, that's a fantastic feeling. Yeah, well, that's right. You know, the action, it all sort of goes step by step. You know, turning up on a Friday night or a Friday with the truck prepared, and, you know, you're happy with it, it's going to perform well, then go out and qualify good and hopefully win races. But ultimately, as the season goes on, you win championships. You know, it's all just a big build-up, and, you know, and there is. You mentioned nerves before. I don't think nerves is an issue. It's maybe pressure comes as the season goes along, and you look at the points table and you think, you know, there's possibilities, and, you know, there's opportunities, and it's the pressure starts building up that you're thinking, well, is the truck mechanically sound to take you to where you want to be? You know, ultimately it's down to the driver, the nut that holds the wheel, to make it go around the circuit, but you still have to have reliability, and that's a lot of championships are won and lost on reliability of the equipment. The camaraderie of the team and the teams in the paddock, you know, that is a good thing. You know, you have to rely on your team. You can't oversee everything, so, you know, we prep all the trucks and all the equipment here before we go racing, but then, like you say, the small army of team come along, you know, sort of to help you over a weekend, and, you know, you have to be reliant upon them, because you can't do everything, you know. And when you're there racing, you're focused on maybe smaller things like this, you know, the setup of the truck and this, but the actual mechanics, you know, the nuts and bolts of it, relying on the team, and that is very important. An average race weekend, I would say, starts the Sunday night following the previous race weekend, because you're straight away thinking what needs to be done to make the truck ideally faster, perform better, handle better, and reliable. So you coming home on a Sunday night, I'm thinking through my head, we need to do this, need to do that. So then you probably, generally have a couple of weeks that you sort of think, well, we'll do this, we'll repair this, we'll rebuild this, do that. So then you get everything done, plus all the setup, the awning and the transport of vehicles and tyres, brakes, everything you need, fuel. You're getting all that organised. So then leaving here, as far north as you probably get it in England to get to go to a race. It's sort of once you've left here on a Friday morning or a Thursday evening, you sort of have a little bit of a lull till you arrive at the circuit, and then you get allocated your paddock area and your setup area, and then offload the race trucks, set the awning, set the trailers in place, set the awnings up, and all the tools and all the service equipment that you need, and the fuel bowser and compressor for you need. Compressed air and the washing equipment, wash everything down. By then you're into free practice on a Friday afternoon, or or qualifying on a Saturday morning, whichever, and then you're down to the front end, the business end of what it's all about, which is ultimately to go out and win races. So I suppose it comes through experience, but I think that part of it is pretty similar in all forms of motorsport. It's your suspension setups, your tyre pressures, your all your spare parts required for if you have a bumper scrape or a crash or whatever, your spare steel bumper parts, spare plastic panels, and down to your mirrors and everything. You have to have them all readily available. That if you have a scrape, you've maybe got an hour and a half till your next race. So you've got, it could be you're putting the new side panels on. You could be putting, sometimes if you get wheel contact, you can't even get the wheels off to be able to put the new wheels on because the wheels are damaged. So you have to have everything all just ready, just to do what's necessary to get it ready to go again in the next race. It was short and sweet the season because of the current situation, or the situation that. Was around at that time. Hopefully that will go away for going forward. But for Ryan, it ended very well. For myself, Dave Jenkins, Martin Gibson, I think John Newell was maybe even in the frame. It's a shame we didn't get to Brands Hatch. Personally, I love Brands Hatch as a lot of drivers do, but I have a good history of good results there. So it was unfortunate we never got to the last round. The result hopefully would have been different in my favour. Who knows? But it was a shame. But that's racing. You never know. That's the surprise that is sort of on the cards when you go racing. You just don't know what's around the corner, or you're literally around the corner. You just got to get on with it and hope at the end of the season you're at the top end of the points and win the championship. No, that was good. It was good. I have had in the past ones where they've gone down to the wire, more so in Europe than in the British Championship. But it certainly is good. Is good, exciting. It's exciting for everybody. It's exciting for the drivers, for the team. The team that's standing on the pit wall, sort of ribbing each other, and other teams as well having a go, and also the spectators enjoy it. So it's. It was quite unique, there's no doubt about it, because we know things were so uncertain what actually was happening. It was difficult because from the organising, promoter cap on, you rely on sponsorship and funding from various angles. Plus, you have a lot of planning and arranging to do for other parties that are involved in it. To get them all in line for the event to happen is hard enough, but when you have the uncertainty element of whether it's going to happen or not going to happen, sort of makes it very difficult. You've got a lot of last-minute decisions. Do we need people there? Do we not need people there? What is the situation? Is it behind closed doors? Is it And it's even down to you guys being there. Can you come into Paddock? Can you have face-to-face contact talking to the driver? So what you've got to sort of get your plan, as it were, from the government guidelines, and then you have to sort of convey that round to everybody. Right, this is how it is, and this is what we're doing. And it was certainly challenging, but we got through it, and everybody seemed to be. Everybody understood what the requirements were, so everybody seemed to manage to be our understanding of how it had to be. Trucks is in my blood. Truck racing is a big part of that. The promotion and organising of the championship. I see it as sort of the drivers, the teams, and everybody involved. Sort of pretty, using the word again, unique, because there's only one truck race championship. There's a lot of bikes, there's a lot of car championships, bike championships, as I said. So, it's nice to have everybody sort of working along together, and to get that back to as close to how it was previous, sort of the pandemic times. We're really kind of weird, really. Sort of. Because the camaraderie and that goes around with everything and everybody is fantastic. I think long and hard about that. About should I? My son Michael, he's 30-year-old. He plays a big role in the business, and I think should I stand back and let him do that? But I was in the sort of round about that age when I actually started. So there's he has had a go at it. He's good at it, and there's plenty of time for that. And I'm quite happy to continue doing what I do. Whether in the 2 or 3, 4, 5 years, we'll just see how it goes. But I do enjoy it. I really do enjoy it. It's I've had a go in the cars. I've had a go in the touring cars. I've had a go in the Legends. But there's nothing compared to the trucks. Nothing at all. The buzz that you get from sort of from the trucks is phenomenal.
And how many trophies do you reckon you've got stored in there generally?
God knows, I've got them everywhere. I've got them in houses here and everywhere, and offices and all over. So I'm quite proud of what there is there. But I suppose you look at them, and it's great walking past and just looking at them. And I remember that one. I remember this one. And a lot of them are sort of European. Some of them are from North. When I was in America, in India, in China. So it's not just the British truck race. It certainly gets you out and about and see a bit of the world from on the back of what truck racing is. Donington Park, I like Donington Park simply because for all it's 180 miles from here, but it's the closest one to home. So you get a lot of family, friends, and that because all everywhere around about the standard question is when I'm bumping into somebody, so you're still doing truck racing, and where can we come to watch you? Well, Donington Park is the local one, really. So I do like racing at Donington. Probably the highlight of my career was winning the European Championship at Le Mans in 2004, which is an age ago now. But that was a hard-fought battle throughout the whole European season. So as well as in 2004 won the British Championship. So it was a double success. So that takes a bit of beating, that one. I see it going onwards and upwards in a more professional. The key thing with truck racing, you've got to keep an eye on the budget. What we don't want it to do is get up into because then you lose the sort of the core competitor line, which is truck related people that have interest in motorsport, and that's pretty much what truck racing is made up from. Most of the competitors in the British Championship have an involvement somewhere along the line in road transport, somewhere, whether it's actual transport itself or service providers to the transport industry. So we don't really want to lose that, and if we can keep that element in, which I'm certain we can, sort of from the promoter side we can. I can see sort of the championship. After as I mentioned before, I've raced in in America and in India and China, and the European Championship. The British Championship is a very good example of what truck racing is, and what it and also a good foundation to take it a much higher level of the action on the tracks there. It's just bringing the razzmatazz to it to just get a bit more so it gets out a bit more to the general public.
Well, great to hear from the great Stuart Oliver there as we get ready for our next British Truck Racing Association Championship race here at the Snetterton circuit. So you can see all the fun of the fair on the infield here. Plenty of fun for all the family, all our truck racing fans. Their next race is coming up next. But first of all, we've got some interviews with a couple of the drivers, with Ian and Pointy down in the paddock.
End of race one with Division 2 first place winner Craig Reed. A fantastic start to the weekend for you, Craig. Well, how do you feel?
Good, yeah, very good to be honest with you. I struggled in qualifying a bit just to get the truck to where I wanted it to be, and then I managed to get the jump on Adam. Obviously, John really did get the jump then, but really good. Me and Adam had a cracking race. You know, he got I missed the gear, he got past me. Real proper good racing.
It was quite a good tussle to watch, especially for the spectators. One thing I've got to ask, that one corner, Adam came out wide. You were right up the side of him. I think everybody here was expecting to see some fiberglass. What went through your head when you saw him powering towards you?
Yeah, just you think, is he going to stop? Is he going to stop? And to be fair, his truck control's very good. And to be fair, I am as well. We both know exactly where we are, which is what it's all about, you know. And that it's the same with all Division 2 drivers. We're all absolutely on it, but we have such good fun together.
That's fantastic. So you'll be starting at the back of the grid now with the reverse grid in race 2. Have you got anything in mind that you're going to try to jump that pack without, of course, jumping the start?
No. To be fair, just blooming enjoy it, and let it come to me. I'm not going to start doing anything silly, but I just want to, you know, definitely need some front tyres after last night. My front tyres are gone, but no, really going to crack on and get to the front as fast as I can.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Craig. Good luck in race 2, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Let's go and find Adam Bint now, who of course finished in 2nd place. We'll have a word with him now and see how his fancy fuel worked out for him here at Snetterton's first race of the weekend. And as I promised earlier on, here we are with Adam Bint picking up a very comfortable 2nd place. But at one point during that race, we thought you'd lost everything.
No, the tyre started to overheat, so I had to call back, and John braked very heavy in front of me, so I locked up and went off the track, and Craig managed to get back up the inside after I'd already overtaken him. But it was a good battle with Craig, I must admit. It's really enjoyable to be back up there at the front, especially with Craig, because our pace now is far superior to what it used to be, and you could still see Class 1 out in front of us, so a few more attempts a lap and we'll be back on them.
There are a lot smaller gaps now between the Division 2 drivers and the Division 1 trucks. In fact, some of the newcomers to Division 1 trailing behind it. It's almost a one division race nowadays. Do you feel that there is more technological advances to be made in Division 2 before we get to the Division 1 kind of standards?
Yeah, you've got things about KPI on the front axle is the next biggest thing we can do, because we're only allowed to run 20 degrees where a lot of the other Class 1 trucks run 33 plus.
And that's degrees. The camber of the front wheels inwards?
Yeah, so what it does is actually tilts the kingpin back, so when you turn the wheel almost falls over. So it allows you to corner, especially around these tight corners, a lot better and carry a lot more corner speed.
Oh, I see. Right, because engine sizes are quite similar. So any preparations for the next race, or have you actually for once got a quiet afternoon for the lads in the tent?
Quiet afternoon, because I think the track temperature is going to drop down a bit, so the overheating issues might up the water pressure on the brakes, but nothing major. We'll go again because we was happy and done a faster lap time then than what we did in qualifying. So
fantastic. Well, great result. Well done. I think I've got to actually hand you out some silverware shortly, so make sure you get over there and take that off my hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Bint, fantastic result. Thank you very much. Yeah, good luck for the 2nd race of the weekend here at Snetterton.
Thank you very much.
So we're here now with Bradley Smith, definitely by far the youngest driver here on the circuit this weekend, but definitely not the most experienced. Quite a good race for you this morning, buddy. Fantastic results, coming 6th in the Division 2, as it stands at the moment anyway. Quite the tussle the entire race with Simon Cole, a much more experienced driver.
Yeah, no, it's a good race. Obviously P3 in qualifying, which I was really shocked by. The truck was really good. And then I got pushed out in the start, so I managed to get my feet back and just still learning, and yeah, Simon had a problem. I think his brakes ran out of water or something, so I caught him up, and yeah, he struggled to let me through, and then eventually he spun himself out and I got through, and then
But so, as well as the actual driving skills, I don't think there's something to do with the stamina and being able to stay in that racing line, even though you know it's a 2.5 minute lap. You're getting quite tired. How does it actually feel dragging 4.5 tons around the track for 15 minutes?
It's good. Once your adrenaline's going, you can you can carry on going for ages. But yeah, no, once you've got your helmet on, you just go round and round. It's good.
So still quite new to the championship. Have you got any plans for the weekend? Are you going to change anything, or are you just going to try and improve on what you experienced this morning?
Well, I think our truck actually ran out of water in that race as well. So maybe we'll have to yeah, change the pressure to the front brakes, last the whole race, because they went right off in the last few laps, and I actually went off on the last lap.
I see, yeah, of course. So, for those at home that don't know, so all of these trucks have water-cooled braking systems, and of course, when these discs start to get very hot, you lose tremendous amounts of braking power, don't you? So it can get quite twitchy. Well, good luck sorting that out over your lunch break. Fantastic result for you today, and keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. See you soon.
Thanks very much. Bradley Smith, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good effort from him opening the weekend here at Snetterton.
Okay, thanks to Pointy for interviewing a few of the drivers there, and we get ready for race 2 of the weekend. There was one amendment to the result in race 1. It concerns Division 2 driver John Powell, number 6. He has been sent to the back of the grid. More on that in a moment, because we're ready for the grid, and in pole position for Division 1, with the result reversed from race 1, is number 1 Ryan Smith, and despite what he said earlier with those clutch problems, he is there, he's on the grid. Alongside him, 33 Steve Thomas, second row 81 Mark Taylor, and number 7 Stuart Oliver, row 3 number 18 John Newell, and 69 of David Jenkins. Martin Gibson, the race 1 winner, starts at the back of Division 1. Then there's the gap, and we've got the Division 2s with their classified finishers in reverse order from race 1. 41 Simon Cole takes pole alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Then we've got 32 Jock Borthwick and number 3 Stephen Powell. Adam Bint, number 5, 68 Craig Reed on the third row for Division 2. And then we've got the trucks that didn't make the finish in race 1. And they are number 10 Craig Evans, he pulled off at Brundle. Number 16 Brad Smith was an early retirement, starts alongside him. Now number 6 John Powell, he originally got a 10-second penalty for that blatant jump start in race 1. Well, we say jump start, he went from the back of the Division 2 pack to be leading by the time they got to the first corner. But after a review by the clerk of the course, John Powell was disqualified from the results, so he has to start from the back of the grid for this one. We'll wait to see if everybody is there in a moment. So they're coming round towards the grid now behind the pace truck. Once we get this one underway. 14 minutes, this second race of the day for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. There's Martin Gibson at the back of the Division 1. Simon Cole leads Division 2. It's race 2 then here at Snetterton this weekend for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Jock Borthwick has dropped to the back for some reason. Yeah, Bradley Smith is there. Brad Smith is there. I don't think Craig Evans is there though, number 10. They're a little bit out of order at the back there. Marshall's on the grid, so they're going to be pulled up ready for a rolling start. So the GT Tyres MAN bringing them round, and Sean Taylor at the wheel. Well, Ryan Smith said earlier on that he was frustrated with the Mercedes having those clutch problems, but whether that was a ploy to lure his rivals into a sense of security, I don't know, because he is there. The Mercedes is on the grid, and he is likely to lead into the first corner. Hopefully the Mercedes will continue without the clutch slipping this time. That's what dropped him back to 7th in race 1. He spent the whole of race 1 stuck behind Stuart Oliver for 4th and 5th place, and then dropped back on the last lap. So we'll see what the 5-time Division 1 champion can do here. He's been to Zolder, as we heard earlier, with the truck as well in Belgium for an international meeting. Craig Reed was over there as well. This will be a 14-minute race, as we say. Smith alongside Steve Thomas, number 33, the Midlands-based racer. Second row 81, Mark Taylor from Lancashire, and number 7, Stuart Oliver, 2004 European Truck Racing Champion and the multiple 10-time British champion. John Newell on row 3 alongside David Jenkins, the current points leader. I think he still is. Martin Gibson would have closed the gap with that win in race 1. In Division 2, meanwhile, it was a win earlier on for Craig Reed, number 68 in his Iveco, ahead of Adam Bint, using the new, more environmentally friendly HVO fuel here today. The only race truck in the UK powered by HVO fuel, and it seems to have worked for him as well. He's had better fortunes so far today. Pole position in qualifying, and then 2nd in Division 2 earlier on. Although we heard his tyres were overheating a bit earlier, he couldn't hold off Craig Reed. They start on the 3rd row of the grid this time. It's Simon Cole in his Mercedes, so For the first time in a long time that I can remember, we've got both classes with Mercedes-Benzes on pole position. Simon Cole in the pink machine, alongside Bradley Smith, the youngster who we heard from earlier, son of Tony Smith, who used to race number 46. He used to race a Finnish-built Sisu truck in Division 2. So here we go. The MAN leads them away. There is Ryan Smith in the Mercedes. He's in a Mercedes Formula 1 liveried truck. You could call him the Lewis Hamilton of truck racing. Jock Borthwick, I think, has pulled into the pits, but Craig Evans is there. We saw Jock Borthwick as they came round to the grid. He dropped to the back. He's not there, so I would imagine he's going to be starting from the pit lane. He's had a last-minute issue there, the Scotsman. If he's starting at all, we hope he does. Craig Evans is there. I didn't spot him when the trucks were coming round to the grid. He's repaired his problem from race 1. All 7 Division 1 trucks are there. As we said, we had hoped to have Ricky Collett out for the first time this season, but he wasn't ready in time. And Jonathan Willis sadly not here either with his MAN. Another truck we haven't got, presumably problems in qualifying for Paddy Mack, Paul McCumiskey with his older Volvo. He didn't do many laps at Donington either, sadly. He's yet to score a point this season. There's Binty. That menacing looking black Volvo. It ran in blue and white for many years. It looks so much more aggressive in that black livery. Steve Thomas on the front row, returning after a couple of years away in 2021, based near Birmingham. That's Thomas's haulage. The other Birmingham-based driver, as we say, John Willis, not here. His first season in truck racing this season with his MAN. Hopefully we'll see him back out at Pembrake. We go to Wales with the series in October, then Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch to close the season. Ryan Smith on the front of the grid, but we know he's had a lot of struggles with that Mercedes. Can he hang on in front here? Can Simon Cole hang on in front? He's been dogged by transmission troubles with the Mercedes Beast, as it's known, the pink machine, run in conjunction with Team Hard, the touring car team. John Powell from the back. Hopefully he will stay there at the start this time, otherwise he's going to be in trouble with the clerk at the course again. Craig Evans back out, Brad Smith, they hit problems in race 1. What a great sight they make. See, the marshals have moved off their posts to a safe distance. Thanks again to all of them. Could not go racing here at Snetterton or anywhere else without our orange army of volunteers. Keeping it steady behind the pace truck. 14 minutes of racing to come. It's a rather twisty circuit for the truck. The truck's only a couple of straights on it where slipstreaming is possible. Second race of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. The big rigs on track here at Snetterton. Division 1 headed up by Ryan Smith after clutch problems dropped him back at the end of race 1. Starting alongside Steve Thomas, Mark Taylor and Stuart Oliver on row 2. The lead battlers towards the back. Martin Gibson starts 7th with the reverse grid being used from race 1, looking for his second win of the weekend. In Division 2 it was a win earlier on for Craig Reed in his Iveco to extend his championship lead. Adam Bint was second, but it's Simon Cole in his Mercedes and the Iveco of Bradley Smith who lead the Division 2 grid for this 14-minute race. This is going to be a good one. It waits for the revs to rise, the power to come on from these 5-ton beasts as we get ready to go truck racing for the second time here at Snetterton on this Saturday afternoon. The revs begin to rise then, and here we go. The pack is unleashed down towards the first corner at Riches. Ryan Smith makes a good start. Stuart Oliver almost pushing Steve Thomas as they charge their way into the first corner. Are they all going to make it round? They go 3 wide. There's contact between Mark Taylor and Steve Thomas. Thomas spins. John Newell dodges through on the inside. Stuart Oliver's on the grass. He's gone out wide. We've lost somebody else there. That's Jenkins. David Jenkins, the championship leader, I think went off in avoidance there. But the big loser in that one was Steve Thomas, number 33. He got turned around. Now, who's in the lead of this now? I think the leader, Ryan Smith, escaped that. Everybody else is going to have to play catch-up on the Mercedes. There he is. It is Ryan Smith who leads. There's Steve Thomas recovering in the background. It's John Newell in second. Martin Gibson is up into third place, the race 1 winner. Mark Taylor's escaped that in fourth with some damage. Then Stuart Oliver, and the Division 2 leader is Simon Cole in his Mercedes-Benz. There's Stephen Powell, and we lose Brad Smith again. He just cannot get his DAF to run properly in 2021. And he's out of the race yet again after only less than half a lap. Simon Cole leads Division 2, but it's Mercedes leading both classes. Ryan Smith has got it right this time, but he'll be maybe a bit nervous in there, hoping that his clutch can last the distance this time. The clutch started slipping at the end of race 1 and he dropped back. He runs a bit wide there through Oggies. John Newell in second place with his MAN. Third is the newer MAN of Martin Gibson. New truck for him this year. Mark Taylor's rather battered example, number 81 in fourth, ahead of Stuart Oliver in the Volvo. And Craig Reed takes the lead in Division 2 from Simon Cole. Well, David Jenkins, there he is. He got delayed in that Chamozzle on the first corner. 3 into 1 didn't go. They ran out of room. Steve Thomas spun around by contact with Mark Taylor. Division 2 is led by Craig Reed, ahead of Simon Cole, Stephen Powell. Then we've got Adam Bint in the number 5. Stuart Oliver had to run wide on that first corner onto the grass to avoid the spinning truck of Steve Thomas ahead of him, closing on Mark Taylor. Simon Cole bounces off the curb and runs wide there. That could allow Stephen Powell to attack in the number 3. He has a look up the inside. Goes through into second in Division 2. Been a frustrating year for Simon Cole, the man from Dartford so far this year. Repeated problems with the Merc. There's Adam Bint behind him, and then we've got John Powell. A rather more sensible start for John this time, after he was disqualified for a major jump start in race 1. Behind him is David Jenkins. Now David Jenkins has got to fight his way through all the Division 2 trucks if he's going to catch our Division 1 leaders. And if it stays like this, I would reckon that Martin Gibson is going to take the lead of the Division 1 Championship for the first time in his career. Ryan Smith leads the way then in the Merc, the Nottinghamshire driver. John Newell from South Yorkshire in second place in his new MAN. Martin Gibson, the Warwickshire man, in third. They're clear of Mark Taylor in fourth in number 81. Comes from Sutton in Ashfield in the Taylor's Haulage MAN. He's battling with Stuart Oliver. Craig Reed leads Division 2 and also leads the Division 2 Championship. Over the last few years, Luke Garrett had been the dominant force, but we didn't see him last year. We haven't seen him this year either. Stephen Powell was Division 2 champion in the shortened 2020 season. We've not seen Luke Garrett this year. Stephen Powell having to give best to Craig Reed in the points, though. Craig Evans is third in Division 2 in points. He's at the tail of the field at the moment. So they kick up the dust as David Jenkins now starts to make his way through the Division 2 runs. See where he gets up to this time around. There is Ryan Smith, still leading Newell and Gibson. Smith's last lap was a couple of seconds quicker than Newell. There's Taylor and Oliver, nose to tail. Then next in the order we've got Craig Reed. He leads Division 2. Then Stephen Powell, and I think David Jenkins is now behind Stephen Powell, so he's made up a couple of spots there in the quicker Division 1 MAN. Trying to catch the lead runners and try and preserve his championship lead. John Newell eases the MAN through Nelson. Martin Gibson giving chase. 9.5 minutes of the race to go for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. 3 more races to come for them tomorrow. Ryan Smith, well, we thought he wasn't going to appear in this race. He was very frustrated, very despondent after race 1, after those continuing problems with the Merc. But he's come back. He started from pole and he's pulling away, just hoping that his Mercedes holds out. It's this new Mercedes at Cross, bought from the Hungarian racer. It was Norbert Kiss, not Adam Lashko, as I said earlier. Apologies that the Mercedes came from. Here's a battle in Division 2. Adam Bintz from Simon Cole and John Powell. Bradley Smith has dropped behind them. Lost a couple of trucks. We lost Brad Smith on the first lap, number 16, of course. Those who have just joined us, don't be too confused. There are 2 Brad Smiths. And Jock Borthwick didn't get away at the start. He pulled into the pits on the green flag lap. Here's a battle between Mark Taylor and Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver's had enough of being behind that rather battered 81 truck, trying to force a way through there, coming out of the hairpin, but he's on the wrong side for the left at Palmer's. Mark Taylor says, I'm keeping this place, thank you very much. This is for 4th place in Division 1. And here's the fight between Simon Cole and John Powell. This is for 10th overall, 4th in Division 2. Division 2 leader, here he comes in 6th overall, Craig Reed. He's got David Jenkins behind him. David Jenkins is going to be hooting and hollering to come through and catch his Division 1 rivals. He got taken out on the first turn in that tangle between Taylor and Thomas. Is Steve Thomas still going? Yes, he is, but he's a long way behind, having recovered from being turned around. Look at the state of Mark Taylor's truck. All the side panels bent. Still your leader is Ryan Smith. Here's the battle between Bint, Cole and John Powell. This is for 3rd in Division 2 behind Stephen Powell. There's Powell in the background. It's for 9th overall. Martin Gibson trying to close down John Newell ahead of him. Their lap time's almost the same. Stuart Oliver in 4th now. He's got ahead of Mark Taylor, coming through towards the Bentley straight there, so he's ahead of the MAN. Into 4th in the Volvo VNL, the bonneted machine. Slides his way out of the bomb hole. Saw him drifting trucks at Donington Park in the skid pan area next to the circuit. Stuart Oliver, after he was taken out of the meeting, his truck broke down in the very first race of the weekend. He had a no score at Donington. And now David Jenkins has got past the Division 2 runners. He's past Craig Reed there at Coreham. And now the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricant sponsored MAN is going to try and catch the Division 1 runners ahead. Will he catch Ryan Smith? He leads by 5 seconds at the end of that lap in the Mercedes. He's got just under 6.5 minutes to go. John Newell going well in second with his new MAN, looking for another win. Had a couple of wins so far this year with that truck. Jenkins and Gibson, the top men in the championship. Ryan Smith is certainly going to have something to say about that. There's Brad Smith's number 16 stranded. There's Craig Evans, we catch a glimpse on the foreground, number 10. He's in 14th place and 7th in Division 2, but through consistency this year, he's 3rd in their points charts. Bit of smoke there from the number 10. Now the officials will be watching for that. If you emit too much black smoke, you could get a black flag. There are judges of fact watching these trucks. They watch them for excess smoke and also for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour limit imposed on these trucks. Governed electronically these days. They used to be governed by special speed governors, including those made by Lucas in Birmingham. They're also carefully checked by tachographs, these trucks, just like a road-going HGV. The lead gap is, as we say, just under 5 seconds between flying Ryan Smith and John Newell. 5 minutes to go. Into Nelson. Is he going to hang on for a win this time? He needs a confidence boost after that dreadful meeting at Donington. A measure of how much his struggles were at Donington. Well, Martin Gibson was the top scorer with 73 points there. David Jenkins scored 69, matched his race number. Ryan Smith, meanwhile, scored 24. Really lost ground in the championship, but he's going to get a confidence boost here with a win if his Mercedes holds out. Here he comes. Through Murray's. Looking good. Over the curbs. Going through to complete his 4th lap. This slightly shortened race because of the delay earlier on during qualifying. Swings his way into Rich's corner. Fans here at the circuit are loving this. Here's a battle further back. There's John Powell. He's in 10th place. He's 4th in Division 2. He's got Bradley Smith behind him, the youngster, in 46. And they're still ahead of Steve Thomas, a Division 1 truck that got spun around on the first corner. The other runner behind them, Simon Cole, and then Craig Evans further back. In fact, Craig Evans has pulled into the pits. Now, whether he's going again, I'm not sure. So Craig Evans has made a pit stop. Maybe they noticed that smoke. Or maybe it was a reoccurrence of the problem, put him out of race 1. Here's our Division 2 leader, Craig Reed. Now, what's his gap over Stephen Powell? 8.5 seconds. So the Iveco Stralis looks to be heading for its second Division 2 win of the weekend. Round Wilson's hairpin. Just over 3 minutes to go. The lead gap is up to 6.3 seconds for flying Ryan Smith. Comes through the infield section, through Oggies, towards Williams Corner, onto the Bentley Straights. Oh, and Steve Thomas said the Division 1 truck might be getting a bit fed up of being behind the Division 2 as he forces his way past Bradley Smith there in the Iveco. Similar truck to that of Craig Reed, the Division 2 leader. Bradley Smith only in his second season of truck racing, and he's improving all the time. There goes Craig Reed in the background. Stephen Powell there in the yellow and white MAN, second Division 2. Third is Adam Bint. Fourth, John Powell. And there's Steve Thomas. Similarly coloured truck to that of Stephen Powell. There is the number 68 of Craig Reed. Like the freight businessman from Stoke-on-Trent. His brother Simon usually races under number 89. He's competed in Division 1 in the past. Now here's David Jenkins. How's he getting on? He's catching Mark Taylor for what is 5th place. And he won't, I don't think, make much progress other than that. We'll wait and see. Only 2 minutes to go now. The rumble of the diesel engines here at Snetterton, home of motorsport in the east of England, just near Thetford in Norfolk. This circuit was a Second World War airfield, one of many airfields to have been converted for motorsport in the post-war era. Even Silverstone was an airbase. The circuit much redesigned in recent years since its acquisition by Motorsport Vision Racing. Dr. Jonathan Palmer and his team have done such a great job here with the facilities. Not that Ryan Smith currently cares about that. He's looking to hang on for victory. He leads by 7 seconds now. He's just hoping that that clutch holds out after his problems earlier. It's coming up to lap somebody. I would imagine that's Craig Evans. There's Martin Gibson. We've hardly seen him in this race, in a rather lonely third. Yeah, he's over 5.5 seconds off John Newell. Stuart Oliver is 4th. There is Simon Cole. The Mercedes has had myriad problems this year. The Mercedes Beast. He's currently running in 13th place. A long way behind Bradley Smith. And Craig Evans doing a bit of dirt tracking there coming out of the hairpin. He's flinging the Mercedes around, the MAN around. He's in 14th place. Martin Gibson playing it safe for 3rd. Stuart Oliver, his team mate behind him. Here comes Ryan Smith. There's only 15 seconds on the clock, so it looks like it'll be checkered flag this time. Well, we thought he wasn't going to appear for this race. We thought he was out for the weekend, but that was just, I think, a bit of post-race 1 frustration being vented, because he came out for race 2. He started from pole, and he's led all the way in the Snetterton Sunset. Here he comes, the 5 consecutive Division 1 champion, flying Ryan Smith, into Murray's for the last time. The Mercedes this time running as it should. His new truck for 2021, and he's coming in for his first win in a couple of meetings. Ryan Smith coming up towards the checkered flag, and he takes his first win of the weekend. Well done, Ryan Smith. His first win since Thruxton. Who's going to be second? Looks like it's going to be John Newell in his MAN. He comes home in 2nd, 8.7 seconds down. 3rd will go to Martin Gibson. I think that will give Martin the championship lead, because David Jenkins is a bit further back after he's off on the first corner. Stuart Oliver comes over in 4th in the Volvo. 5th, I think it's going to be Mark Taylor, unless David Jenkins can get alongside. No, he can't. Taylor in his battered MAN is 5th. David Jenkins only 6th. He'll be disappointed with that. And the Division 2 winner will be through next. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Craig Reed. And here come the 2 yellow and white MANs. Mirror image liveries. Look at the state of Steve Thomas's truck. There's Craig Reed over the line. He wins Division 2 for the 2nd time this weekend. Stephen Powell will be 2nd in Division 2, and the similarly coloured truck of Steve Thomas behind him. They finished side by side. Who got there first? Stephen Powell by 13 thousandths of a second. A formation finish there. Steve Thomas 9th. Adam Bint is 10th. He's 3rd in Division 2. Then John Powell. Bradley Smith, another good drive. And Simon Cole and Craig Evans will be the other finishers. We lost Brad Smith early on, number 16, on the first lap, of course, and Jock Borthwick didn't take the start. Gorgeous sunset here at Snetterton. We'll check out the provisional result then. Ryan Smith the winner by 8.7 seconds over John Newell. Martin Gibson, I believe that puts him in the lead of the championship, that 3rd place ahead of Stuart Oliver and Mark Taylor. David Jenkins only 6 after that tangle on the first corner. Craig Reed makes it 2 out of 2 in Division 2 and extends his championship lead there. Stephen Powell takes 8th. Photo finish with Steve Thomas there, the similarly liveried truck. He's the last finisher in Division 1. Then Adam Bint 3rd in Division 2 ahead of John Powell, Bradley Smith. Next home were Simon Cole and Craig Evans. We lost Brad Smith on lap 1, and the trucks of Paddy Mack and Jock Borthwick didn't take the starts. Well, I think we can now hand down, as the sun begins to set here at Snetterton, to our friend Pointy down in Parc Fermé.
Fermé here at Snetterton, where we've just finished race 2 of the weekend, and we see Ryan Smith making a sterling comeback in his career this season. Let's go and have a quick talk to Ryan now, if we can catch him. Very quickly, we've got Ryan Smith here now, still in the cab. You can see how hot he looks. It's obviously been a serious endurance race for him. Hopefully he'll have some nicer words to say than he did earlier on. Go. Ryan, how are we? You're live, just to let you know. How are we? How do you feel after that? A good comeback?
You know what? We've got to give full credit to, first of all, our mechanics who have not given up. You know, I think you, Robert, know what problems we've had. And first of all, I want to say thank you to our mechanics, my brother, Billy and Arnie. They've been non-stop. But we also have to say a big thank you to Ruud Visser, you know, in Holland. He's looked at the data and he found out we was 50% down on power. We think we put that right. Look at the lap time, 2:23.3. There's nobody else ever going to go that fast around here in a race truck, so absolutely delighted. I was going to give up, and I don't want to contradict him because I've won. Be buzzing. We've got a lot to do. Yeah. There's a lot of development. You sat me down earlier on.
Well, this is true. As I said to you, it's not all about winning 5 consecutive championships, but now when things start to go wrong, this is where you start to learn racing, because it's dealing with the bad days as much as the good days.
Right. Yeah, and you know what? I've probably threw my dummy out the pram when I shouldn't have done. And it's just frustration. We've got a new concept that's fast. We've got a new engine. There's been back and forth arguments with Ruud Visser, who's done a fantastic job. It's development stages. We're trying. I'm delighted. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I'm not going to get carried away. Dave's done a good job. Stuart's done a fantastic job. All the Division 1 guys have. And we've just got to get his reliability back, and we know what we can do pace-wise. That's the frustrating part, but today's a new day. Tomorrow's definitely a new day. Thanks for everybody watching. Thanks to all his amazing sponsors, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ryan Smith. A fantastic effort and a serious change in tune, and of course a mood improvement, to say the least. Let's go now and find Martin Gibson, if we can. No, sorry, John Newell. How are we, John?
Good, yourself?
Good race.
Yeah,
good.
All right,
making a bit of a habit of this now.
Yeah, definitely. They got a bit tangled off start, so I thought I'd just nip through on the inside and then get on back around, and we were gone.
What, did you get any evidence of what happened at that first corner? We saw Steve Thomas spin out. Were you anywhere near that?
I ain't got a clue. I was too busy going past them.
Modest as well. Fantastic.
Aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, fantastic lap times as well. Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Well, get a good night's sleep and we'll speak to you then. Thank you very much. So yeah, looking down the paddock now, we've had a fantastic finish to the last race for the British Truck Racing here at Snetterton. I think I'll hand you back now to your commentator, Dave.
Well, thanks very much, Pointy. Always great to hear from him in the paddock. He'll be with us tomorrow as well, I'm sure. Now, hopefully shortly I'll be able to get the grid up for our final race of the day, which is the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's for everything Ford. The Thunder Saloons, as their name suggests, the biggest and most powerful cars we will see from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club across this weekend. Hopefully get the points charts in front of me as well in a second, so I find the right pieces of paperwork. There we go. Well, we'll give you the grid in just 1 second then. So I get my live timing working again. Just bear with me one moment. Just had a slight problem with the timing screen here. Okay, let's bring you the grid then. Sorry about that. For the Thunder and Blue Oval race, in pole position versus the Classic Thunder car, James Card with his BMW, alongside the similar machine of winner at Cadwell Park, Jason West. So an all BMW front row. The second row, number 5, Jason Hughes in his Vauxhall Vectra XPTCC car, alongside the Aston Martin number 20 of Wilson and Cann. It'll be Sam Wilson driving in this race. Ricky Cann drives tomorrow. Row 3, number 66, which is Paul Wood with his BMW M3, alongside 34 David Griffin. We've already seen him out earlier on with the pre-93 touring cars with his BMW. Row 4, number 82, which is Bradley Gelman. He's in a Ford Sierra Cosworth. And 121, Colin Voice. He's in a Mark 1 Escort. He is in the Thunder Saloon Historic category. Row 5, number 26, Brian Branson, another BMW. And 75, Arthur Thurtle. He's in a Chevy Camaro. Great to see him back out. I haven't seen him race for several years. Row 6 is AJ Owen. No, he's not in his usual Honda Civic this weekend. He's the first of the Blue Oval runners. He's in a Ford Sierra Cosworth. Alongside him, 71, Kevin Denwood. He's in a BMW Compact. Row 7, number 90, Ian Bauer. Another familiar face from earlier on in his BMW M3. And number 27, Martin Reynolds in his Ford Anglia in the Blue Oval Series. Not the same Anglia he was out in earlier on. This one is much more powerful. Then we've got row 8, number 169, Mike Chittenden, BMW. 33, Andy Cripps in another M3. Row 9, 74, Neil Philpotts with his Mitsubishi Starion. And 62 alongside him, Tom Abbott. He's in a Ford Capri, one of the Blue Oval Saloon runners. Behind them, row 10 is number 59, Dan Mackay. He's in a Ford Fiesta RS 1600. Number 70, Will Hunt in his newer Fiesta ST. Row 11, Colin Claxton, number 86. He's in a Mark 1 Escort, alongside 22, James Dunkley's very smart Ford Fiesta XR2. Row 12, number 6, Anton Martin. He's in his Escort XR3i. And 23, Joey Binks. He'll be worth watching. He's in a Sierra Cosworth. And the final row, 53, Neil Argrave in his Mark II Escort. And 787, Clive Hainsford. He's in a rotary engine Mazda RX-8. But it's a very non-standard RX-8, that one. May have had some problems in qualifying, so he's there at the back. We've got a couple of additions to the back of the grid as well that are not on the graphic there. Number 72, Stuart Place, was a late addition in his Mark 1 Escort. And also, James Everard in his E30 M3 is out in this race as well. Look at that beautiful sunset above East Anglia. It will be a rolling start, this race, but I believe we've got 1 or 2 interviews before we get them underway.
Right, so a slight change for you. Actually in the paddock this time. The trucks are out on track, but it's almost time for the Boss and Thunder Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and it's going to be a real treat. We've got James Everard down here. Actually, we'll just have a little chat with him, won't we? So let's grab a word with him. First one down here. He's eager. He's ready to go. James, I have to come talk to you now properly.
Thanks for priming me.
No worries, mate. No worries. How's it been so far this week?
Superb. We've finally solved a misfire that we've been chasing for months on end. A month. The last race we finally resolved it was a crank sensor, so she's significantly better. Still can't get off the start line, need to work on that, but once we'd finally got off the start, we got up to third, so same as Cadwell. Yeah.
What's the expectation in for this race?
This is an opportunity. It's a dead sensible option for us to get a bit more time in the car. So I'm quite happy just starting at the back in obviously the Thunders, but it's time in the seat. I'm still learning the track, so it's hopefully I won't get in the way. I'll try my best.
We certainly won't. You're certainly eager. The first one down here, of course. Best of luck for the race anyway, James. Just come with me. Actually, I want to show you any touring car fans. I'm sorry, that's me, Alex. Just trying to. I'm trying to trick you up. We've got the Vectra over here. Look at this, the classic Vectra, Hughes' car here. It is an absolute cracker, isn't he? He's on the hill at the minute, so let's just have a little look. Let's see if we can grab him. Let's grab him. Let's go for a word. Tough. You have to come talk to me. Just enjoying a bit of trucks there, I see.
Oh, just having watch these big little lumps, aren't they? Jeez.
They are incredible, aren't they? Almost time for your race, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, hopefully we hopefully have a good one. See what happens. Third on the grid, so
just go forward. That's all you want to do, isn't it? Really?
That's the plan.
And hope there's not too much dirt on the track.
Nah, just trying to keep up with the obviously. We got some big horsepower on MBM, so good cars, you know what I mean? So we'll try our best.
Well, the best of luck, enjoy. We will be watching. It is almost time for, would you believe, the final race of the day. I can't believe I'm saying that. Let's hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Just a little bit of clear up going on from the truck race. I think Brad Smith's DAF just being brought back into the paddock before we get this race underway. So we'll have a look at the points situation in the Classic Thunder Saloons first of all. Various classes as always. Well, Class A is being led by Andy Wilson in his Holden Monaro, the big Aussie beast, but he's not here this weekend. In fact, only a couple of entries in Class A, Mike Chittenden's BMW and Arthur Thurtle in his Chevy Camaro, and neither of them have scored points yet this season, so all the Class A championship contenders not here. Class B is led by Jason West. He's on 80 points ahead of Paul Wood on 55, the BMWs. Class C, well, unbeaten in Class C so far this year is Jason Hughes, who we just heard from with the BTCC Vectra. That's an ex-Jason Plato car. And we will see how he gets on, see if he can continue his unbeaten run here. And then we've got the historic classes H1, 2 and 3. The historic Thunder. We've got two, with just the one entry in each of them. Class H1, that's the Aston Martin of Sam Wilson and Ricky Cam. Sam Wilson driving it here, hopefully, because we saw it pull up at the end of qualifying with a problem. Class H2, the only entry is Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi. And Class H3, well, that's led in the points by the only entry this weekend, Colin Voice, in his Mark 1 Escorts. Well, they're on their way round to the rolling start then. There's Anton Martin with the Escort XR3i, the ex-Jason Hennifer car. That number 23, Joey Binks, is that the car I think it is? I think that's Carl Jones' ex-BTCC car. If it's not, it's a very good replica. Last I heard, that car was in Italy. Has Joey Binks bought it? That's a car I remember watching when I was little against the likes of Andy Rouse. The Duckham's livery car, just coming into Agostini now. I don't know whether that's the original. If it's not, that's a very good likeness of Carl Jones's old car. I didn't know that was here this weekend. Clive Hainsford's there. Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, there's James Card and Jason West in their BMW. Sam Wilson is there with the big Aston Martin. AJ Owen, the first of the blue oval runners in the blue and yellow Sierra Cosworth. Let's look at 169 Mike Chittenden's BMW as well. That is a real beast. There's James Everard in the E30 M3 at the back. We haven't got Stuart Place's Mark 1 Escort. I don't think we've got Neil Hargrave's Escort either there. This will be a 14-minute race. It's a rolling start. Look at that grid. BMWs, Astons, Sierra Cosworths. Colin Voice's Mark 1 Escort there. AJ Owen in his dad Craig's Sierra. The Anglia of Martin Reynolds. Ian Bauer we saw out earlier on with his BMW. That's almost a classic hot rod, that Anglia. And there's Mike Chittenden's car, that BMW. It's a BMW on steroids, that car almost. The Mitsubishi Starion of Neil Philpott. The Capri of Tom Abbott. Isn't that beautiful, in the old Labatt's livery from touring cars. Racing in memory of Bud Abbott, it says on the rear wing. Smaller Fords permitted as well. We've got the modern ST there of Will Hunt. Colin Claxton, who I think is fighting for the points lead in Blue Oval at the moment with his Escort. Malcolm Harding we've seen win the last few races with his Mark II Escort Space Frame, but he's not here this weekend. Getting ready to rumble then, the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons. What a grid we've got here for this 14-minute race here at Snetterton. An all BMW front row. James Card and Jason West were underway. They thunder down towards Riches for the first time, and James Card is who takes the lead. Look at Bradley Gelman up the inside there in the Sierra Cosworth. He almost gets into third place on the inside. Here come the BMWs. James Card, regular in the Kumho Tyres BMW Championship for many years, has the lead ahead of Jason West. Had a win with that BMW at Cadwell Park in the last round. Bradley Gelman's now slid wide at the hairpin. He's dropped back again after that very fast start. Dan Mackay's Fiesta lifting a wheel there, but it's James Card, the Derbyshire driver, who leads from Jason West. Jason Hughes in the ex-Jason Plato Vauxhall Vectra. Too many Jasons involved here. And there's Mike Chittenden's incredible BMW chasing Neil Philpott in the Mitsubishi Starion Turbo. These big Thunder Saloons, fast but often fragile. We'll see how well they last the distance. Card leads it. I know he's been having electrical gremlins with that car this season. Through Hamilton up towards Oggies. Chased by Jason West in the underscore BMW. He wants another outright win. He took race 2 at Cadwell. Race 1 was won by Andy Wilson, the man from the northeast. But he failed to start race 2 with a problem. Hughes third. Sam Wilson's big Aston Martin V8 in fourth place. There's Paul Wood in the Kevin Denwood rather in the BMW Compact chasing hard. So many wonderful cars out there. Tricky to know which to talk about. Somebody's run wide there. Tom Abbott's Capri that was, coming out of Williams corner. There's Bradley Gelman. I think it's Brian Bransom in the orange BMW. Almost 3 wide there. The Anglia hot rod of Martin Reynolds trying to move up the inside. He's got a whole collection of classic Fords, everything from a classic Anglia from the 60s up to a Mach 1 Mustang, but the safety car is coming out. The safety car is coming out for the first time today. Not sure why. Somebody may have had an off on the first part of the lap, I would think. So the safety car is going to be scrambled. The pack will slow down. No overtaking. They'll line up single file. The safety car will pick up our leader, James Card. We'll try and work out who has come to grief there. Right, so we look at the timing screen and see who's dropping down the order. Who have we lost in the early laps? There's Mike Chittenden's BMW. Dan Mackay and Will Hunt, the Fiestas. The BMW safety car has picked up the BMW of James Card. I'll wait for the hazard to be cleared. Colin Voicewell up there in the Mark 1 Escort Space Frame. Who's leading the Blue Oval class? It's AJ Owen. Now, he's already raced in Classic Thunder and in Prio 3 touring cars, where he's a former champion this year. Trying something different with the Blue Oval Saloons. And maybe he's trying to race in every championship run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in 2021. Ian Bauer's Castrol BMW in there. Now, who have we lost? There's a car being recovered, I think, there. There's a course vehicle possibly on the move there in the background, so it might be on the run into the hairpin. Who have we lost? Oh. The car that didn't come through is Joey Binks's Sierra RS500, the Duckham's car. That's a great shame. That's the only car that hasn't come through at the end of the first lap, unfortunately. So we've lost it somewhere out there. The number 23 of Joey Binks, whether that is the original ex-Carl Jones car, we don't know. Let us know via social media if you know. So we're under the safety car here at Snetterton for the first time today, with the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. James Card, your leader. A few cars with their headlights on, with the sun dipping towards the horizon here. Beautiful escort there of Colin Claxton. We've seen him racing his Dolomite Sprint today as well, earlier on the pre-83s. And that bizarre special saloon spec Mazda of Clive Hainsford. Raced that in a whole variety of events Clive Haynes has raced for many years. It's James Card with the lead now. Are we going back to racing this time? Okay, I think we're going to go back to green flag conditions this time. Yes, we're under green once again, and away they go down towards the first corner. James Card will have the lead ahead of Jason West. Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin using the grunt of the V8 to get ahead of Jason Hughes in the Vectra. But it's James Card that leads the way, raced alongside his late father Roger in BMWs for a number of years as well. Jason Hughes in there, Bradley Gelman sliding the Cosworth there. Great to watch. Where's Martin Reynolds going? Back to Wisbeach, I think. He went straight on there at the hairpin. It's Colin Voice in the Escort ahead of Bradley Gelman. Then we've got Brian Bransom in the orange BMW. 71 Kevin Denwood with the BMW Compact, just as quick as their bigger cousins, those compacts. This is great stuff from the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. AJ Owen in the blue and yellow Cosworth is leading the Blue Oval cars. Second of them is Martin Reynolds. Well, I assume so, unless he's gone off at the hairpin. Third is Tom Abbott in the Labatt's liveried Capri. BMW still first and second. There's Jason Hughes, or Jason Plato as I keep going to call him. Brian Bransom has a look there. Nearly clipped the back of Brad Gelman's Sierra Cosworth. Here comes Sam Wilson, the big Aston Martin, dodging about on the tail of Jason Hughes. It won't bother Jason too much. They're in different classes, those two. The Aston gets through into third place. Colin Voice up there in fifth. He's leading the historic class. Many different classes in this field, of course. We haven't really got time to go through all of them. There's a green flag there. That's presumably because it's just the first lap of the restart. Look at the flames there at the back of Bradley Gelman. Racing at dusk like this is always so much more spectacular. With the light beginning to fade, the cars almost seem to go faster. Here comes Bransom. He's going to go round the outside on the exit of Coram. On the brakes, through at Murray's, through goes the BMW. That's for 6th position. They're being chased now by Paul Wood in his BMW M3. James Card leads by 1 3/4 seconds from Jason West. We've got just over 6 minutes of the race to go. James Card in the silver BMW continues to lead from Jason West. Wilson third in the Aston, then it's Jason Hughes. There's Bradley Gelman now under fire from Paul Wood with his BMW, the Deutsche Tech car. Ford against BMW, a classic touring car battle, literally. Where's James Everard got up to from the back in his M3 30, 16th? He gained 6 places on the last lap. We've lost Mike Chittenden. The BMW M3 on steroids has pulled into the pits. It's tricky to commentate here because we're just marvelling at these amazing machines. Sam Wilson in that Aston Martin V8 Vantage had a win recently at Brands Hatch in the Special Saloons tribute to RPM race. RPM standing for Ricky Parker Morris, a long-time Thunder Saloon racer. I believe it was Sam's Aston Martin that won that, if memory serves me correctly. which it doesn't always, I'll admit. The Golf liveried Aston, owned by Ricky Cann, who will race it tomorrow. Sam Wilson in the car today. It's an extraordinary looking machine, that is. Pulling away from Jason Hughes. Jason still leading his class, and if he wins the class here, he'll still be leading the Classic Thunder Championship. Wouldn't it be great if we could tempt Jason Plato out to race that car again in the Vectra? Here's a battle further back. These are the Blue Oval Saloons. We've got Will Hunt, James Dunkley in that gorgeous XR2, Colin Claxton's Mark 1 Escort. Behind them is Dan Mackay's Fiesta RS 1600. Bacon, it says on the back of the Fiesta. A sponsor I think we can all enjoy. Certainly hoping not to get sizzled here by Colin Claxton and Dan Mackay. Mark 1 Escort and the Fiesta RS 1600. It's still AJ Owen leading the Blue Oval cars in the Sierra Cosworth in 9th overall. Martin Reynolds is 2nd and Tom Abbott 3rd. This is the fight for 4th in the Blue Oval division. Now we can see all the different classes involved. There's too many to go through all of them. 3.5 minutes to go. There's AJ Owen, the blue and yellow Cosworth. He's ahead of Neil Philpotts and Kevin Denwood. Oh, and Clive Hainsford pulling into the pits. The RX-8 is out. I would say it's not firing on all cylinders, but of course it isn't. It's a rotary car. Tom Abbott's Capri. Here come the leaders. Still card from West, the two BMWs. Now the gap was 1.5 seconds, but last time through, Jason West did the fastest lap, 2 minutes, 0.852. He's the most powerful and the quickest cars here from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this weekend. James Card still leads. Pleased to get that car up and running properly after electrical problems earlier this season with the BMW. The two E46 M3s. Purple first sector that time through on the timing screen from James Card, so he is responding to Jason West's threats here. Now what's the gap going to be? It was 1.47 seconds last time over the line. It's 0.9 of a second now, another fastest lap for Jason West, so he is closing on our lead. Jason West is putting the pressure on James Card. Can he catch him? It was 2.25 or so as they cross the line, so I think they've got this lap and one more. Here's a fight between Ford and BMW as well. Martin Reynolds in the Anglia and number 38, that's James Everard in the E30 M3, the ex-Roger Stanford car. This is the battle for 13th place. Martin Reynolds is 2nd in the Blue Oval Saloon Series classification at the moment and leading his class. Everard is 4th in his class, which is being led by Jason Hughes. There go the leaders, and you can see the gap has come down as they head into the sunset. There's Colin Voice, that beautiful Castrol Zac Speed Mark 1 Escort. He's running in 6th place, leading the historic class. Neil Philpotts sliding the Staraya. Didn't see many of those racing in the UK. Now here come the leaders. There's just over a minute to go. And James Card could be getting a little nervous here. He can see the black BMW of Jason West looming large in his mirrors. What's the gap going to be this time? It's just under a second, but Jason West is reeling off the fastest laps through Nelson. I think they'll have one more lap to go. You wish they could race on all night, don't you? We could have an endurance race with these cars. Such stunning cars out there. AJ Owen, incidentally, is still leading the Blue Oval Saloons in the blue and yellow Cosworth, owned by his dad Craig. Here they come towards the start of the final lap. 0.914 was the gap. What is it this time? It's 0.955, so the gap has stretched out just a little bit. James Card did the fastest lap, that's why. 2 minutes, 0.380. Personal best of 2 minutes, 0.421 for Jason West, so they're both pushing as hard as they can, the two BMW drivers. They're well clear of Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin in 3rd. He's leading class historic 1. Jason Hughes in 4th is leading his class. There's Everard, 14th place, chasing Ian Bauer's more modern BMW now. That means he's got ahead of Martin Reynolds. Leaders coming into Agostini. There's a couple of back markers ahead. Anton Martin's Mark IV Escort XR3i is one of them, and he's battling with Stuart Place in his Mark I Escort. I thought he hadn't taken the start, but Stuart is there. Apologies there. Here come the BMWs. There's Stuart Place. Stunning Mark I Escort. We do get to see it. Anton Martin, the former Bangor racer, chasing him in the ex-Jason Hennifer Escort. There are the leaders behind them. Now, what can Jason West do? The clock is 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time as we race into the sunset here at Snetterton. And now Jason's got the headlights on, so's James Card. He's warning the back markers that they're closing in. Get out of the way, says James Card. I'm trying to win this race. Which way are they going to go? Here come the BMWs. Anton Martin gets out of the way. Has Stuart Place seen them? Oh, Martin didn't see Jason West there. He goes onto the grass to get out of the way. This is going to be close. Has that cost Jason West his chance? I don't think he's quite going to do it. I don't think he's going to catch James Card. It's going to be a lights to flag for the silver BMW. I think he's done enough. Here they come, the class of the field, these two in the Edmondson Electrical Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons, up towards the line. It's going to be a win for James Card. A BMW 1-2. Card wins it from West by 0.635 of a second. Third goes to Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin. He's some 11 seconds down. Fourth is Jason Hughes. He's still unbeaten in his class, still leads the championship. Brian Bransom's BMW is fifth. And here comes Colin Boyce's beautiful Escort in to take sixth position. Just ahead of Paul Wood in his BMW. Eighth behind them, it's going to be AJ Owen, I think, and he's going to win the Blue Oval Saloon Series division, sponsored by Burton Power Products. We wait for the blue and yellow Cosworth to emerge onto the Senna straights. He'll take 8th overall ahead of Kevin Denwood. There's AJ Owen. Oh, next through is Phil Potts in the Starion. He takes 9th. Kevin Denwood rounds out the top 10. He lost out there on the final lap. Should be James Everard next through in the E30 M3. Not a bad effort through the field. And behind him, Ian Bauer, Martin Reynolds, and the rest of them. There's Ian Bauer. Martin Reynolds in the Anglia. He's second Blue Oval Series runner home. Third will be Tom Abbott's Capri. Final battle between Colin Claxton and Dan Mackay. Dan in the Fiesta been chasing all race long. James Dunkley and Will Hunt ahead of them in the Fiestas. And the rest finish a lap down. Stuart Place and Anton Martin. Sadly, we lost Brad Gelman into the pits. Also Clive Hainsford and Mike Chittenden. And sadly, we lost Joey Binks on the first lap. Let's confirm the results of that one then. James Card leading home a BMW 1-2. Good race with Jason West. They finished 0.6 of a second apart. Card got the fastest lap. Sam Wilson third in the big Aston Martin ahead of Jason Hughes. He wins his class. Brian Bransom taking 5th place in his BMW ahead of Colin Boyce winning his historic class. Then Paul Wood. AJ Owen wins the Blue Oval Saloon split in his Sierra. Then the Mitsubishi Starion of Neil Philpotts. And Kevin Denwood's BMW rounds out the top 10. James Everard next home, coming through from the back ahead of Ian Bauer. Then Martin Reynolds, second Blue Oval at home. Tom Abbott third in that division, ahead of James Dunkley in the XR2. Outside the top 15, next home was Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST. Then Colin Claxton's Escort, Dan Mackay, they had a good scrap all race long. Next home, Stuart Place's Mark I Escort and Anton Martin's XR3i. A lap down, we lost Brad Gelman and Clive Hainsford. And Mike Chittenden all pulled into the pits, and Joey Binks retired the Duckham's Cosworth on the first lap. Right, while I get my breath back, we'll hand you down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Well, what another fantastic race, wasn't it? I'm absolutely breathless. Let's go have a quick chat with some of the drivers. We've got James Card over here, your race winner. Let's go have a look. He's got a trophy in hand already. Look at that. James chasing. Don't go far as well, boys. My word, that was some racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun. Safety car restart, you know, and we're very evenly matched in these cars, so it was great. You know, I got a little bit at first, then you caught me back in, and then I was struggling at the end actually, so quite happy to hang on.
So another lap or two, you might have got him, eh? You never know, right?
Absolutely. It's always just one more lap. You know, when you catch it, just one more lap. Don't throw that flag, and you're there going, oh.
Or was he sandbagging? Did he have a bit more pace? What do you reckon? Or does it say in the eyes?
No,
in the middle I was all right, but at the end I was like, oh, hang on, this is getting a bit closer. That bumper's getting bigger in my mirror. So no, there was not much pace, more pace in it at all.
I'll tell you what, guys, I was just stood down here listening to these cars come by. My word, how fast are you going down this start-finish straight?
This straight is about 132. Yeah. On the back straight, it's about 140 we hit before we throw the anchor out. No, we're not hanging her out.
Wow, okay, yeah, it certainly beats the 70 I do on the motorway. Never 1 mile an hour over. Cheers, guys. Congratulations. Let's just move down a little bit as well. I just wanted to show the Aston Martin Vantage. If you just pan onto the car, look at that. What an absolute cracker, isn't it? What a wonderful day, though, we have had for the Classic Touring Cars and the British Truck Racing Championship and the MG owners as well. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave, to tell you what's going to come up tomorrow.
I think my voice has just come back after that cracking last race. And that concludes racing today here at Snetterton. Time to light the barbecue and maybe have a couple of cold drinks ahead of our programme of racing tomorrow here at the home of motorsport in East Anglia. Let's have a look at what we've got then. Well, we open at around 9:50 a.m. with the third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. That's followed a little later on by the second race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 and Pre-83 divisions. Then we've got the Pre-93 and 03 cars, and that's followed by another truck race before our lunch break at around 12:30. After lunch, it's the Thunder and Blue Oval cars that we've just seen out for their second race of the weekend. After that, the Jaguars, the Jaguar Saloon and GT Championship. And then we've got something new, a 45-minute race for the Snetterton Saloons, open to all saloon cars of all shapes and sizes. A 45-minute pit stop race, some of them with 2 drivers. And then we close out the weekend with our final truck race at around 4 o'clock tomorrow. Well, that wraps up day one here at Snetterton then. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment. Thank you to their teams in the paddock for keeping the vehicles up and running. Thanks to the medical staff, the recovery crews, all the race control staff here at Snetterton. Most of all, thank you to the volunteer marshals, the Orange Army. We could not go racing without any of you. Full credit to them for their work as always. Thank you to our camera crews as well at Snetterton for bringing us the action. Have a good evening, and we will see you back tomorrow. We start at around 9:50 with our first race for the trucks. Plenty more from trucks, classic touring cars, and the Snetterton Saloons as well. That's about all from me, Dave Goddard. So thank you very much indeed for watching, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye for now.